Hey guys, and welcome to the entire Chapter 4 deep dive for Final Fantasy VII Remake. So in this video, we're going to be going through every single piece of Japanese that is covered in Chapter 4 story, and also some extra little scenes here and there. So in this video, we're going to be covering over 500 new words, 550 to be exact, and since the end of Chapter 3 for the JLPT, we will be going from 28% of the N5 up to 34%, 20% of the N4 up to 31%, we have 15% of the N3 up to 21%, 5% of the N2 up to 7%, and 4% of the N1 up to 6%. So we can see our, little growth through, the JLPT with the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Now, just quickly, just so no one's confused, the Final Fantasy VII series is completely separate to the vocabulary series, okay? And so the count will be different, everything will be different. We're treating them both as separate series, so you may get some review here and there with both different series, but this is just to allow us one series to cover a whole bunch of different games and one series to cover Final Fantasy VII Remake. Okay, so in this episode, we are going to be going through a lot of language. Now, this video is going to be quite long. Now, because this video is going to be insanely long, you are not expected to watch the whole thing in one sitting. This video is not made to be watched in one sitting. If you could watch this video in one sitting, you are more insane than I am for making this video. Usually, we cover, 5 minutes of a chapter here and there, and that's how we go through the episodes. But in this video, we are going to be going through the entire 1 hour of Chapter 4. And so, as you can guess, this is going to be kind of like 10 to 13 episodes in one. So, this is going to be huge. So please take your time as we go through this chapter. If you would like to see a specific scene, please use the time codes down at the bottom. There's also the chapter bar that you can click on to go through each different scene. The chapter is broken up into 17 different scenes, and so what we'll be doing is in every scene we will watch a small immersion where we watch the Japanese only. There is no English, just the Japanese, and that's so you can test your ability. It can practice your listening skills, practice your reading skills, and fully immerse into the Japanese only environment. And then after that scene, we will then have my analysis, where we go through every single line of dialogue and break it all down so we can learn the grammar, the words, the expressions, everything, so that you, no matter what level you are, at the end of this video, you will be able to know every single line of Chapter 4 in Japanese. And if you're interested in the translation of certain scenes, please also make use of the time codes for that reason. It really allows you just to go to wherever you want. Now, the reason why I'm doing it this way is because it was taking a really long time to make any progress through Final Fantasy VII Remake, right? If you have a look at everything that I've done up until now, we only just finished Chapter 3. That means that technically it has taken me 3 months per chapter. That means it's going to take me years until I finish the whole game. Now, I would rather that we actually make a little bit more progress than that, and so instead, I'm going to try and see how long it takes for me to make these episodes. But it's not taking me 3 months. This has already only taken me a couple of weeks. That means that the speed in which we can go through Final Fantasy VII will be much faster, and it also means that it's going to be much easier for you, the viewer, to actually go through and see, every section and episode. You're not going to have to remember, oh, was it 23 or 24 where this happened? Nope, just the whole Chapter 4 in this video, and this is how I'm planning to do it from here on out. So with Chapter 5, I'll do the whole Chapter 5 in one video, and Chapter 6 in the whole one video. So hopefully you like this format. Please let me know in the comment section if you like this format or not. I think I personally really prefer it. It's really just a complete package, the whole Chapter 4. You're going to learn every single word at the end of this video. So before we get started, I just want to say a very quick thank you to all of the supporters on Patreon for supporting this channel and this series. It's been so special to me having all of your guys' support, and it really does help me out. So thank you so much for all of your support. And if you would like to help continue to support the growth of this channel, or if you have certain series that you really like, please consider supporting on Patreon. It really, really helps me out. Not only do you get to support the continuation of this channel, but you also get to join our Discord server, which is a small kind of private group, but this really allows us to really get to know each other. It allows me to connect with everyone on the Discord, know everyone kind of, by name where they are, and it also really allows us to help each other with our Japanese questions because it's a small group, so we don't have millions of questions. So we're a really nice, close-knit group where we all help each other out with our Japanese studies. So if you'd like to be a part of that community, please consider supporting us on Patreon. Okay, so without further ado, let's get into the entire Chapter 4.
鉄道、今夜はもうないぞ。奴ら終電を早めたんだ。というわけでバイクを借りてきたからこれで上行こうぜ。
どうしてわかったの？
ジェシー様子が変だったっすよ。なんか俺たちと話してても心ここにあらずというか。
かと思えばやたらとハイだったりよ。
それにしたってどうして上へ行くってわかるの？何？私起きたまま寝言言った？
両親の顔見ておきたいだろうなって思ったっす。
図星だろう。
いてててて。
で、ほんとずうずうしいと思うんだけど、親のいない俺たちにも親孝行気分のお裾分けをだな。
クラウド、親は？
ああ、いない。
じゃあみんなで行くか。親不孝の痛みを分け合おう。みんな新しい ID は持ったね。
へい、姉子。
行くぜ野郎ども。
よっしゃ飛ばせ。了解っす。鉄道、今夜はもうないぞ。奴ら終電を早めたんだ。
Okay, so starting off the chapter, we have Cloud helping Jessie on her request. And so as they head to the station, Biggs and Wedge appear out of the shadows with a bike. And they say, 鉄道、今夜はもうないぞ。奴ら終電を早めたんだ。So if we have a look here at the new language, tetsudo is the first new word, and this means a railway or a railroad. And so this is actually kind of referring to the facility of rail transportation, right? It's not necessarily referring to one rail cart or anything like that, but it's just the general, facility. So tetsudo, konya, tonight, konya wa, as for tonight, mo naizo. More means already or no longer, nai means it doesn't exist, and then zo is adding emphasis to what he's saying. So, there is no more trains for tonight. Yatsura, those guys, shuden or hayametanda. So, shuden here is the next new word, and this means the last train. So, shu here is final, den is for the train, so it's the last train of the day is the shuden. So, if you live in Japan, or if you come to Japan, and if you go out drinking, or if whatever, you go out to restaurants, you really want to make sure that you get on that shuden, the last train, or else you'll be stuck in the city. So, this is what's happened right here. The shuden has been hayametanda. It has been kind of expedited. It has been hastened. It has been brought forward. So maybe the train was expected to come at 10 p.m. However, for today, for some reason, it's come at 9 p.m. And we can see that here with this hayameru. This means to expedite something, to quicken the process of something. So there aren't any more trains tonight. They've made the last train earlier. Tetsudo, konya wa mou nai zo. Yatsura, shuden o hayametanda.
というわけでバイクを借りてきたからこれで上行こうぜ。
Which is why I've come to rent some bikes. Let's go with these. So, というわけでバイクを借りてきたからこれで上行こうぜ。So, というわけで means that is the reason why, right? Toyu is kind of quoting something, it's defining something. Wake is the reason and de is with. So with the reason that, or with the explanation that, baiku here means a bike. Now, it's not a bicycle, where in English you may be able to say bike for both a motorbike and a bicycle. In Japanese, baiku is a motorbike. So if you were to say to your Japanese friends that you went somewhere by baiku, they would picture that you're using a motorbike, not a bicycle. And so we have baiku o karite kita. So kariru means to borrow something, to rent something. Te kita means to have come to have done something. So we have come to rent or come to lend these bikes. We've borrowed these bikes. Kara, because, kore de, with this, ue, above, ikoze. Let's go.
どうしてわかったの？
How did you know? どうしてわかったの? So どうして why, わかった understood, and then no is the soft question particle used at the end of a sentence. So how did you know? どうしてわかったの?
ジェシー様子が変だったっすよ。
Jessie, 様子が変だったっすよ. So Jessie is Jessie, 様子 is the appearance or the state, so you know how you appear, that's your 様子. 様子が変 meaning strange. だった was. 変だった was strange. So your appearance was kind of strange, right? You've been a bit off, you've been a bit strange. And so we can see this here with you've been acting strange, or in the game translation, you're acting weird.
なんか俺たちと話してても心ここにあらずというか。
Like, even when you talk with us, it's like it's in one ear and out the other. なんか俺たちと話してても心ここにあらずというか. So, nanka is a way of saying like. As you can see in both translations, like. 俺たちと with us. 話してても, that is a contraction of 話していても, which is the continuous form of 話している. 話していても, even if we are talking, but it's been contracted, 話してても, 心ここにあらず. Now, this is an expression to say that it's kind of, you're there in body, but not in mind. It's going in one ear, coming out the other. You're distracted. And so if we were to literally break this down, kokoro is your heart or your mind. Koko, here, ni arazu, aru means to exist, arazu means without existing. So without existing here in your heart, or without existing here in your mind. So, you know, in one ear, out the other. Kokoro koko ni arazu toyuka. Now, this is a very useful expression to kind of rephrase what you're saying, so you can translate it as kind of, or perhaps I should say, or more precisely, or how should I put it? And so, you could look at this sentence as, なんか俺たちと話してても心ここにあらずというか, or rather, how should I put it? Like, even if we're talking with each other, it's like you're not even here.
かと思えばやたらとハイだったりよ。
And when you think about it, you're kind of randomly high. かと思えばやたらとハイだったりよ. So, かと思えば here is an expression. There are two different definitions. The first one is no sooner than or immediately after. This is usually followed after a past tense of a verb. And then the next one is at the thought of, or when I think about. So the use of the first expression, no sooner than, is usually followed by a verb in the past tense. For example, you could say ita, to have gone. Ita ka tomoeba means ita ka is like the question, did you go? To omoeba is when you think. So when you think, did they go, right? Ita ka tomoeba. As soon as I thought, did they go? Then something happens, right? Or the second use here is when I think about it. So when I think about what? There's nothing specified. That's why we know it's about it, right? And this phrase can be used just by its own. So, ka to omoeba, when I think about it, yatara to. So this next word here is an adverb or an adjective. And the English translation is a little bit confusing. It says, you know, kind of at random, indiscriminately, profusely, excessive, thoughtlessly. That's true, but if we look at the Japanese definition for yatarato, it means without any kind of standard, without any reason to do something. It's kind of like, it doesn't quite follow logic. Right? So that's the kind of yatarato. It is kind of random, but it's a little bit different use to random in English. So yatarato hai dattari yo. So high literally means to be, you know, really, really high. Not, you know, the smoking high, but just high in your elevated personality. Dattari is things like, to be things like. So to be things like being high, yatarato, kind of, you know, without any reason. So it's just like, you know, you've just been randomly really crazy. You've been really all over the place. And you can see that here with the game translation where he says, yeah, and don't get me started on all of that pep. So he's saying that, you know, Jessie's been a little bit peppy lately. And, you know, that's here is that yatara to hai dattari.
それにしたってどうして上へ行くってわかるの？
Even so, how did you know I was going up above? それにしたって、どうして上へ行くってわかるの? So, それにしたって is the same as それにしても, even so, even that being the case, どうして why 上へ to above 行く to go てわかる So, て is defining the next verb. So, it's defining what you understand. Understand that, you know, she wanted to go up above.
何？私起きたまま寝言言った？
What? Did I sleep talk while I was awake? 何? 私起きたまま寝言言った? So, 何? What? 私 me 起きたまま. So, mama is the next new word we have. And this means as it is or to be in a certain state or condition. Now, here it's being used with the past form of a verb, 起きたまま. That means to be in the state of having woken up, right? So, as you're awake, 起きたまま, 寝言言った. 寝言 is kind of sleep talking, and then 言った is to have said. So did I say some sleep talk while being in the state of being awake? And this mama is very useful to talk about something being left in a certain state or being in the condition of that state. So 寝言 is sleep talk, as I said, or it could just be nonsense or gibberish. Neru is to sleep, and then goto is the thing, right? The saying that you say.
両親の顔見ておきたいだろうなって思ったっす。
I thought you'd want to see your parents' face. 両親の顔見ておきたいだろうなと思ったっす. So, 両親 is the only new word we have here in this sentence, and this means both parents. 両 is for both, shin here is for your parents. If it was by itself, it would be oya. 両親 means both your parents. And so, 両親の顔 is the face of both your parents. 見ておきたい, you want to see. だろうな means right. And then て is quoting what he 思った, what he thought. So he thought that she would want to see both of her parents' faces.
図星だろ。
Bullseye, right? 図星だろ. So zuboshi is that black dot in a kind of target, right? Where you have that very center, the bullseye, that here is zuboshi. So he's saying that, you know, that's exactly right, right? Bullseye, right? Zuboshi だろ.
いてててて。
Ow, 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 ow. Ite. So Jessie responds with kind of saying like, oh, you got me, right? It's kind of like a cowboy, you know, right? You shoot, gotcha, right? Bullseye. And she's like, oh, you got me, right? That you know exactly what the truth is. So she says, ite. Ite here is a contraction of itai. This means to hurt. So, ow, 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 ow.
で、ほんとずうずうしいと思うんだけど。
So I think it's really forward, but で、本当ずうずうしいと思うんだけど. So で means and then 本当 really, and the new word here we have is ずうずうしい. Now this means to be kind of impudent, to be shameless, to be quite forward, to be a little bit audacious. So what he's going to do next is a little bit forward. It's kind of like assuming that something is the case, and so he's just preparing her to say, look, this might be a bit forward, but で、本当ずうずうしいと思うんだけど.
親のいない俺たちにも親孝行気分のお裾分けをだな。
For those of us who don't have parents, we can share in this feeling of filial piety. Ooh, okay, that's a very interesting sentence. Trust me, it will make sense after we go through the explanation. So, 親のいない俺たちにも. So, 親 is the first new word here. And as I said just previously, 親 means parents. So, 親のいない means to not exist for living things. 俺たちにも. So here, the 親のいない is defining the 俺たち. So, us who have no parents. 親のいない俺たちにも. So, as for also to us. And then we have this very interesting word, 親孝行. So, 親孝行 means filial piety. What? Right. So most English speakers probably have no idea what that means. Maybe be able to guess. I honestly, personally had no idea when I first learned this word. What is filial? What is piety? I don't know. But this is actually a really common concept in Asian countries, particularly Japan, probably China and some other countries where there is Confucianism is the main base for kind of philosophy in life, whereas in the West it's a little bit more, you know, self-focused. In Japan and other countries in Asia, it's a little bit more family-focused. And this is where this word comes from. It is about having devotion, pure devotion to your family. Where in the West, you might, leave your house when you turn 18 and never really see your parents too much unless you need something, right? In Japan, it's a little bit different. There's a really strong connection with you and your family, if you have a good family, obviously, but there's a very strong connection where even as, young adults, go in their 20s, 30s, 40s, they still stay quite close and have a really strong sense of responsibility to their family. And that's because of the Confucianism. And that's where this word comes from. So devotion to your family here is oya koko. Oya koko kibun, that means the feelings of being devoted to your parents. No osu sowake. So osu sowake here means to divide something among others. So what he's saying to divide is to divide the feeling of filial piety, to divide the feeling of devotion to your parents. And so where is he dividing it? We can see that with oretachi ni mo, also to us. So he's saying that, hey, how this is a little bit forward, but how about, sharing that filial piety, that devotion to your parents with all of us, even us who don't have any parents? Now, this is a very difficult sentence to translate into English, and so you can see here at the bottom that the translator has decided to go a little bit different of a road. Here he says, how about you let us be a part of yours for a bit? Your family, spread the wealth. And so, it makes sense to spread the filial piety. It's a very unnatural sentence in English, and so to be a part of someone else's family for a little while, that makes a much more natural way of talking.
Cloud, 親は?
Cloud, how about your parents? Cloud, 親は? So 親は means as for your parents.
いない。
I don't have any. いない. So inai can mean that, they don't exist. That might not necessarily be what he's saying. He might just say that they're not around now, right? They don't exist now. Maybe they've died. Maybe he's lost contact with them. Whatever the case, inai just means they don't exist. They're not there, right? Inai. I don't have any.
じゃあ、みんなで行くか.
Well then, let's all go together, I guess. じゃあ、みんなで行くか. So, じゃあ, well then, みんなで with all of us, and then 行くか. I guess we'll go. Let's go.
親不孝の痛みを分け合おう.
Let's share the pain of filial neglect. Okay, again, a strange sentence if we look at it quite literally. Let's break it down. So we have oya fuko. Ooh, okay, so this is now the opposite of oya koko. Oya koko is devotion to your parents, but oya fuko means that you've neglected the duty of being devoted to your parents. And so because they don't have parents, or, they don't see their parents, they've neglected those duties. And then we have itami. This means the pain or the grief of something. So the grief of not, being able to be devoted to your parents, wake ao. Let's share it. And so wake ao is a much more natural way of talking about sharing something rather than the previous expression. This is very simple, to share something around, right? So let's share around the pain of not being devoted to our parents. Okay, so it's a little bit of a strange sentence if you look at it literally. And I think that's why if you have a look at the English translation that's used in the game, here's to awkward family reunions, that is a little bit more of, a natural and understandable thing for most people to read.
みんな新しい ID は持ったね.
Everyone, you got your new IDs, right? みんな新しい ID は持ったね. So the only new word here is 持つ, to hold something or to possess something. So what are you possessing? The 新しい ID. 持つ, to hold or to possess.
Hey, anigo!
Roger, big sis. Hey, anigo. So this is an interesting bit of language. Both of these pieces of language are humble speech. Now this is very common in Japanese keigo, where you are actually putting yourself down in kind of social position so that you can put the other person up. And so the reason why they're doing this right now in this situation is because they're kind of, pretending to be a worker, right? Like, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, right? That kind of thing. They're working for her. They've put themselves down to that position. So if we have a look, hei means high, but it's often used by merchants to depreciate themselves, below their customer. So it's like, oh, hey, yes, I will do that. And then Anego here is the humble way of saying an elder sister. So it's like big sis, but being humble. And so I've said literally it's big sis, but you can see here in the game's translation that they've said ma'am. Now, yeah, okay, ma'am is not too bad. Ma'am is a way of, kind of, it's an English way a bit to be polite to someone, which is similar to, being humble. Let's go, fellas! Ikuze yarodomo! So this is a very interesting sentence. At first glance, you would think Jessie's being quite rude. If you remember, domo is a way of like putting down someone, like those damn, like gakidomo, those damn kids. And so yarodomo, yaro means bastard, asshole, son of a bitch, or just a guy, a fellow, or a chap. So at first glance, you would think she's being quite rude, yarodomo, but this is actually Jessie's way of being closer to Biggs and Wedge. She is speaking in a bit of a rude way to actually make that friendship closer. Much like Australians do when they call each other swear words. It's a way of actually, being closer to each other. If you were to say like, ikuze, otoko tachi, ugh, no, that's too weird. It's too robotic. It's not how you would talk to your friends. And so this is where she's being friendly with them, saying, ikuze, yarodomo. Now, you may not use this yourself normally. You need to make sure that you have that kind of relationship. But that's what she's doing here. All right, let's fly. Yosha, tobase. So yosha is all right, great, right? It comes from yoi, to be good. And then yoi is yosh, and then yosh is yosha. So, yeah, all right. Tobasu means to make something fly. Now, they're not literally flying away, they haven't drunken Red Bull, but they're talking here, if we have a look at the third definition, to run fast or to drive fast. So it's kind of like saying, like, let's hit that rubber, vroom, vroom, let's go, right? That kind of feeling, that's that tobase, let's fly, let's make it fly. And you can see that in the game translation where he said, crank that throttle, right? So let's just, let's get out of here. Yes, sir. 了解っす.
聞こえる？
ああ。
上に行く理由、ビックスたちの想像とは違うんだよね。ほら、一番魔航路の爆発、すごかったでしょ？
魔鋼が誘爆した。そう言ってなかったか？
うん。でもあれは願望。やっぱり私の責任なんだよね。設計図の指定よりも強力な火薬ユニットを乗せちゃったんだ。原因はどう考えてもそれ。
それでどうする気だ？
次に使う爆弾の火薬ユニットを差し替えるつもり。でもどうしても売人と連絡がつかないから神羅の倉庫からいただいちゃおうかと。
神羅の？まず無理だな。
そこでクラウドの出番。ID スキャン来る。聞こえる？
Okay, so now we're on our bikes and we're moving through Spiral Tunnel. And Jessie says, Kikoeru, can you hear me?
Ah.
Yeah. Spoiler warning! Cloud says a lot in this chapter. It's kind of like his catchphrase. Perhaps he says it all the time, I just haven't noticed. If you can guess correctly how many times he says in this video, please leave a comment in the comment section below and I will give you a free invite to the Discord.
上に行く理由、ビックスたちの想像とは違うんだよね。
The reason why we're going up top is different to what Biggs imagined. So, ue e iku ryu. Ryu here is the new word meaning a reason. So, we have the reason. What kind of reason? Ue ni iku. The reason that we are going above. Biggs tachi no souzou to wa. So, souzou here is your imagination, what you're thinking, what you're guessing. So, the thing that Biggs tachi sozo, what they imagined, towa, so with what they imagined, 違うんだよね. It's different.
ほら、一番魔航路の爆発、すごかったでしょ?
Look, the explosion at the #1 reactor was incredible, wasn't it? ほら、一番魔航路の爆発、すごかったでしょ? So, hora, hey, ichiban makoro, the first reactor, and then we have bakuhatsu for explosion. Sugokata is the next new word that we have. This means it was amazing, it was terrible, it was, wow, great, right? Now, it doesn't necessarily always have to be a positive thing. Here, I'm thinking she's saying, it was terrible, right? It was just, it was, wow, sugoi, but not good. So, the explosions were quite something, weren't they?
魔法が誘爆した。そう言ってなかったか?
Didn't you say something about the Mako causing a secondary explosion? 魔法が誘爆した。そう言ってなかったか? So, 誘爆. This means a secondary explosion or an induced explosion. So, something else caused that explosion and it wasn't the main action, right? It's kind of a side effect explosion, this 誘爆.
でもあれは願望。
Yeah, but that's wishful thinking. でもあれは願望. So gambo here is someone's desire or wish. And so she's saying that that was wishful thinking, the fact that it was just a secondary explosion from something else.
やっぱり私の責任なんだよね。
As I thought, it's my responsibility. やっぱり私の責任なんだよね. So 責任 here is the responsibility, her responsibility, 私の責任.
設計図の指定よりも強力な火薬ユニットを乗せちゃったんだ。
I put a much more powerful explosive unit on it than the blueprints specified. So here we have the word for blueprints, 設計図. So 設計 is kind of like your plan, and then the 図 is kind of the drawing of the plan. So, the blueprint, the drawings of the plan. 設計図の指定よりも. 指定 means to be designated, よりも means even more than the designated plans. So 設計図の指定よりも強力な火薬. 強力 means powerful, strong. 強 is strong, 力 is your strength, so strong strength, 強力な火薬. 火薬 is the explosives. And then we have unit is just the unit. So the explosive unit を乗せちゃったんだ. And 乗せる means to place something on top of something else, right? So you've planted the bomb or you've set the bomb, right? That would be the 乗せる. You're putting it on.
原因はどう考えてもそれ。
The cause of it, no matter how you think about it, is that. 原因はどう考えてもそれ. So 原因 here is the origin of something, the source of something. So this is the original reason why something happened. 原因は, as for that cause, どう考えても. どう考えても means no matter how you look at it. If you put どう and then a verb in the temo form, it means no matter how you do that verb. どう勉強しても、どう考えても、どう言っても, right? So without a doubt, no matter how you think of it, それ, that is the game.
それでどうする気だ?
So what are you gonna do? それでどうする気だ? So それで means and, or because of that, or therefore. So therefore, どうする気? What do you intend to do? どうする means what are you going to do? And then the key here is your feelings or your intentions, right? So どうする気? What are you going to do?
次に使う爆弾の火薬ユニットを差し替えるつもり。
I intend to replace the gunpowder unit in the next bomb that I'm going to use. 次に使う爆弾の火薬ユニットを差し支えるつもり. So, 次に means next, the next something. 次に使う, the next one I'm going to use. 爆弾, the next bomb I'm going to use. 火薬 unit, the explosive unit, を差し替える. And then 差し替える means to replace something. So, she's going to replace the 火薬 unit, the explosive unit of 次に使う爆弾, the bomb that I'm going to use next.
でも、どうしても売人と連絡がつかないから。
But no matter what, I can't get in touch with the dealer. でも、どうしても売人と連絡がつかないから. So, でも, however, and then we see this どう again with the temo form. どうしても, instead of being no matter what you think, どう考えても, it's no matter what you do. どうしても, 売人 here is the seller. So the person that Jessie got the initial explosives from, that is who she's talking about here. The 売人, buy is to sell, and then nin is the person. 売人と連絡がつかない. 連絡 is the contact. 連絡がつく means to make contact. The つく here is actually like making the contact. So 連絡がつかない I cannot make the contact から because
シンラの倉庫からいただいちゃおうかと。
So I thought I'd take it from the Shinra warehouse. Shinra no soko kara itadaichao kato. So Shinra, soko is the warehouse, kara from the warehouse, and then this itadaku. So this means to receive something. It's actually a common phrase when you're about to have a meal. You would say itadakimasu, right? And it literally means that I'm going to receive this. And so here, itadaku, I'm going to receive whatever she's talking about, the explosive unit, from Shinra no Soko, from the Shinra's warehouse. It finishes off with a ka to. So ka is like a question, and then to is quoting what she was thinking, right? So ka to is like, I thought I would, or I was thinking maybe I was gonna, or something like that, right? So for example, iko ka to, right? I thought that maybe I would go. And this, as we've seen in previous chapters, the to doesn't always have to actually have the verb following it because you can guess through context what she's talking about. She's talking about, or more, to think.
シンラの
Shinra's? Shinra no?
まず無理だな。
Firstly, no chance. Mazu muri da na. So mazu firstly, and then muri here means that it's unreasonable, it's unjustifiable, it's just no way, right? Muri, just no, muri. So he says, like, first up, that you can't do that. Mazu muri da na. Or in the English translation, he just says, good luck with that.
そこでクラウドの出番。
That's where Cloud comes in. そこでクラウドの出番. So soko de, soko is there, de is with, and so if we put it together, it creates this expression so, or accordingly, or therefore. Therefore, that's what Cloud's here for. Kuraudo no deban.
ID スキャン来る。
An ID scan is coming. ID scan kuru. And the only new word we have here is scan, and this just means to scan something.
無事通過。
ここから厳しくなるから。
どういうことだ。
偽造 ID で身元はバレないけど、こんな時間にスキャンがあったら。
警備が動く。
そういうこと。
おいおい。
マジっすか。
でもクラウドいるし余裕でしょ。ねえ、バイクの運転わかるよね。
ソルジャーはバイク任務も多い。
さすが。じゃあ華麗な運転で私を酔わせてくれる？
遠くを見てれば酔わない。
来た来た。
楽しそうだな。
そりゃもう。だって一緒に危機を乗り越えた男と女は。
下ろすぞ。
問答無用かよ。
警告されたら素直に止まるわけ？
そりゃ止まらねえけどよ。
でしょ？
沈め。
力ずく上等。ひょっとして私のこと守ってくれた？
ついでだ。
ありがとう。でもちょっとスピードが落ちてない？
気にするな。
どけ。
今のしびれる。
そっちに行ったぞ。
これ結構ピンチだよね。どうするどうする？
揺らすな。
やめて
いいね。
侵入者を確認。対処を開始する。まだ来るのかよ。
エリート部隊だ。
嫌な響き。
もう負けそうっす。やっやっやっ。
快適快適。面倒なのが来たよ。
次から次へと。ウェッジ飛ばせ。限界っす。
大丈夫だ。
この状況のどこが。
俺がいる。
言うねえ。そんじゃ頼むわ。
お姫様になった気分。
やっ 開始するとのことです。
了解。奴が来るのか。だろうな。奴が来る前に終わらせよう。巻き込まれるのはごめんだ。
さすがクラウド、安全運転。快適快適。
さすが元ソルジャー。あんたに比べりゃ俺らはやっぱ素人だな。
当たり前じゃない。
お前もこっち側だろうが。無事通過。
Okay, so now the scan has finished, and here begins the kind of trouble inside the tunnels. And so first, Biggs says, Buji tsuka. Buji means safely, and tsuka means going through. But put together, it means passing successfully. Whether you pass an inspection or an examination, right? You're going through without any problems. And that here is the Buji tsuka.
ここから厳しくなるから。
From here, it's gonna get tough. ここから厳しくなるから. So, ここから from here, and then we have the new word kibishi. So, kibishi means it's kind of tough, it's harsh, it's severe, right? And then kibishiku naru, this is how we show in Japanese how to become an adjective. So, samui, cold, samuku naru. So, the last e gets dropped, turns into a ku, and then you have naru following it. So it's going to become more strict. Kibishiku naru. And then kara here is she's explaining. So, it's going to get more tough from here. So,
どういうことだ。
what do you mean? どういうことだ?
偽造 ID で身元はバレないけど。
With your fake ID, your identity won't be exposed, but 偽造 ID で身元はバレないけど. So Gizo ID, the fake ID, de, with, and then we have mimoto. So mimoto, mi meaning oneself, moto means origin. So the origin of oneself, your background, your past. Mimoto wa barenai kedo. So bareru means to be exposed, and then kedo, however. So, however, your background won't be exposed, but
こんな時間にスキャンがあったら。
But if there are scans happening at this hour, こんな時間にスキャンがあったら, okay, so we now know that normally it'd be okay, your ID wouldn't have caused any problems, but if there's scans happening right now, that means something, right? And so we have こんな時間にスキャンがあったら,
警備が動く。
and Cloud finishes off Jessie's sentence, 警備が動く. Security will be on the move.
そういうこと。
That's how it is. そういうこと.
おいおい。
Ah, come on. Oi, oi. So oi is saying hey, and then when we put it together with another oi, 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 it's like, hey, wait a minute. Oh, come on, right? Oi, oi.
マジっすか?
Are you serious? Majiska? So maji means seriously, like not joking. So you can see majide or majiska or majideska or majika, right? And this is showing kind of surprise towards something. Or majide would be to be very seriously, like, oh, majide yabai, right? It's seriously messed up.
でもクラウドいるし余裕でしょ。
But we've got Cloud. It'll be fine, right? でも、Cloudいるし、余裕でしょ?
ねえ、バイクの運転わかるよね。
Hey, you know how to drive a motorbike, right? ねえ、バイクの運転わかるよね? So, 運転 here means to ride or operate a vehicle or a motorbike here. So, 運転する is to ride the bike, to drive the car, that is 運転.
ソルジャーはバイク任務も多い。
Soldiers have a lot of bike missions. ソルジャーはバイク任務も多い. So, ソルジャーは as for the soldiers, バイク任務 the bike's missions, mo also oi, there are many of them. So, soldiers have a lot of bike missions. Now, in the game translation, he says soldiers get mandatory training. So that's interesting. For some reason, I don't know why, but the translator decided to talk about soldiers training rather than the fact that they get lots of missions on motorbikes. Okay?
さすが。じゃあ華麗な運転で私を酔わせてくれる？
As expected. Well, will you enchant me with your magnificent driving? So this is a cute little scene here we have between Cloud and Jessie. And so, sasuga, that means as expected. Ja, well then. And then we have kare na unten. So, kare here means magnificent, splendid, gorgeous, right? So, kare na unten means that it's, defining the type of driving you do, which is magnificent driving. So just really showing off his skills. De, with your magnificent driving, watashi o yowasete kureru. So this is an interesting sentence. It has two different meanings. The first one here is to get someone drunk, right? To kind of, right? To get yo is to get drunk, yowaseru to make someone drunk. But it could also mean to intoxicate or enchant someone, right? So it has both this positive meaning and this negative meaning in a way, right? To get drunk or to get enchanted. Because in a way, those two things are quite similar, right? You're kind of in this fantasy world. That's what happens when you get drunk. That's what happens when you get enchanted by something. And so she's saying, won't you enchant me, or won't you get me drunk by your driving skills? Now, obviously, she's not talking about getting drunk. She means enchanting because she's flirting with Cloud. However, Cloud responds with, if you look far away, you won't be nauseous. So that kind of flirting just goes way over his head, and he's taking it literally, that yo. He's taking it quite literally, talking about getting sick instead of getting enchanted. So he says, toku o mireba yowanai. So Cloud either is playing dumb, he is dumb, or he's clearly not interested in Jessie's advances. So toku here is to be far away. Toi is far, so by a far distance. Toku o mireba, if you look at a distance. Yowanai, you will not get drunk. And as I said before, it could be to become infatuated by something, to be like spellbound by something. But here Cloud's not saying that. He's not saying if you look far away you won't get fascinated by it. He's saying if you look far away you won't get sick. Right. So Jessie is getting onto the fact that he's either making a bad joke or he doesn't get what she's saying. Here they come! Kita kita! You seem to be having fun, huh? 楽しそうだな。
そりゃもうだって一緒に危機を乗り越えた男と女は
That's cause, come on, a man and a woman overcoming danger together? そりゃもうだって一緒に危機を乗り越えた男と女は。So, そりゃ is a contraction of それは. So, that is more like already, come on, だって cause. So, that's cause, come on, そりゃもうだって一緒に means together. Kiki is the danger or the crisis, and then norikoeru is to overcome that kiki, to overcome that crisis. And you can see that here with the or particle showing what you are norikoeru, you are overcoming the kiki. Kiki o norikoeta otoko to onna. So otoko is man, onna is woman. So the man and the woman who overcome the crisis together. And so she's talking about the fact that this scene is, very either romantic or special, that, man and woman together is overcoming something. In the game translation, the translator goes a little bit creative. If we have a look, how could I not? Pursued by villains, a young couple thrust together by fate race through the neon street light. Where did that come from? I'm not against this translation. Sure, it's not literal, but it definitely is nailing what she's saying. She's saying that it is romantic, it is exhilarating to be man and woman together overcoming this danger. But the writer here has, made it a little bit more colorful with the language they've decided to write. I'll drop you off. Orosu. So, orosu is to drop off someone, like, dropping off your kids at school. Orosu, to drop off a load or a package, that is orosu. And he's saying that, I'm gonna boot you off the bike if you keep this up. Orosu. No questions asked, huh? Mondo muyo ka. So mondo here is the questions. Muyo means you have no need for it. So, there is no use in arguing. There's no questions. There's no point talking about it. And so here he's referring to the fact that the guards are just rushing in with combat, right? They're not asking you what you're doing. They're just attacking you straight up. And that's where he says, no questions asked, huh? Straight to the point. If you're warned, does that mean you're going to obediently stop? 警告されたら 素直に止まるわけ? So 警告 to be warned されたら if you are warned 素直 means to do something obediently, right? To just meekly follow orders. That would be 素直に止まる to obediently stop. So she says 素直に止まるわけ? Wake, remember, means the reasoning for something. So is it that? Is it the reasoning that? Is it the meaning that you're just going to obediently stop if you're warned? 警告されたら素直に止まるわけ?
そりゃ止まらねえけどよ。
そりゃ止まらねえけどよ. Well, I wouldn't stop though.
でしょ？
沈め。
力ずく上等。
Right, with invigoration, bring it on. So, でしょ, right? And then 力づく上等. So, 力づく means with strength. If you remember that, つく kind of means to attach something, to affix something. 力 is your strength, so you're kind of attaching strength. 力づく with vigor, with strength. 上等. 上等 we saw previously with Barrett, where he was like, huh, whatever. Bring it on, right? 上等だ. And that's kind of the same thing here, right? All right, with invigoration, bring it on. Or in the game translation, see? So don't go holding back, right? So, bring it on with strength, don't hold back.
ひょっとして私のこと守ってくれた？
Did you protect me by chance? ひょっとして私のことを守ってくれた? So, ひょっとして means by chance. Perhaps by chance, maybe that's the case, by any chance. So, ひょっとして私のこと the thing about me 守ってくれた. Did you protect? And again, in the game translation, the translator decides to add some more poetic language. He said, had the cold-eyed mercenary's heart suddenly begun to melt? Now, okay, I think I see what's going on now. So yes, it's being very creative, but this might actually be the translator's way of trying to make that connection between Jessie and her more dramatic past, her being an actress. So this is actually quite interesting. It's not too bad from the English translation. It's not accurate, but it's interesting.
ついでだ。
ついでだ. It just happened by chance. So ついで means the opportunity, the occasion, something happening not on purpose. ついでに means to kind of do something. Your main objective is to go buy a pizza, but ついでに, on the way, you're going to do something else. And it's the same thing here. ついでだ means it was just on the way. It just happened by chance that he protected her.
ありがとう。でもちょっとスピードが落ちてない？
Thanks, but aren't you slowing down a bit? ありがとう。でもちょっとスピードが落ちてない? So, スピード is your speed. スピードが落ちてない means isn't your speed slowing down or dropping.
気にするな。
Don't worry about it. 気にするな。
そっちに行ったぞ。
They've gone over there. そっちに行ったぞ。
これ結構ピンチだよね。どうする？どうする？
This is quite a pinch. Hey, what do we do? What do we do? これ結構ピンチだよね。どうする？どうする？
揺らすな。
Don't shake it. 揺らすな。So 揺らす means to rock, to shake, to sway. And so I've interpreted this as him saying like, don't shake the bike, right? By getting all worried. He's like, stop shaking the bike. It's not super clear what he's saying, don't shake, but this is what he's saying. He's saying, don't shake it. So it should be the bike, really. But in the English version, he just says, shut up. We've confirmed the intruders. Commencing countermeasures. 侵入者を確認。対処を開始する. So, 侵入者 is the intruders. 確認 means to confirm something. So we saw this in the Persona episode, but remember, we have separate series. The vocab series in Final Fantasy is separate, so it's a new word for Final Fantasy VII. Kakunin means to confirm or to verify something. So we've confirmed sighting on the intruders, right? 侵入者を確認。対処を開始する. So 対処 here means to deal with something. 開始 means to begin or to commence. So we are commencing our dealing of the 侵入者, the intruders. And so this is where you can see the commencing countermeasures, right? So 対処を開始する.
まだ来るのかよ。
They're still coming. まだ来るのかよ?
エリート部隊だ。
It's an elite unit. エリート部隊だ. So erito here means the elite. There is actually a Japanese word for elite, but this is just the katakana version. So erito butai, the elite unit. Now, another nice little translation that we can see in the game is he says the A-teams here. Now, this is a common expression to say, you know, the very best of the best, the A-team, right? The guys who are really on the ball. And so that's a way of saying that it's the elite unit, but without being literal. Wah, sounds bad. Wah, iyana hibiki. So wah here is to say wow or yikes. And this is really, really common to kind of show surprise or to show maybe a little bit of discomfort towards something. Wah, sore wa, right? That wah. Very, very common. Iyana is something unpleasant that you don't like. We learnt this, I believe, at the beginning of chapter 3, where Tifa says the iyana nioi in the water, right? The smell that's not very pleasant. Here we have iyana hibiki. So this means hibiki is the echo or the reverberation. What is it? It's the echo or reverberation of a sound, right? And so we can see this here a little bit further in the definitions, where we have 3. The quality of a sound, the feeling of a sound, the emotion or feeling inspired by something that you've heard. So very interesting how much is in just this one word, hibiki. It's not only the echo of something, but it's even the feeling or the emotion that you feel hearing that echo, right? Hearing that sound. So, wow, that sounds bad. Yana hibiki. It already seems like we're gonna lose. More makesos. So more already, and then makeru means to lose, to be defeated. Makeso means that it appears like I'm already going to lose. So pretty much Wedge here is saying that, you know, he's already at his limits and he can't go on for much longer. The trouble ones have come. Mendo nano ga kitayo. So mendo na means the kind of difficult or troubled something, but what's something? It's followed by the no particle. Well, that's weird. Mendo na no? Well, what's the no? The no here is the possessive of these guys, right? Those guys, the ones that are trouble. Mendo na no ga, so the ones that are trouble have kitayo. They've come. One after another. Wedge, let's fly. Tsugi kara tsugi eto. Wedgie, tobase. So, we've seen Wedgie tobase, let's fly, not literally on a motorbike, but the first thing we have is tsugi kara tsugi eto. So, tsugi means next, kara means from, and then tsugi means next, and then e means to. So, from the next to the next, right? So, from one to another, over and over, something happening in succession. So here we have tsugi kara tsugi eto, means that they just keep on coming. These guys, they just keep on coming. The next one comes, the next one comes, the next one comes. Tsugi kara tsugi eto. I'm at my limits. Genkai su. So genkai means the limits. Or, as he says in the English translation, I'm gunning it. It's alright. Daijoubu da. Where in this situation is? So, この状況のどこが? So, it seems a little bit strange, the translation, but he's saying, where is it all right? The previous thing that he said was 大丈夫だ, it's okay, and he's saying, like, where in this situation is okay? この状況, in this situation, のどこ, where in this situation, が is. I'm here. 俺がいる. And so that's what's okay, the fact that Cloud is there. Well said. Well, I'm counting on you. 言うね. Sonja tanomu wa. So this is the first kind of Kansai style person that we can see here with Biggs' talking. So if you remember from the previous episode, I believe, I said that you could actually use this wa particle at the end of a sentence, regardless of whether you are a man or a woman. The wa in textbooks is taught as being the feminine ending particle to add emphasis to something at the end of a sentence. And that's true in Tokyo, but in Kansai, Osaka and Kyoto, where I'm from, you can put the wa at the end to have emphasis towards something. And so clearly we can see here that Big's his personality, they've decided, is that kind of Kansai style personality. And we can also see that here with the sonja. So sonja is sore dewa, right? So sonja, sore dewa, sonja, tanomu wa. So if that's the case, I'm counting on you. Contact from Soldier. They said they will commence pursuit from here on. Soldier yori renraku. Kore yori tsuiseki o kaishi suru to no koto desu. So, Soldier yori means from Soldier. Renraku here means to contact. So here it's being used as a noun. So we have contact from Soldier. Soldier yori renraku. Kore yori from here. And then we have tsuiseki o kaishi suru. So tsuiseki here is the pursuit of someone. So they're pursuing Cloud and the gang, but he's saying from here on, the soldier is going to commence their pursuit. So tsuiseki o kaishi suru to no koto desu. And so to no koto is an expression here to say that you've been told something, right? I'm told that, or what I hear is that, or apparently it is that. So they've heard some information, the renraku, right, from the soldier, and this is showing that, it's indicating that they've heard the preceding information from that person. Ryokai. Copy that. Is he coming? Yatsu ga kuru no ka? So, yatsu, he, kuru, to come, no ka is questioning the fact. So, is it that he's coming? Yatsu ga kuru no ka? And so clearly they are talking about a specific person, right? Oh, is that guy gonna come, right? Yatsu ga kuru no ka? Probably. Let's finish up before he gets here. Daro na. Yatsu ga kuru mae ni owaraseo. So, daro na. Probably, right? Yatsu, that guy, ga kuru mae ni, before he comes, owaraseru. So owaraseru means to finish off something, to put an end to something. Owaru means to finish, and we can see it here in the causative form, owaraseru, to make something finished. So before he comes, yatsu ga kuru mae ni owaraseo. Let's finish it. I don't want him getting involved. Makikomareru no wa gomen da. So makikomareru means to be involved, to be, entangled within something. Makikomareru no wa, so the thing of being involved, gomen da. Now, this is a tricky word for beginner students of Japanese because you learn that gomen just means sorry. He's not saying that the thing of being involved is sorry, right? That's a bit confusing. What he's actually saying is that he doesn't want that thing, right? So gomenda after something can actually be used to show that you don't want that. So he says, I don't want him getting involved. Makikomareru no wa gomenda. As expected, ex-soldier. Sasuga moto soldier. Compared to you, we're amateurs after all, huh? Anta ni kuraberia. Orera wa yappa shirouto da na. So, anta is a Kansai way of saying anata, so you. Anta ni kuraberia, this again is a Kansai way of saying kurabereba, kuraberia, it's a slang way of saying it. So, compared to you, if we were to compare to you, orera, us, wa, yappa, as I thought, shirouto da. So, shirouto here means an amateur. So, we are amateurs compared to you. Anta ni kuraberia, orera wa yappa shirouto da na. Isn't it obvious? Attarimae janai? So attarimae means that it's just like, of course, right? Like, of course, right? Attarimae, right? And so here she's saying, attarimae janai? Isn't it obvious? You're on our side, aren't you? Omae mo kochigawa daro ga. So omae, you, mo, also, so you also, kochi, here, and then gawa means side. So kochi gawa means this side, daroga, you're on this side, aren't you?
このまま駅に向かうのか。
車庫へお願い。ああ、二人のツーリングもおしまいか。
俺たちもいるけどな。
聞こえない。
聞こえてるし。 やらせるか。クラウド頼む。タイムリミットだ。巻き込まれる前に撤退するぞ。了解。
どうしたんだろう。何あれ。
ソルジャー
なんだ。気を抜くとすぐに追い抜いてしまう。やあ、レディーとドライブかい。いいね。私も混ぜてくれよ。釣れないな。まあいいさ。じゃあ競争をしようか。競争。
俺に言ってるのか。
他に誰がいる？
断る。
あー、聞こえない聞こえないね。遅すぎて耳に届かないよ。
なんなのこいつ。
いい質問だお嬢さん。私はローチ。人は私を顔を呼ぶスピードジャンキーさん。
聞こえてる。
レディーの声は特別さ。
この人苦手。
いいね。楽しくなってきそう。いや、なるほどな。
何やってんのあいつ。
ほっとけ。調子に乗る。
悪くない。見込みはバイク愛も十分だが、少しまだ乗っているだけだな。どけ。いいか。バイクは乗るものじゃない。己の一部とするのだよ。このようにね。甘いね。
グランド反撃。
やっやっ。
リタイアか。
安心したまえ。こんなに楽しいレース降りるわけがないだろう。おっと、最後まで付き合うともどちらかが燃え尽きるまでね。それそれ。言うんだ。おっと。さあ、クライマックス対抗。
ジェシー、ハンドルを頼む。
あらら、ここまでか。残念。次は2人だけで勝負をしよう。
さあな。
約束だ。やったな。
やったっす。まだ浮かれない。増援が来る前に隠れるよ。
Okay, so starting off the next scene, we've now escaped the tunnel, and Biggs and Wedge, they say, Detta! We're out. Alright, Yosha!
このまま駅に向かうのか。
Just like this, heading onto the station, このまま駅に向かうのか? So, このまま, just like this. So if you remember, we've seen this mama already, and it means like as it is, as this, right? Just like this, このmama. Eki ni, to the station, mukao no ka. So mukao here is a new word, and this means to head in the direction, to head towards, to face, to go towards. So from here on out, are we kind of heading towards the station? このまま駅に向かうのか?
車庫へお願い。ああ、2人のツーリングもおしまいか。
No, to the garage, please. The two of us touring is over, huh? So, 車庫へお願いします。2人のツーリングもおしまいか。 Okay, so starting off we have so here by itself means yes, but this means no. So it's a little bit subtle, the difference between yes and no, and so yes and no, right, that kind of feeling. So shako e onegai. So shako here means a garage, a carport, kind of a depot, that type of thing. Now in the game translation they've decided to say the warehouse, but they're not actually heading to the warehouse, they're actually heading to a kind of parking place for them to enter the city. So that's why here it's actually shako, not the warehouse, which would be a different word. So shako e onegai, to the garage please. And then futari, that means two people. Futari no tsuringu, this means the touring of two people. Now tsuringu, or touring, this is when you go on a kind of journey by bike or by car. So if you were to go for example, like a bike ride, like a long bike tour into the mountains with a bunch of your friends and you're all on motorbikes, that is called tsuringu in Japanese. It comes from the English word touring. So, futari no tsuringu mo oshimai, and oshimai means to be over. So, the touring of us together is over, huh? Now in the game translation, they're really piling on the personality, and so Jessie says, our magical ride is almost at an end. So again, just playing on with how the translator has added this kind of really eccentric personality to Jessie, right? Playing on the whole, she's an actress type of thing, so they're adding that additional creative language to the way that Jessie talks. However, she's just saying that this is the end of their tour together. Hey, we're also here, So, oretachi mo iru kedo na. So, Jessie's only focused on her and Cloud, so the two touring together, but actually it was 4 people, right? And that's why Biggs is like, hey, we're also here too, Oretachi mo iru kedo na. Kikoenai! Can't hear you. Kikoenai. So, kikoeru, to be able to hear. Kikoenai, to be unable to hear. But you can hear me. Kikoiteru. So, right, if she can hear enough to answer, that means that she can hear. And so he says, but you can hear, right? Kikoiteru. Cloud, counting on you. Cloud, tanom.
Time limit da.
And so here we have the enemies talking, and they say it's the time limit. Let's withdraw before we get involved. So time limito da. Time limito, that is the time limit. So katakana, Japanese. And then we have kaki komareru mae ni. So kaki komareru means, again, to get involved in something. Mae ni means before that happens. So before we are involved, that's how you can see it in the passive form. Kaki komareru mae ni, before we're involved. Tettai suru zo. So tettai here is a new word, and this means to withdraw, to evacuate, to retreat. So they're saying, look, things are about to get messy now with the soldier getting involved, so it's time for us to withdraw.
Okay.
Copy. Ryokai.
どうしたんだろう?
What's going on? どうしたんだろう? So, どうしたん is like, what is it that happened? And then だろう is I wonder, or right? So, what's going on, right? どうしたんだろう? I wonder what's going on.
何あれ?
何あれ? What's that? So, nani means what, and then are is that over there. So, that motorcycle coming from the sky, like a rocket ship, just right? What's that? Nani are? Soldier. It's a soldier. Soldier da. And so here we are introduced in a kind of flaming glory to the first extra soldier character. So in the original Final Fantasy VII, not Crisis Core, just the original Final Fantasy VII, you didn't really get to meet many other soldiers. Really, I think you only know 3 soldiers in the whole story, as far as I can remember. So, there's not too many soldiers. So here, we're kind of adding some more soldiers. Here's obviously a lower class than what Cloud and the rest were. But here is a nice addition. We have Roach. Whoopsie daisy, or ottoto. So this is actually an expression, ototo, when you're pouring alcohol to kind of say, oh, that's enough, ototo, right? But it could also be when you've kind of made a mistake. You could just say oto, but ototo is like, oops, right, that type of thing. So there's actually a really funny video about kind of the correct way of foreigners eating sushi, how to teach foreigners how to eat sushi in Japan. So I'll leave a link to that in the description. You should totally watch it. It's hilarious. And they use this ototo, ma, ototo. It's quite funny. So you might be able to see how this is used. But here it just means whoops. What the? Nanda. If you lose focus, I'll overtake you right away. So this is really interesting. We actually have two different uses of this nuku, so we can kind of see different ways that it's used. The first one is ki o nuku. So ki here is kind of like your mind, your spirit, but it could also be here your attention. So ki o nuku means to lose focus, to lose your attention. Ki o nuku to, so if you lose focus, if you lose attention, then the next thing will happen. Sugu ni, immediately, oinuite shimau. So oinuku means to be overtaken. O means to chase after something. Oinuku means to be overtaken. So oinuite shimau means that you will be overtaken. So if you lose focus, you will become overtaken. Ki o nuku to sugu ni oinuite shimau.
Yeah, ready to drive, guy.
Hey, on a drive with the lady, are you? Yeah, ready to drive, kai. So, yeah, hey, ready, this is the lady, to with the lady, drive here is to go on a drive, and then kai is a yes or no question. So, is it that you're on a drive with the lady? Nice, let me also join in. いいね、私も混ぜてくれよ. So いいね is like, yeah, that's good. 私も also me, 混ぜてくれ. 混ぜる means to mix something, to stir something, to blend something in. 混ぜてくれ means to mix for me. What he's saying is, you know, mix me as well. 私も混ぜてくれ, right? Let me join in.
釣れないな。ないさ。
Unfriendly, huh? Well, it's fine. Alright, let's have a contest. A contest. 釣れないな。まあ、いいさ。じゃあ、競争しようか。競争。So, 釣れない is the first word that's new, and this means to be kind of indifferent towards someone, to be unfriendly, to be unkind. So, 釣れないな means, you know, you're unfriendly, huh? まあ、いいさ. Well, it's okay. じゃあ、well then, and then we have 競争をしよう. So 競争 here is a competition, or it could be quite literally a race. So he's saying that let's have a contest together.
俺に言ってるのか?
Are you talking to me? 俺に言ってるのか? So here Cloud is being a wise guy, you talking to me?
他に誰がいる?
Is there anyone else? 他に誰がいる? So 他に means in addition or besides. 誰が, so someone, いる to exist. So, is there anyone besides you, right? 他に誰がいる?
断る.
I refuse. 断る. So 断る here means to just flat out reject something, to refuse something, to turn someone down. This is a very common word to say that you turn someone down. So if you ever turn anyone down, you could say 断る. If you were refused by someone, you could say that you were 断れた.
聞こえないね。遅すぎて耳に届かないよ。
I can't hear you, I can't hear you. You're too slow to reach my ears. 聞こえないな。遅すぎて耳に届かないよ. So, 聞こえない, cannot hear. He says it again twice. And then we have 遅すぎて. So, 遅い means to be slow. 遅すぎる means to be too slow. Mimi is Japanese for your ears. Mimi ni todokanai means that it doesn't reach his ears. It doesn't send to his ears. It doesn't, you know, carry the sound of his voice, doesn't make it to his ears. And that's where he says, Mimi ni todokanai. What's with this guy? Nannano koitsu. So nannano is very similar to nannanda, like what is it, right? So what is up with this guy? Nannano koitsu. Good question, young lady. Ii shitsumon da, ojo-san. So, ii shitsumon means a good question. I meaning good, and then shitsumon means the question. So it is a good question. I shitsumon da. Ojo-san. And then ojo-san here is a way of being polite, referring to a young lady. So if you were to say, oh, hello, young lady, right, that would be ojo-san, that kind of very polite speech. So, good question, young lady. I shitsumon da, ojo-san. I am Roach. People call me this, the Speed Junkie. 私はローチェ。人は私をこう呼ぶ。スピードジャンキーと。So, this is an interesting piece of Japanese right here because it kind of goes against how you're normally taught the structure of a Japanese sentence, the flow of a Japanese sentence in a textbook, right? You would usually see the to particle coming before what he's being called, like something to yobareteimasu or something like that, but here it's actually finishing on the to. So this is showing you that you can actually rearrange the order of Japanese in many different ways. As long as you have the right parts, you can actually kind of say it in all kinds of different ways. So here, watashi wa roche, that's a pretty common way of saying I am Roach. Hito wa watashi o kou yobu. So hito wa, as for people, watashi o, so doing something to me, kou yobu, calling me in this way. So okay, so we can already tell that just by with this expression, this kou yobu, that the flow of the sentence is a little bit different from normal. So people call me this. Hito wa watashi o kou yobu. Speedo junkie to. So speed junkie, and then the to particle here is quoting exactly what he is being called. So we can see that whenever you see this to particle, it's usually quoting what someone thinks, what someone's being said, what someone's being called, what someone's decided, right? Those type of things. It's quoting that. One thing I really like about the English translation right here is that the translator has kind of picked up that this isn't really a normal way of speaking. You don't usually say, right, that people call me this, the speed junkie, right? They usually just say people call me the speed junkie, right? So it's a very strange way of talking, and I like how the translator has actually picked up on that. And so you can see here that he says, my name is Roach, but you may address me by the more accurate appellation, Speed Demon. So this is not a normal way of saying people call me that, right? Like you may address me by the more accurate appellation. Like what? And that's very much how Roach is actually speaking in Japanese. So that's a really good translation. Speed Demon also sounds a little bit cooler than Speed Junkie. A little bit, it sounds like a drug addict. So, you know, Speed Demon is a pretty cool word as well. You can hear me. Kikoeteru. The lady's voice is an exception. Reidi no koe wa tokubetsu sa. So reidi no koe means the voice of lady. Now it could be this lady, or it could be ladies in general. He doesn't specify, but he just says reidi no koe wa. As for lady's voice, tokubetsu sa. It is an exception or special. So tokubetsu means to be special or an exception. In the game translation, he says, my ears are attuned to the feminine voice. So which one's more creepy? I don't know. Both of them are a little bit but yeah. I'm not good with this guy. Exactly. So Jessie doesn't like Roach. He's kind of a little bit creepy. And so she says, kono hito nigate. So nigate means that you are bad at something. But here it's actually showing that she's bad at this kind of guy, right? Kono hito nigate means that, you know, this isn't my kind of thing. I don't like this kind of thing. I'm not good at this kind of guy. Nice! This has come to be fun. いいね! 楽しくなってきた. I see. なるほどな. And so なるほど here means to say that you understand something. Ah, I see. Oh, that's right. Indeed, right? That type of thing. This is actually the name of the main character for the Ace Attorney series. His name is Naruhodo. So that's kind of interesting, right? How, you know, the word used to show that you understand something, like, ah, Naruhodo, right? Oh, I understand, is also the name of a detective character in a judge, you know, case type game. So that's, you know, an interesting little piece of language there. Now this kanji for naruhodo, it's not too difficult to read. Once you get to a high level, it's pretty obvious that that's naru and that's hodo. However, it's not particularly commonly used. It's more written in just hiragana, naruhodo, but doesn't hurt to know that kanji. What the hell is he doing, this guy? Nani yattenno koitsu? So nani, what, yatteru means to be doing, yattenno means like what is it that he's doing in a slang way, aitsu, that guy. Leave him alone, he's getting carried away. Hottoke, choushi ni noru. So hottoke or hotoku means to just leave it alone, to ignore, right? Hotteoku, that's the full version. Hotteoku, hotoku. This means to just neglect something. Just leave it as it is. Leave him alone. Hottoke. And then choushi ni noru. So choushi means the kind of condition, the tune. And ni noru means to kind of get riding on your tune. Sounds a little bit strange, but it means to get caught up within yourself. It means to get carried away. If you were to say like choushi ni noru na, it means like just don't get so over yourself, right? Don't get so caught up, don't get so cocky, right? And he's saying that he is getting cocky and caught up in himself. And so he says choushi ni noru. Now an interesting thing about this is if we have a look at the second definition, it can also mean to get up to speed or to move into gear. Now, that's not what he's saying here, but it's just interesting how, you know, we're talking about this race and we're talking about speed junkies, and it can also be used in that way. Not bad, you have potential. Warukunai, mikomi wa aru. So warukunai, not bad. And then mikomi wa aru, this is a nice little piece of language to show that something has promise, something has potential for the future, something, you know, something could turn into a good result later on in the future. And that would be mikomi. You also have sufficient bike love. And yet... So, baiku ai mo jubun, daga shigashi. So, baiku ai, that's an interesting word. So, you've got bike, baiku, and then you have love, ai. So, bike love, baiku ai, mo jubun means that, you know, you have plenty enough, you have sufficient amount of bike love, daga shikashi. So, daga means however. Shikashi means however. When you put them together, it's like being a double super mega however. So he talks in a funny way, and that's what this daga shikashi actually is kind of doing. And so I've translated it as and yet, right? Because it's a very dramatic way of saying however. Right? Like, I went to the shops, however, I went to the shops, and yet, right? Very dramatic, and I think that fits here. Now, in the translation, they just said but. You're still just riding. Mada notteru dake da na. So, mada, still, notteru, riding, dake, only, da na. That's how it is. So, noru here means to ride. Now, this is interesting because we actually saw noseru to mean to place onto something, but this is a different word. This is just noru. This means to get on something, to ride something, to mount something. So that whole riding, that is here noru. If you ride a bike, you could have noru. If you ride a horse, that could be noru. If you ride something, that is noru. So here he's saying that you're just riding your bike. That's all you're doing. Mada notteru dake. Listen, a motorbike is not something you ride. Ika, bike wa noru mono janai. So, ika is an expression to say like listen, like look, here, like hey you, right? Listen here, right? You're grabbing someone's attention. Ika, listen, baiku wa, bikes, as for bikes, noru mono, something to ride, janai, it is not. So bikes are not a thing that you ride. You have to make it a part of you, like this. And so onore here can be a humble way of talking about yourself, or it could just be, itself, oneself. So onore no ichibu. Ichibu here means one part. Ichi is one, bu is the part. So one portion, one part of something. And what is it? It's of onore, yourself. Onore no ichibu to suru means to make something as, to take something as, to treat something as, to regard something as just one part of yourself. 己の一部とするのだよ。このように just like this.
リタイアか
Going to retire? Retire ka. So here we have a katakana English word here, retire, to say to retire. Now there is a separate word in Japanese to actually say like to retire from work, and so here I've included the second definition where it's more focusing on what he's actually saying. He's saying retiring or dropping out from a race or a match. That's really what he's saying here. So he's saying like, are you going to retire from this race?
安心したまえ
Please be rest assured. 安心したまえ. So, anshin suru means to be relieved, to be relaxed, and then shitamae is an expression to ask someone to please do something. Now, it's a little bit of an old-fashioned way of asking someone to please do something. You wouldn't use this at shops or normally to ask someone to do something, but you got to remember that Roach here kind of speaks in a strange way, and so, he talks in a kind of old-fashioned way, he talks in a very eccentric way, and so that's how he's using it here. Anshin shitamae. Please be rest assured.
こんなに楽しいレース降りるわけがないだろ
Such a fun race. There is no way that I could drop from it, right? こんなに楽しいレース降りるわけがないだろう. So, こんなに is just like this in this way. 楽しい fun レース is the race. So a race that's fun in this way. こんなに楽しいレース a race as fun as this. 降りるわけがない. 降りる means to drop out. わけがない means that there is no way that. So if we take it apart, we can see here this wake. Remember, this wake is showing the reasoning, the explanation, the kind of logic behind something. Wake ga nai means that there is no reason, there is no logic, right? There is no way that he could drop out. Oriru. So, oriru wake ga nai, there is no way that I could drop out, daro, right?
おっと最後まで付き合うともどちらかが燃え尽きるまでね
I'll stay with you until the end, until one of us burns out. So this is probably the first sentence that we have a lot of new language. We have 4 pieces of new language here. So 最後まで付き合うともどちらかが燃え尽きるまでね. So, 最後まで, 最後 means the end, まで means until, so 最後まで until the end. 付き合う means to accompany someone. Now, it could also mean to, go along with someone, to follow someone's lead. It could even mean to date someone. But here it's just meaning to accompany him. So he will be with Cloud until the end. 最後まで付き合う. And then he finishes off with this tomo. This is another kind of eccentric way of speaking. So he's saying that I'm going to stick with you until the end. 最後まで付き合うともどちらかが, どちら means either one. So which one, right? Either one ga. What are they going to do? They're going to 燃え尽きる. 燃える means to burn. 尽きる means to do quite a lot. So to completely do something. 燃え尽きる to burn out. Right? So until we burn out. 燃え尽きるまで. And in the English translation, he speaks a little bit strange again. He says, naughty, naughty. Until one of our flames is forever extinguished, our dance will never end. Burn for me. Yeah, he sounds pretty into Cloud, doesn't he? He sounds like he's got a love affair going on here, the way he's talking. But yeah, he is pretty clingy. I saw a fantastic comment in the last video how Roach is kind of the balance for Jessie, right? Where Jessie is the female version of being really, really clingy, and Roach is, the same kind of thing, but the male version. And so when Jessie sees that, she's like, ugh, right? Ugh. She's kind of repulsed by it, because that's, kind of how she's been behaving. Alright, let's go to the climax. さあ、クライマックスと行こう. Okay, so quite an eccentric personality. So he says, let's go to the climax. Let's go to the very end, right? You have the climax in the story, the very peak. Let's get to that point. So クライマックスと行こう.
Jessie, ハンドルを頼む.
Jessie, take care of the handles. Jessie, ハンドルを頼む. So the handles is just handoru. And then tanomu here is to say, I'm depending on you to do something, take care of handoru, the handlebars. Oh dear, this is it, huh? What a shame. arara, kokomade ka, zannen. So arara is like, oh dear, kokomade is until this point, ka, I guess it is, so it's up to this point, huh? Kokomade ka, zannen. And so zannen here is a new word, and this means to be disappointed. Now, this is a very, very super common word to say, you know, that's a shame, that's disappointing, that's unfortunate, zannen. Next time, let's have a match, just the two of us. 次は二人だけで勝負をしよう. So, 次は, as for next time, 二人だけで, just the two of us. 勝負 here means a match, a contest, a game, about, をしよう. Let's do it. So, let's have a match, just the two of us next time.
さあな。
We'll see. さあな.
約束だ
It's a promise! 約束だ!
やったな
We did it! やったな!
やったっせ
Hooray! やったっす! So again, the same thing, right? We did it! We did it!
まだ浮かれない。増援が来る前に隠れるよ。
Don't get all merry yet. Hide before the reinforcements arrive. まだ浮かれない。増援が来る前に隠れるよ。So, まだ still 浮かれない we cannot be merry or be festive, right? We cannot get all woohoo, right? So, まだ浮かれない you cannot be merry yet. 増援が来る前に before the reinforcements come 隠れるよ hide.
合格。
何の話だ。
運転。
勝手に採点するな。
ご褒美欲しい？
いらない。
やっぱり黙った。私いい先生でしょ。また黙る。ほら見えてきた。あそこから行くよ。ここからは歩きで。夜遅いし、もうそこ市街地だから。
キツキツで痛いっす。
ハムみたいだぞ。
中身スカスカのハムっす。
はいはい、お腹空いたよね。ほら行こう。この先が市街地。開けるのにちょっとコツがいるの。さすが。合格。
Okay, so we have a nice little scene here between Cloud and Jessie where depending on your performance in the tunnels, the scene actually changes. Now, I got the best possible scene because I did really good at dodging, and so here we can get to see, you know, the best prize that you can get. And so first, Jessie says, "Gōkaku," right? You pass. Gōkaku means to pass, to succeed in an exam or a test or something. So if you pass, for example, the JOPT, you could say that you Gōkaku, right? Gōkakushita. That means that you passed.
何の話だ。
What are you talking about? 何の話だ?
運転。
Driving. 運転.
勝手に採点するな。
Don't arbitrarily grade me. 勝手に採点するな. So, 勝手に here means to kind of do on your own accord, without asking anyone, just freely do something however you please. Literally, it would mean to like to arbitrarily do something, right? To just, you know, decide on your own that you're just going to grade someone. And so that's here where I've chosen that translation. But it could just be, you know, on your own will, without asking me, you know, as you please, don't grade me. 採点するな. So 採点 here is to mark someone, to grade someone, to score someone. So don't just grade me as you see fit, right? That's where you have the arbitrarily. Now in the game translation he says, just been driving for years. So instead of telling Jessie not to do something, he just says, look, I've been driving for ages. Do you want a reward? Gohobi hoshi. So hobi here means a prize, a reward. She's got go in front of it. Here it's just to make it a little bit more special, right? A kind of more honorific prize, gohobi. And then hoshi means do you want it? So do you want a prize?
Iranai.
I don't need any. Iranai. So iranai means that you do not need it. Iru to need. Iranai you don't need. I knew it. You said nothing. Yappari damatta. So Jessie gives Cloud a little bit of a peek on the cheek, a little bit of a kiss, and Cloud doesn't say anything except for a little bit of a ooh. It's a little bit of a surprise. Jessie's coming on pretty strong. And so she says, yup, buddy, as I expected, I knew it. Damatta, you said nothing. So damaru means to just remain quiet. I'm a good teacher, aren't I? Watashi ii sensei desho. So sensei here is a teacher, an instructor, a master, someone who teaches you something. That is your sensei. Or it could also just be a doctor, that type of thing. But here she's saying that she's a good teacher, right? Ii sensei desho. Quiet again. Mata damaru. Hey look, we've come to see it. Let's go from there. So, hora, miete kita. Asoko kara ikuyo. So, hora is kind of a way to get someone's attention. Look, miete kita means that we have come to be able to see something, right? Asoko kara, from over there, ikuyo. Let's go. From here we walk. Koko kara wa aruki de. So koko kara, from here, from this point, as from this point, aruki. Aruku means to walk. Aruki is the noun of walking. So from here, we are going to be walking. It's late at night and it's a town area there. So she's explaining why we're going on foot from now on, because it's a suburban area. You know, you don't want to be racing loud bikes down the streets. And so she says, Yoro osoi shi, mo soku, shigaichi dakara. So, yorosoi means late at night, more already, soko, that place, and then we have shigaichi. So shigaichi here is the town area, the metropolitan area. So this is that suburban area where people are living. Dakara, because it is a town area, then, you know, we gotta go on foot. Aruki de.
Kitsu de itai su.
Ah, it's so tight it hurts. Kitsu de itaisu. So kitsui here means to be really tight. Kitsui. Kitsu is just, it's kind of chafing. It was so tight. The helmet was so tight. So he's like, kitsu. And then we have itai. This means to hurt. So we saw previously the itai, right? The ow, 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 ow. But this is itai, right? It hurts.
Hamu mitai da zo.
You're like a ham. Hamu mitai da zo. And so this is the first of several scenes where the cast is making fun of Wedge's weight. And this actually does not exist in the English version. They just completely don't talk about his weight in the English version. And this makes sense because, you know, talking about people's weight in Western society is quite frowned upon. People really, you know, have kind of really turned against it. They don't like talking about other people's weight. However, in Japan, that's not the case. Japanese people will talk about your weight, okay? I've been called fat. Now, I don't think I'm fat, but I've been called fat, all right? I've been grabbed by the belly and gone, ooh, you're fat. Just like Abroad in Japan said in his video, it is true. It is an experience that we probably all have in Japan at some point or another where someone will grab you by the belly and go, ooh, you're fat. And that happened to me. And so it's really common to talk about weight in Japan. People are very aware of each other's weight and talking about each other's weight. And there's even checks at work at some companies to, you know, make sure that everyone's in good shape. So it's very common in Japan to talk about weight, whereas it's kind of taboo to talk about it in the West. And that's clear why they've, you know, removed all mention of it in the English version. However, in the Japanese version, he says, you're like a ham. So, you know, calling him quite fat. Or just in the English version, they got you pretty good.
中身スカスカのハムっす。
Ham with no meat inside. So nakami skaska no ham. So nakami here is the insides, the contents, the filling. Skaska here means to just be hollow, right? There's nothing inside. So he's a ham, but just empty on the inside, right? So he's agreeing that he's fat, like a ham, but he's also saying that he's a hungry ham, right? His belly is empty. And so this is very smart on the English translator. They've picked up on this and they've just said, oh, I'm running on fumes. So they've just gotten rid of all mention of the fat and they've just focused on the fact that he's hungry, right? That nakami skaska.
はいはい。お腹空いたよね。
Yes, yes, I know. You're hungry, right? Hai, hai, onaka suita yo ne. So hai, hai is yeah, yeah, yeah. Onaka suita, to be hungry.
ほら、行こ
Come on, let's go. Hora, iko.
う。この先が市街地。開けるのにちょっとコツがいるの。
Beyond this point is an urban area. In order to open up this door, it needs a little bit of a trick, right? So konosaki, beyond this point, ga shigaichi. So shigaichi is the city area. So just beyond this point, konosaki ga shigaichi, akeru no ni, akeru to open, no ni in order to. So in order to open it, chotto kotsu ga iru. So chotto just a little bit, and then kotsu here is a new word, and this means a kind of a knack, a skill, a little trick, right? So in order to open this door, it requires a little bit of a trick, right? It's a little bit tricky to open. So kotsu ga iru. Iru meaning to need to do something. So a little bit of a trick is required.
さすが
That's what I'm talking about. Sasuga. So sasuga, it means as expected, but there are other ways that you could translate it. Instead of just always saying, as expected, as expected, as expected, right? It sounds like you have a lot of expectations on people. Here, I've decided to go a different road, and this is just, that's what I'm talking about, right? Because that's another natural way of saying sasuga. Like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Sasuga.
7番街の社宅地区。うちの親、神羅の人間なの。私、マコールのおかげで大きくなったんだよね。
おいでー。行っちゃった。なかなか手強いっす。
俺の何倍も給料もらってんだろうな。
見て、たまにしか帰ってこない娘のためにいつもああして明かりをつけている。ママは典型的ミッドガル住民。
ピザ出るかな。ミッドガルスペシャル。
ジェシーのおふくろさん、どんな夜中に訪ねてもうまい飯作ってくれるんだよな。
よく食べる人とお客が大好きだから。じゃあ行こうか。クラウド、例の件お願いね。とりあえず家の裏手で待ってて。
ああ、わかった。
クラウドさんにもミッドガルスペシャル食べてほしかったっす。
7番街の社宅地区。うちの親、神羅の人間なの。
Alright, and so in this next scene, we've arrived at the Sector 7 Company Housing District. And so here Jessie says, Sector 7's Company Housing District. My parents are from Shinra. So if we have a look, the first word we have here is Nanabangai, that is Sector 7. Then we have this new word, shataku. So sha is from company and taku is from home. And so if you put them together, it creates company housing. And so this is, company housing that is provided by a company, Shinra. And then we have chiku. Now this chiku here is the district. So this is the housing district. That means all of the houses in this area are all shataku. They are all company housing. Then she says uchi no oya, so that's my parents. If you remember, uchi means like kind of the inside group. You can actually use it to refer to yourself if you'd like. So uchi no oya, my parents. Shinra no ningen nano. So Shinra no ningen, this means a human of Shinra. Now it's a little bit strange if you look at it that way, where you can see that it literally means a human being, right? So a human being of Shinra, that's bit odd, but what it actually means is just that you're a person from Shinra, right? You belong to Shinra. You're under the kind of umbrella of Shinra, and that's what you can see here by Shinra no ningen.
私マコーロのおかげで大きくなったんだよね。
And then next she says, I grew up thanks to the Mako reactor. And so this is really interesting, this sentence right here. She says, Watashi Makoro no okage de okiku natta n da yo ne. So the only new word we have here is okiku naru. So oki, that means to be very big. And if you remember what I said previously, if you want to turn a adjective into becoming that adjective, you get rid of the last e. So here it would be oki, get rid of that last e, and replace it with a ku, followed by naru. So now you can see that you become big. This is okiku naru. So she's saying that she was actually raised, she grew up thanks to the Mako reactors. This is a really nice piece of dialogue to include here, because we never really saw people benefiting from the Mako reactors. Like, we knew it was happening in the background, but the fact that Jessie is even, reflecting on herself and she's going, I myself grew up thanks to the Mako reactors. It's just a nice scene to connect that whole conflict. And you can see that here in the English version where they say, while the reactors were slowly killing the planet, we were living the good life. Now, that's all made up. None of that exists in the script, but it's still telling the same story that, the reactors were doing the bad thing, killing the planet, and we were living it up, right? Growing up, living a good life. But all she's really saying is just that she was raised thanks to the Mako reactors.
Oide!
Come here, oide. So this is a kind of cute scene. Wedge has a lot of cute scenes. Here he's kind of calling the cat, and so he says oide. Now if we look at the second definition of oide, because it is an honorific piece of language, it can actually be used to children and people under you, like your inferiors, to actually be as an imperative way to say to come, right? So he's asking the cat to come here. And the translator here has picked up on this, and that's why he's gone come here instead of come here, right? It's just a little bit more slangy way. Oide is not a slang, but it's an honorable way of saying to come somewhere, to go somewhere, or you can use it with children and inferiors to actually be an imperative, to ask someone to come.
行っちゃった。なかなか手強いっす。
Ah, he's gone. He's a tough one. So, 行っちゃった。なかなか手強いっす. So, 行っちゃった just means that he completely went. 行った to have gone, and then the child form to say that he's regretfully done something. So, he's regretfully left. But then we have nakanaka tegowai. So, nakanaka means considerably, fairly. So, he's quite tegowai. Tegowai meaning tough, stubborn, or difficult, right? So the cat didn't come when he called for him, and so he's kind of, a formidable opponent. He's kind of a tough one to get. And you can see that in the English translation where he says someone's playing hard to get, right? He's just being a little bit difficult, right? He's not following when he says, come here. He's like, nah. The cat's like, nah, I'm not interested. And so he says, this one's a little bit tough. Nakanaka tegowai desu.
俺の何倍も給料もらってんだろうな。
I bet they get paid many times more than I do. So, ore no nanbai mo. Ore means me. Nanbai mo means many times more. So, ore no nanbai mo means many times more than me. Kyuryo here means your salary. So, if you work a job, you can use this word kyuryo, right? Whenever you get a salary and income, this is that word kyuryo. So, this is a very, very, very common word. Kyuryo moratten daro na. That means that they are receiving the salary, right? So, moratteiru, moratten, daro, right? Desho, na, ne.
見て、たまにしか帰ってこない娘のために。
Look, for her daughter who only comes home once in a while. 見て、たまにしか帰ってこない娘のために. So, 見て, have a look. Tamani here means to be doing something occasionally, once in a while. What's she doing occasionally? 帰ってこない, which means that she doesn't come to return home. So, たまにしか帰ってこない means that she only comes home occasionally, 娘. So all of this is just describing the type of daughter she is, 娘 here meaning daughter. So, たまにしか帰ってこない娘 のために, for the sake of the daughter who only occasionally comes home,
いつもああして明かりをつけている。
she always keeps the lights on like that. いつもああして明かりをつけている. So, いつも always ああして means like that. It would be こうして like this, ああして like that. ああして明かりをつけている. So, 明かり here means the light, and then つける means to turn on a light. So, when you turn on the light on the switch, you flip, 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 that means that you're turning on the light. That is 明かりをつける.
ママは典型的ミッドガル住民。
Mum is a typical Midgar resident. Mama wa tenkei-teki Midgar jumin. So, mama wa, that means as for mama. Mama is pretty obvious what that means. It means mum, mama. Tenkei-teki here, however, means to be the stereotypical something. Here, the typical, the representative something. So the kind of typical Midgar resident, Midgar jumin, she is that typical resident. Tenkei-teki.
ピザ出るかなミッドガルスペシャル。
I wonder if pizza will come out. The Midgar special. Pizza 出るかな Midgar special.
ジェシーのおふくろさん。
Jessie's mum. Jessie no ofukuro-san. So ofukuro here means someone's mother. So he's referring to Jessie's mother. This is another word to talk about someone's mother, but you wouldn't really use it for your own mother. That would be like okasan or mama or haha. But ofukuro here is to talk about someone's mother, one's mother.
どんな夜中に訪ねてもうまい飯作ってくれるんだよな。
No matter how middle of the night we visit, she always makes delicious food for us. どんな夜中に訪ねてもうまい飯作ってくれるんだよな. So, donna followed by the temo form means that no matter how much you do something or no matter how much something is. So let's have a look at the inside of this sentence. We have yonaka ni tazuneru. So, to visit in the middle of the night. So, no matter how late in the middle of the night you visit, donna yonaka ni tazunete mo, umai meshi, delicious food, tsukute kureru, means that she will make it for us. So, yonaka is the middle of the night. This yo is from yoru, the night. Naka means in the middle of something. So, in the middle of the night, yonaka. And so, tazuneru here means to call upon someone, to visit someone. If we have a look at the Japanese definition, it means specifically to go to a place in order to meet someone, or to go to a place for a certain objective or purpose. And so here, that is how it's being used. Tazuneru means to visit Jessie's mum.
よく食べる人とお客が大好きだから。
She loves people who eats well and guests. よく食べる人とお客が大好きだから. So, よく食べる人 means people who eat well or people who eat a lot. Yoku means well or a lot. Taberu is to eat. And then hito here is the person. So, people who eat a lot and to okyaku. Okyaku here is a guest. So if you have like okyaku-sama or okyaku-san, that is the guests or the customers in a shop. But here it just means kind of the customer, the guest in her home. And so that here is that okyaku. Okyaku ga daisuki dakara. Daisuki means love. So just ski means to like something, but daisuki means just love. So it's a very strong word. Actually, it's not super commonly used in like dating and stuff like that. Most people just say ski. If you say daisuki, it's like, whoa, it's a really big thing. So it's kind of like love, right? However, love is used a little bit more commonly in English than daisuki would be used in Japanese.
じゃあ行こうか。クラウド、例の件お願いね。
Okay, let's go. Cloud, please do the matter that we discussed. じゃあ行こうか。Cloud, 例の件お願いね。So, 例の件 here is a new word, and this means the matter that we have discussed. So, 例 here means the previously mentioned, the aforementioned. Ken is the subject or the case or the matter. So, the matter that we previously discussed would be 例の件。お願いね, please do it for me.
とりあえず家の裏手で待ってて。
In the meantime, wait at the back of the house. とりあえず家の裏手で待ってて。So とりあえず means for the time being. 家 here actually is surprisingly a new word. This means someone's house. So Jessie's house, that's where they're at. And then urate here means the back of a building, specifically here being Jessie's house. So the back of her house would be ie no urate. And then de is showing where you're doing the action. Matsu, matete is a request asking him to wait there and continue to wait.
ああ、わかった。
Yeah, I got it. Ah, wakatta. There's another ah.
クラウドさんにもミッドガルスペシャル食べてほしかったっす。
Hey, I wanted Cloud to eat the Midgar special. Cloud-san ni mo Midgar special tabete hoshikatta desu. Ah, thank you, Wedge. You really are my spirit animal. I love pizza so much. And just like Wedge does.
そこでクラウドの出番。何でも嫌なら何でもするよね。私の家に忍び込んで大泥棒お願い。しばらくしたら裏口を開ける。合図は
明かりがついたらそれが合図。行くか。
裏口を開けると廊下があるの。正面の扉は開けちゃダメ。右側の部屋が目的の場所だから。ビクスたちと盛大に騒いでママを引きつけておくから、音は立てても大丈夫。パパがいるけど気にしないで。パパの ID カードを探してほしいの。部屋のどこかにあるはずなんだけど。自分じゃやれそうになくてさ。お願いね、クラウド。
ジェシー。手紙？
パパ、ママ、今までずっと連絡できなくてごめんなさい。私は今ゴールドソーサーにいます。女優になる夢をついに叶えたの。たくさん迷惑かけたけど、ようやく胸を張ってパパとママを招待できます。
主演ジェシー。主演？
魔航路の整備担当だったんだ、うちのパパ。
借りるぞ。 任務完了。
そこでクラウドの出番。何でも嫌なら何でもするよね。
Okay, so next we have the kind of sneaking mission that Jessie has for Cloud to do in her house. And so it starts off by her saying that if you're a jack of all trades, you'll do anything, right? So this is Cloud remembering what she said. So, nandemoya nara, nandemo suru yo ne. So, nandemoya is the jack of all trades, the handyman. Nandemo suru means that you will do anything.
私の家に忍び込んで、大泥棒お願い。
Sneak into my house, master thief, please. So, 私の家に忍び込んで、大泥棒お願いします。So, 私の家, my house, and then we have shinobi komu. So this is a new word and this means to actually sneak in. Now, there may be a familiar word here if you can see it has shinobi, right? Shinobi, ninja, if you're aware of that term, to kind of sneak into something. You can see the connection here between, sneaking, ninja, and here, shinobi komu. This means to sneak into something, to creep into something, right? So creep into, sneak into my house, watashi no ie, and then we have odorobo. So dorobo here means a thief or a robber, and odorobo is just like a great thief or a great robber. So she's calling him, the master thief, right? That type of thing. And then followed by onegai. That just means please.
しばらくしたら裏口を開ける。合図は
After a while, I'm going to open the back door. The signal will be... So, しばらくしたら裏口を開ける。合図は So, しばらく means for a short period of time. したら means when a short period of time has been done. しばらくしたら after a short while. 裏口を開ける. So, 開ける means to open, and 裏口 here means the back opening or the back door. So remember ura, as we saw with urate, meaning the back of something. Ura, here ura guchi. Guchi is the same guchi from deguchi, exit, right? And guchi, the opening. So the ura guchi, the back opening, the back door. Then aizu. Aizu here means a signal, right? So something that they're going to show that signifies, that's when you do something. That's the signal, right? So like when I scratch my eyebrow, that's the signal. That would be aizu. Okay, and so there's the aizu, there's the signal when the lights turn on. Akari ga tsuitara. So akari we know is lights, and tsuku means to turn on, and tara means when it is turned on. So akari ga tsuitara, when the lights are turned on, sore ga, that is aizu. That is the signal. Guess I'll go. 行くか。
裏口を開けると廊下があるの。
When you open the back door, there's a corridor. 裏口を開けると廊下があるの。So, 裏口を開ける to open the back door, and then followed by the to. When a verb is followed by the to particle, it is often here in the middle of a sentence showing that when you do the first action, the second thing will occur. So, when you open the back door, 裏口を開けると, there will be a corridor. 廊下がある。
正面の扉は開けちゃダメ。右側の部屋が目的の場所だから。
Don't open the front door because the target room is the room on the right. So not the front door, but the right door. So we can see that here, not the one behind in front of Cloud's face, but just slightly to the right. That is the target room. So 正面の扉は開けちゃダメ. 正面 is literally right in front of you, right? 正面. So ura, you have seen right in the back. 正面 would be here in the front. 正面の扉, tobira meaning the door. So 扉を開けちゃダメ. It is no good to open it. You cannot open it. You must not open it. 開けちゃダメ. 右側の部屋. So 右側, migi means right. Gawa is the side. We've already seen that in this chapter. So 右側, on the right side の部屋, the room on the right side, 右側の部屋が目的の場所. So 目的 here is the target, and then 場所 is the place. So the target place, the target room, is the room on the right. 右側の部屋.
ビックスたちと盛大に騒いでママを引きつけておくから。
Biggs and us, we're going to make a lot of noise and attract Mum's attention. Biggs たちと盛大に騒いでママを引きつけおくから。So, Biggs たちと with Biggs and the rest, right? With Biggs and the guys, with Biggs and Wedge. 盛大 here means grand, magnificent, on a large scale. And then 騒ぐ here means to make a noise. So, 盛大に騒ぐ means to make noise on a large scale, right? So, they're gonna make merry, they're gonna, make a lot of chatter, they're gonna ask questions, they're gonna, keep Mum occupied and distracted with the noise. So, 盛大に騒いでママを引きつけておく. So, 引きつける here means to pull someone's attention. Hiki means to pull, tsukeru is to attach. So you're kind of, pulling and attaching someone to something. Hiki tsukeru, to draw near, to attract, to fascinate, to charm. So she's taking her attention. That's what she's hiki tsukeru. And then we have hiki tsukete oku means that they're going to do it in advance, right? So they're going to do this so that he is okay to make noise in that room.
音は立てても大丈夫。
It's okay, even if you make noise. And so there is exactly it right there. Oto wa tatete mo daijoubu. So oto here means a sound, right? A noise, a sound, like a, right? That is an oto. The sound wa tatete mo. So tateru here means to make a noise. Now we've previously seen this in other episodes. So normally it would be oto o tateru, which means to make a noise, but it's oto wa tatetemo means that as for noise, even if you make it, right? So, oto wa tatetemo daijoubu. It's okay.
パパがいるけど気にしないで。
Dad's in there, but don't worry. Papa ga iru kedo kini shinai de. So, papa here is the papa, right? The way of saying daddy, papa. Just like mama is to say mama or mummy, right? Papa would be dad or daddy. So, papa ga iru kedo, Dad is in there, however, kini shinai de. Don't worry about it. So kini suru means to, be concerned about something, to worry about something, and kini shinai de, please, just don't be worried about it. So don't worry, Dad's in there.
パパの ID カードを探してほしいの。部屋のどこかにあるはずなんだけど。
I need you to find my dad's ID card. It should be in his room somewhere. Papa no ID カードを探してほしいの。部屋のどこかにあるはずなんだけど。So, Papa no ID card. Dad's ID card. So, card here is for a card. So, we're learning lots of katakana, Japanese and English already. It's quite easy for, learners, but sometimes it can be a bit confusing. O sagashite hoshii. So, when you have a verb in the te form followed by hoshi, that means I want you to do that verb. So, sagashite hoshi means I want you to search for, and then indicated by the o particle, what she wants him to search for, Papa no ID card. Oh, then she says, heya no dokoka ni, so somewhere in the room, dokoka means somewhere, aru hazu nandakedo. So aru, to exist, hazu, expects to be the case, nanda here is, it is that. So she's saying something with confidence. She's saying something with a kind of level of expectation. It is that, it should be in the room somewhere. Heya no dokoka ni aru hazu nandakedo.
自分じゃやれそうになくてさ。
I don't think I can do it myself. 自分じゃやれそうになくてさ。So, 自分じゃ, if it's myself, やれそう, to seem to be able to do something, になくてさ。やれそうになくて means to not seem to be able to do something. And then the sa particle here is to kind of show that she's teaching him something. Like, look, it's not something that I can do myself. It doesn't seem like something I can do myself. 自分じゃやれそうになくてさ。
お願いね、クラウド。
Please, Cloud. お願いね、クラウド。
手紙?
A letter? Tegami? So, tegami here is another very simple and 5-level word just for a letter. So if you get a letter in the mail, that is tegami. And so Cloud has found a tegami in Jessie's dad's room, and he's going to read it.
パパ、ママ。今までずっと連絡できなくてごめんなさい。
Dad, Mum, I'm sorry I've been out of touch all of this time. Papa, mama. 今までずっと連絡できなくてごめんなさい. So, ごめんなさい here is a way to apologize. If you were to say I'm sorry, you would put that at the end of the sentence, ごめんなさい, or you could just put it by itself, ごめんなさい. It's a very, very, very common expression. Now, if we have a look at the kanji for ごめんなさい, that is the kanji for it. Now, it's not usually written, it's usually written in hiragana only, but again, this is, the kanji for ごめんなさい.
私は今ゴールドソーサーにいます。女優になる夢をついに叶えたの。
I'm in the gold saucer now, and my dream of becoming an actress has finally come true. 私は今ゴールドソーサーにいます。女優になる夢をついに叶えたの。So, 女優 here means an actress. Now, this is a very common kanji, the you at the end there. You can put that to say you're like an actor of something. So, 女優 would be an actress. 声優 would be a voice actor. And so here, 女優になる夢, the dream of becoming an actress, or ついに叶えた. Now, this means finally or at last. So, ついに叶えた means it has finally come true. Now, ついに is showing that it's been a long time to get to this point, to get to her 夢 being 叶えた, to get to her dreams coming true. Now, this is actually an interesting case where the Japanese is much more descriptive than the English version. In the English version, she simply just says, I'm working at the Gold Saucer as an actress. Well, that doesn't really show any, deep dream and long struggle to become an actress. That just says that that's what she's doing right now. Like she ran away from home and now she just happens to be working at the Gold Saucer. So this is interesting. This is actually a case where the Japanese version is much more descriptive than the English.
たくさん迷惑かけたけど。
I've caused a lot of trouble, but たくさん迷惑かけたけど. So たくさん here means a lot. What is a lot of? たくさん迷惑. So 迷惑 here is an annoyance, a trouble, and then かけた, 迷惑かける means to cause someone trouble. So she's caused people a lot of trouble. たくさん迷惑かけたけど.
ようやく胸を張ってパパとママを招待できます。
At last, I can finally invite mum and dad with pride. ようやく胸を張ってパパとママを招待できます. Now here with ようやく we have another word that means at last or finally. With ついに that just means that a long time has passed to get to this point, but ようやく means that you have been desiring it for a long time and it's been gradually getting to this point and now finally we're at that point. And that here is ようやく. And so ようやく胸を張って means to throw out your chest with pride, right? To be very proud. Oh, yes, I did a good job. Ho, 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 right? That is mune or haru, right? When you're very proud, you puff out your chest, and that's here. Mune, your chest. Haru is to, put out. So you're putting out your chest. Papa to mama, papa and mama, or 招待できます. So 招待 here means to invite someone to something. Now, this is kind of a little bit formal, right? To give someone an invitation to, to invite someone to an event or something. That here would be 招待. So I'm able finally to invite my mum and dad with pride. ようやく胸を張ってパパとママを招待できます. Again, the English version here is not as descriptive as the Japanese. It doesn't quite show the emotion that Jessie has gone through to become an actress and how she's wanted to include her family as a part of that. Here she just says, but I managed to land a starring role. Here are 2 tickets. Looking forward to seeing you there. I don't think the English translation does a very good job of portraying Jessie's emotion and struggle of becoming an actress, finally making that dream come true. But that's how it is.
主演ジェシー主演
Starring Jessie in the lead role? 主演 Jessie? 主演? So 主演 here means to star in something, to be the leading role. And so Jessie is starring in a play? What's this? What the hell? Now, in the English version, he just says Jessie Raspberry as the princess? So, yeah, it's kind of saying the same thing, right? That it is a starring role. However, in the English version, they just made this part up about her last name and the princess. Maybe they say this later, but in this line, they certainly don't mention her last name or being a princess.
マコーロの整備担当だったんだ、うちのパパ。
He was in charge of the maintenance of the reactor, my dad. So, マコーロの整備担当だったんだ、うちのパパ。Makoro, the Mako reactor, no Seibi Tanto. Seibi means to kind of take care of something, to maintenance something, and then Tanto means to be in charge of a certain thing. So if you have like a certain category at work, like a division, right, that would be that person's Tanto, that is what they're in charge of, that is what they're responsible for. And so he was responsible, he was in charge of taking care of the maintenance of the Mako reactor. Makoro no Seibi Tanto dattanda. So he was. And then Uchi no papa, my dad. I'll borrow this. Kariruzo. And so he's found the ID card that he's looking for. I'll borrow this. Thank you very much. And now he has finished his mission and he says Ninmu Kanryo. So Ninmu is the mission and then Kanryo means to have finished this thing. So mission complete, Ninmu Kanryo. Or if you have a look in the English version, mission accomplished, which is the same thing.
今は舞台に上がってないんでしょ。それでもゴールドソーサーがいいの？
ジェシーは頼りにされてるっす。
でも裏方さんなんでしょ。もう帰ってきなさいよ。ほら、八番街の劇場を目指すなんてどう？
ああ、いいかもね。ママ、私たちそろそろ行かなくちゃ。
もう？
本当は寄るつもりなかったんだよね。ウェッジがピザ食べたいって言うから。
ごちそうさました。
ウェッジ足りたの？
あと2枚はいけそうっす。
ウェッジ
ピザは作戦のうちっす。ペコペコじゃお腹も気持ちもしぼむから。
次に使う爆弾の火薬ユニットを差し替えるつもり。どうしても売人と連絡がつかないからシンラの倉庫からいただいちゃおうかと。お待たせ。
これでいいか。
ここからが本番。これで76分室の倉庫に潜入できる。
じゃあ行くか。
私が一人で行く。どこから何を持ち帰ればいいのか知ってるのは私だけだから。
じゃあ俺らピザ食いに来ただけかよ。
ただで返すと思う？腹ごなしにクラウドを手伝って。ほら、さっき私たちでママの注意を引きつけたでしょ。なんて言うんだっけ、ああいうの。ほら。
陽動だな。
それさすがソルジャー。
じゃあ今度はシンラの人たちとピザを食べるっすか？食った分動けってことだよ。お前が中にいる間警備の目を俺たちに向ければいいんだな。
そうそう、さすがビックス。合図の照明弾が上がったらみんなは倉庫前の広場を正面突破。思いっきり暴れてできるだけ時間を稼いで。
ソルジャー頼みの力技だな。
作戦の所要時間は？
それほど長くはかからないと思う。終わったらもう一度照明弾を使うからこの先の空き地で落ち合おう。
待てよ、どうやってスラムに戻る？始発に紛れ込むか？
ダメ、今夜のうちに戻らなくちゃ。方法は考えてあるから大丈夫。じゃあまた後で。
では陽動部隊も行きますか。
今は舞台に上がってないんでしょ。
Okay, so now moving on to a nice little scene inside the house, what's going on with Jessie and her mum. And so here Jessie's mum asks her, "You're not on the stage right now, are you? So, 今は舞台に上がってないんでしょ?" So, 今は, as for now, 舞台 here means the stage, right? The stage of the theater, the scene of a setting of a movie or a novel or a play. And so performing on stage here would be the 舞台. So, 今は舞台に上がってない. 上がる means to go up on. So right now you're not going up on stage, right? でしょ?
それでもゴールドソーサーがいいの?
Even so, is gold saucer still okay? Like, would you still prefer gold saucer? それでも, even so, ゴールドソーサーがいいの? So, even though you're not still on stage, is the gold saucer okay?
ジェシーは頼りにされてるっす。
Jessie is being relied on. Jessie は頼りにされているっす。So, 頼りにする means to depend on someone. 頼りにされている means that she is being depended on.
でも裏方さんなんでしょ。もう帰ってきなさいよ。
But you're working behind the scenes, aren't you? Come on, come home, please. でも、裏方さんなんでしょ？もう帰ってきなさいよ。So, demo, however, urakata here means someone that works behind the scenes. Ura, again, we're learning so much use of this ura kanji. Ura means behind, right, back. Urakata, kata here means person. So you're a person from behind, you're a person in the back. You're, working behind the scenes in a play. And so here we can see there, it's someone who works behind the scenes. Urakata-san nan desho. So it is that you are, a behind the scenes person, right? More already kaite kinasai yo. So, come on, come home.
ほら、八番街の劇場を目指すなんてどう？
Look, how about aiming for the theater in Sector 8? Hora, hachibangai no gekijo o mezasu nante dou? So, hora, hey, look, hachibangai, the Sector 8, and then we have gekijo. So, gekijo is a theater, a playhouse. Where that butai happens is inside the gekijo, inside the theater. And so here, hachibangai no gekijo, the theater of Sector 8, o mezasu. That means to aim for the theater in Sector 8. So she's saying, how about giving up on the gold saucer and trying your luck at the Sector 8 theater, gekijo?
ああ、いいかもね。
Yeah, that might be good. Ah, いいかもね. So, yeah, she's agreeing with her mum.
あのね、ママ。私たち、そろそろ行かなくちゃ。
Mum, we really should be going. あのね、ママ、私たちそろそろ行かなきゃ。
もう？
Already? More?
本当は寄るつもりなかったんだよね。
Actually, I wasn't intending on dropping by. 本当は寄るつもりなかったんだよね. And so 本当は here is an expression to say actually, truth be told, the truth is. So as for the truth, the reality is 寄るつもりなかった, which means that I did not intend to stop by. So here 寄る means to stop by, to drop in. Right? It can mean to approach something or to come near, but it can also mean just to drop by someone's house to pay someone a visit. And so here is another word to kind of mean to visit someone, yoru. So yoru tsumori, to intend on dropping by, nakata, I didn't. So I didn't intend on dropping by, yoru tsumori nakata.
ウェッジがピザ食べたいって言うから。
Wedge がピザ食べたいって言うから. So, because Wedge said that he wanted to eat pizza. So, 食べる means to eat, pizza is what he wants to eat, and then ていう means you're quoting something that someone said or defining what something is called. So, he said here that he wants to eat pizza. And so you can see before the ていう is exactly what he said. Pizza 食べたい.
ごちそうさました。
Thanks for the meal. ごちそうさました. So, ごちそうさま here is what you say when you say thank you. So we've actually already learnt what you say before a meal. You say itadakimasu, which means I will receive the meal. And then when you finish the meal, you say ごちそうさま. This means, oh, I've had a big feast, right? ごちそう is actually by itself to have a big feast. Sama is being very honorable and polite. So it's like saying, thank you for the feast. Thank you for the lovely meal. ごちそうさま.
ウェッジ足りたの？
Wedge, did you have enough? Wedgie, taritano? So, tariru here means to be sufficient, to be enough. If you want to ask someone like, do you have enough? You would ask them, tariru. So, for example, maybe you don't have enough money in your wallet to buy the pizza or something. You could ask your friend, tariru, right? Do you have enough money? That kind of use. So, very, very common word.
あと2枚はいけそうっす。
I think I can do 2 more slices. So, あと2枚はいけそうっす. And so, mai is the counter for flat objects. So, when you see mai, you think of a flat object. So, if something could be flat, like a piece of paper, then it could be mai. If something is flat, for example, like a pizza, then it could be mai, right? It's a counter. Unfortunately, in Japanese, we have lots of different counters after specific types of things. And so for flat objects, we can count with mai. Nimai wa ikeso. Ikeru means to be able to do it, to be able to go. Ikeso means I seem to be able to go. So I think I can do 2 more slices. Ato nimai wa ikesos.
Wedge!
Wedge!
ピザは作戦のうちっす。
Pizza is a part of the operation. So yes, you're very right, Wedge. Pizza is always an important part of any successful military operation. So pizza wa sakusen no uchi. So pizza wa, as for pizza, sakusen no uchi, to be a part or to be within the operation. So he's saying that, look, this is all a part of the operation. You know, me eating pizza is an important part too.
ペコペコじゃお腹も気持ちもしぼむから。
If I'm hungry, my stomach and feelings will wither. So, peko peko ja, peko peko means to be very, very hungry. Peko peko sort of means to be like, oh, I'm so hungry, peko peko. You just want to eat something. So, peko peko ja, if you are hungry, onaka mo kimochi mo. So, onaka is your belly, kimochi is your feelings. So, your feelings and your belly, shibomu. Shibomu here means to wither. Like when a flower kind of, withers away, this would be shibomu. And so he's saying that his energy, his stomach, his feelings will also wither, right? So food is very important. Pizza is very important. And I couldn't agree more.
次に使う爆弾の火薬ユニットを差し替えるつもり。
And now Cloud is kind of remembering what Jessie said, and so here this is all a review of previous lessons. I intend to replace the gunpowder unit in the next bomb I'm going to use. 次に使う爆弾の火薬ユニットを差し替えるつもり。
どうしても売人と連絡がつかないから。
But no matter what, I can't get in touch with the dealer. どうしても売人と連絡がつかないから。
シンラの倉庫からいただいちゃおうかと。
So, I thought I'd take it from Shinra's warehouse. シンラの倉庫からいただいちゃおうかと。
お待たせ。
Sorry to keep you waiting. お待たせ。
これでいいか。
With this, is it okay? これでいいか? So, これ, this, で, with this いいか? Is it okay? So, is this okay?
ここからが本番。
From here is the main performance. ここからが本番. So we've actually seen some interesting use of this bun, debun, right? One's time on stage. Honban is the main performance. So there's lots of language in this chapter to kind of talk about, connecting Jessie with her play and her drama background. And so this is the main performance. ここからが本番.
これで76分室の倉庫に潜入できる。
With this, it will allow us to infiltrate the storeroom in Branch Office 76. これで76分室の倉庫に潜入できる. So, これで with this, 76 means 76. 分室 means a detached office or an annex. So here it's kind of, the branch office 76, the office 76, 76分室の倉庫. So the warehouse in office 76 に into 潜入できる. 潜入 meaning to sneak in. So if you've been a fan of the Metal Gear Solid series so far, you will know this word, senyu, meaning to infiltrate into something. And so that's exactly what this episode is all about. We are infiltrating into this soko, into this warehouse.
じゃあ、行くか。
Well, let's go. じゃあ、行くか。
私が一人で行く。
I'll go alone. 私が一人で行く。
どこから何を持ち帰ればいいのか知ってるのは私だけだから。
Because I'm the only one who knows what to bring back from where. So, どこから何を持ち帰ればいいのか知ってるのは私だけだから。So, どこから from where 何を what 持ち帰ればいい. So, what it is good, what I should bring back. 持ち帰る here means to actually, take something to bring it back. It can also mean takeout food. So if you go to McDonald's or something, if you say 持ち帰りお願いします, that means that you want to take it, take out, right? You don't want to eat at the restaurant, you want to take it in a bag. So 持ち帰り, 持ち帰る, 持ち帰ればいいのか. I wonder if it's good. What you should bring back from where してるのは the one that knows 私だけだから. Because I'm the only one.
じゃあ俺らピザ食いに来ただけかよ。
So, we're just here to come eat pizza? んじゃ、俺らピッツァ食いに来ただけかよ? So, んじゃ is それでは、そんじゃ, んじゃ. So it's like a huge contraction. んじゃ. So, 俺ら we ピッツァ食いに来た to come to eat pizza だけ only かよ. Is it that the case, right? So a question. So, what? So what, we're just here to eat the pizza?
ただで返すと思う？
You think I'll just send you home? ただで返すと思う? So ただで means like for free or without doing anything, like just ただで 無料, just for free. And then 返す is to send home. So it's like, do you think I'm just going to send you home for free, right? Without you doing anything to eat pizza. So ただで返す to send someone home. 帰る to return home. 返す to send someone home. 返すと思う? Do you think I'm just going to send you back home?
腹ごなしにクラウドを手伝って。
To help settle your dinner, help Cloud out. So, 腹ごなしにクラウドを手伝って. So, this new word here we have 腹ごなし. This means to exercise, to help with your digestion. So, 腹ごなし. So, this word, you have 腹ごなしに, and then there's something following it. So, in order to help with your digestion of your food, you do the thing followed by the ni. Here, it's to help Cloud out, but it could be, for example, 腹ごなしに散歩する. So, to go for a walk in order to help with your digestion.
ほら、さっき私たちでママの注意を引きつけたでしょ？
Look, we pulled Mum's attention earlier, right? ほら、さっき私たちでママの注意を引きつけたでしょ? So, ほら, look, さっき here means just a short while ago. So, just previously, さっき、私たちで with us, ママの注意を引きつけたでしょ? And so now we see the expression to actually talk about attracting someone's attention. So we saw 引きつける to kind of pull someone, right? To charm someone. But it was always talking about the 注意, right? And this is a phrase to say to attract someone's attention. So the 注意, right? Someone's, where someone's looking, where someone's being, cautious about. 注意を引く means to take that attention, right? To pull that away, to attract that attention. And so, hey, look, we pulled Mum's attention before, right?
なんて言うんだっけ、ああいうの。ほら。
I don't know what you call it. It's like, なんて言うんだっけ、ああいうの、ほら. So she's like, what do you call that thing? Like, you attracted the attention. What do you call that thing?
陽動だな。
A diversion. 陽動だな. And so Cloud finishes off Jessie's sentence and he says yodo. So this is a diversion. It's an action that is meant to attract the attention away from something, right? So you do an explosion in this area to divert attention from over here, right? And that's exactly here with the yodo, the diversion.
それそれ、さすがソルジャー。
That's it. That's it. As expected, soldier. So, sore sore. That means, yeah, that. Sasuga, as expected, soldier.
じゃあ今度は神羅の人たちとピザを食べるっすか？
Huh? So now you want to eat pizza with Shinra people? じゃあ今度はShinraの人たちとピザを食べるっすか? So now, Wedge is a little bit confused what's going on. Why are we talking about eating pizza? What are we talking about diversions? Hi, I'm so confused.
食った分動けってことだよ。
It means to work off the amount that you ate. So, now's your time to do the work for the amount that you ate before. 食った分動けってこと. So, 食った分, ku means to eat, bun means the amount. So the amount that you ate, 食った分動け. That means to move it, right? So work off the amount that you ate. 食った分動けってこと. That's what it means. So it means, work off what you ate.
お前が中にいる間、警備の目を俺たちに向ければいいんだな。
So, we're just supposed to keep the guards' eyes on us while you're in there, right? お前が中にいる間. Ida here means during the span or period of time of something, the interval of something. So, we can see the interval of what? お前が中にいる. So, while you are inside, お前が中にいる間, 警備の目を. So, 警備の目 is the eyes of the security guards, or means we're going to do something to the eyes of the security guards, and then 俺たちに, which means to us, 向ければいいんだな. So, 向ける here means to point towards, right? So, 向かう means to head towards, 向ける means to face towards. So, face towards, 俺たち, face towards us.
そうそう、さすがビックス。
Yes, that's right, Biggs. So, sasuga Biggs. So now Jessie's using the same line that she used on Cloud to say, yes, that's right.
合図の照明弾が上がったら、みんなは倉庫前の広場を正面突破。
When the signal flare goes off, everyone breaks through the square in the front of the warehouse. So, 合図の照明弾が上がったら, so, 合図の照明弾 means the flare for the signal, right? The signal's flare, aizu being signal, and then this new word, shomeidan, being a flare, right? So you shoot it up in the sky, and it makes a kind of, a signal. That's here, the flare. Shomeidan ga agattara. So when I put up the flare, minna wa, as for everyone, soko mae no hiroba o shomen toppa. So, soko mae means in front of the warehouse. No hiroba here means the public square. It means the opening, right? It's kind of like the square, the plaza, the openings, the open space. So the open space in front of the warehouse, maybe that's where they park their trucks or whatever, right? That open space in front of the warehouse, shomen toppa. So shomen, we know, is the front, and toppa means to break through. So break through the front when I send up the flare. 合図の照明弾が上がったら、みんなは走行前の広場を正面突破。
思いっきり暴れて、できるだけ時間を稼いで。
Cause as much commotion as you can and buy me some time. So, 思いっきり暴れて、できるだけ時間を稼いで。So, we have quite a few new words here. 思いきり. This is an interesting expression to say to do something with all of your might, with all of your heart, to the utmost, right? So do it as much as you can, just to your utmost. Abareru. Abareru means to just cause a ruckus, right? Just go all out. Cause a riot, cause a rage, act violently, right? So really cause a scene, right? Like blow some stuff up, right? So omoikiri abarete, so really cause a scene. Dekiru dake means as much as possible, right? As much as you can. Jikan o kaseide. So jikan means time, and kasegu means to kind of earn, to make, or here to save time. So save as much time for me as possible. Dekiru dake jikan o kaseide.
ソルジャー頼みの力技だな。
Manual labor for a soldier, huh? ソルジャー頼みの力技だな。So, chikarawaza here is the new word that means manual labor, heavy work. So, chikara is your strength. Waza is kind of a technique, right? So, manual labor. And he says, soruja tanomi no chikarawaza means that it's the manual work kind of suited for a soldier, right? Something that you request to the soldier. Now, in the English version, he says, you're gonna run this guy into the ground, aren't you? So, in the Japanese, he's just saying, this is heavy lifting for the soldier, right? Here's some work for the soldier to do. But in the English version, he's kind of implying that Jessie is really, working Cloud hard, right? He's really making the most out of Cloud's, ability.
作戦の所要時間は
What's the time required for the operation? 作戦の所要時間は So, 作戦, the operation, the mission, and then we have 所要時間. So, 所要 here means to be required, 時間 is the time, so the time required, 所要時間.
それほど長くはかからないと思う。
I don't think it will be that long. それほど長くはかからないと思う. So, それほど means to that extent, that much. So, that much, 長くは so to be long. As for that long, I don't think かからないと思う. It won't take that long. So かかる means to take. 時間をかかる means to take time. And here she's just saying かからないと思う means that she doesn't think it's going to take that long.
終わったらもう一度照明弾を使うから、この先の空き地で落ち合おう。
When I'm done, I'll use the flare again and we'll meet up in the clearing down the road. 終わったら when I'm finished, もう一度 one more time, 照明弾を使うから since I'll use the flare one more time, この先 just a little bit beyond here, 空き地 here means a vacant lot or a kind of open space. 空きる literally means to be open, and then 地 means ground. So it's the space, the land that is open, right? A vacant space. Akichi de, and then we have ochiao. So ochiao here means to meet up, right? To join up. It's like you have two rivers that are joining together. That is ochiao. And so, they're joining together, right? We will join up together where? Here we have akichi de, at the open vacant space.
待てよ。どうやってスラムに戻る？始発に紛れ込むか？
Wait up, how do we get back to the slum? Are we gonna slip on the first train? 待ってよ, wait up. どうやってスラムに戻る? So どうやって means how, right? He's asking how is the method that we're gonna do, in what way, how are we gonna do it? スラムに戻る, how are we going to return back to the slums? And then he says, 始発に紛れ込むか? So shihatsu actually means the first train of the day. Shi here is kind of the beginning, hatsu is departing, so it's the first departure. He's talking about the train, the first departure of the day, the first train leaving back for the slums. And then he says magire komu, and this means to kind of slip in, right? To kind of sneak into, to just, you go into the crowd, magire komu, and you just disappear, right? You slip it in through the crowd.
ダメ。今夜のうちに戻らなくちゃ。
No, we have to be back tonight. ダメ。今夜のうちに戻らなきゃ。
方法は考えてあるから大丈夫。
I've thought of a way, so it's gonna be okay. 方法は考えてあるから大丈夫。So, 方法 here means a method or a way of doing something, and then 考える means to think. So, 考えてある means that I have thought about something. I have a thought. 方法は as for a method 考えてあるから because I have thought up a method. 大丈夫 it'll be okay.
じゃあまた後で。
Okay, I'll see you all later. じゃあまた後で。
では陽動部隊も行きますか。
Now the diversionary force will also go, I guess. So, では陽動部隊も行きますか。So, では well then, and 陽動部隊 here means the diversionary force, right? 陽動 the diversion, and then 部隊 here means a unit. So, they are the diversion unit. も行きますか。I guess we'll go, huh?
ジェシーの親父さんいたろ。
ああ、
魔法中毒ってやつさ。ジェシーがゴールドソーサーのショーで、こんな話興味ねえか。
いや、聞いておこ
ジェシーはずっと役者志望で努力してショーの主役を勝ち取った。両親も大喜びさ。ところがだ、公演の直前に
お父さんが倒れちゃったっす。
過労だ。しかも倒れた場所が悪くて魔法だまり近くの通路で半日以上放置されていた。そのせいで発見されてからこっちあの状態だ。そんな時に生命学や本家のアバランチと出会って今に至るってわけだ。
ジェシーは信じているっす。お父さんの命はこっちと星の中を行ったり来たりしてるんじゃないかって。だから早く魔法炉を止めないと。
親父さんの命が消えてしまう。今笑ったか。
う。星の命がどうこうよりずっと共感できる。
そういう意味か。魔法の中にはいろんな願いや思いが流れてる。てめえの都合で好き勝手に利用していいもんじゃねえんだ、きっと。あ、話したってことジェシーには内緒だぞ。あいつ怒ると手がつけらんねえんだから。
それはどうだろう。
俺たち殴られるかも。
興味ないね。
こいつ。
お、ジェシーの言ってた空き地。作戦が終わったらここに集合っす。
合図があるまでは慎重にな。
静かっすね。
この奥が広場のはずだな。
待て、警備が一人もいない。
え？
どうやら先客がいるらしい。
ジェシーじゃないっすよね、これ。
厄介なことになってなきゃいいが。
確かめよ
誰もいねえ。どうなってやがる。
あっちが広場、奥が倉庫っす。ジェシーは裏から回ってるはずだけど。
ひとまずは様子見だ。今のうちに作戦を。
う。やるのは俺一人でいい。
俺ら足手まといだってか。んなこと言うなよ。
仲間っすからね。
面倒は見ないぞ。
準備があるなら今のうちにな。終わったら声をかけてくれ。
足りないものはそこの自販機で。
あっちに訓練所があるみてえだな。 バトルしたけりゃ言ってみな。
緊張してお腹が鳴りそうっす。お腹が空いても忘れ物しても自販機があれば安心っす。
ジェシーの親父さんいたろ。
Okay, so now we're making our way to the warehouse, and on the way we have a kind of interesting conversation with Biggs and Wedge about Jessie's situation. And so starting off, Biggs asks Cloud, Jessie's old man was there, right? Jessie no oyaji-san itaro. So Jessie no oyaji-san here is talking about her old man, right? It means someone's father, but it's used in a way of kind of referring to someone's, my old man, his old man, their old man. Oyaji-san itaro. So itaro is actually a contraction of itadaro, but because the ta and the da sound very, very similar, they blend together to just itaro. And so itaro here is just a slang way of saying itataro, right? You're putting the two together. Yeah. There's another one.
魔法中毒ってやつさ。ジェシーがゴールドソーサーのショーで
It's called Mako poisoning. Jessie was at the Gold Saucer show. So, Mako 中毒ってやつさ、ジェシーがゴールドソーサーのショーで。So, while Jessie was at the show in the Gold Saucer, this thing called Mako poisoning. And so, Mako 中毒。
ああ、こんな話興味ねえか。
This kind of story, you're not interested, huh? こんな話興味ないか？
いや、聞いておこう。
No, let's hear it. Yeah, 聞いておこう。So this is interesting. This chapter is very important for the growth of Cloud's character, particularly in his relationship being close to Avalanche. He starts off very distant, he doesn't care, and we can see here that he's getting closer and closer to everyone, particularly here closer to Biggs. And so here he actually says, like, they're expecting him to not want to listen, and he says, no, I want to hear, let's hear it out. So yeah, 聞いておこう。
ジェシーはずっと役者志望で
Jessie always wanted to be an actress. ジェシーはずっと役者志望で。So, as for Jessie, Jessie はずっと means the whole time 役者志望で with the ambition to become an actress. So, 役者 here is an actor or an actress. So here, talking about wanting to join that play, and then shibo here is showing that want. That is the ambition that she's had. That's the desire she's had. That is her shibo. So with the ambition to become an actress,
努力してショーの主役を勝ち取った。両親も大喜びさ。
she tried and tried and she won a leading role. Her parents were also very happy. So, 努力して、ショーの主役を勝ち取った。両親も大喜びさ。Okay, so, 努力して。努力 means to put in effort towards something, to endeavor towards something. So, she's putting in the hard work, she's really doing her best. 努力して。ショーの主役を勝ち取った。So, ショー is the show, ショーの主役 is the leading role in a show を勝ち取った。勝ち means to win, 取る means to take. So, to take and to, gain for yourself, you've won and you've gained something, that would be 勝ち取った。So, she fought really hard and she finally won, the leading role in a show. Both of her parents were over the moon. They were very, very happy. 両親も大喜びだ。So, 喜ぶ means to be happy, right? To be very, happy, like, oh, 喜び、嬉しい, right? 喜び, to be delighted, but 大喜び is to be just really happy. So, she worked so hard and she finally, made her dreams come true. Now, in the game translation, he says she worked her ass off for years until finally she caught a break. Top billing. Parents were thrilled.
ところがだ。公演の直前に
However, just before the performance, ところがだ、公演の直前に. So, ところが means even so, right? Despite, on the contrary. So, despite all of that effort, ところがだ、公演の直前. So, 公演 is a public performance. 公 meaning public, en meaning the performance. So, the public performance, 公演の直前. 直前 is just right before something happens. Immediately just before, right? So, 公演の直前 means that just as she's about to go on stage,
お父さんが倒れちゃったっす。
her father collapsed. お父さんが倒れちゃったっす. So here we can already tell that it's Wedge talking, even if we didn't just hear his voice, because we have that su at the end. So her father collapsed just as she was going to go on a stage. So お父さん here is her father. It's an honorable way to talk about someone's father. You can also talk about your own father that way, お父さん、お母さん. So お父さんが her father 倒れちゃった. Chatta means to have done something regretfully or to completely have done, and taoreru means to have fallen. Now, it can just mean to fall over, taoreru, but if we have a look here at the third definition, it can also be to be confined to bed with an illness or to break down due to overwork.
過労だ。しかも倒れた場所が悪くて。
And that is actually what happens to be happening here. It was overwork. 過労だ. So karo is a very important word in Japanese society. Lately, since the 90s, there's been a whole bunch of this thing called karoshi. That means death from overwork. Shi meaning death and karo meaning overwork. And so karoda, it was overwork. Her father overworked. Shikamo, moreover. So even more than the fact that he fell over, taoreta basho ga warukute. The place that he fell over was bad.
マコウダマリ近くの通路で半日以上放置されていた。
In a passage near the Mako pool, he was left there for more than half a day. So, Mako damari chikaku no tsuro de. Okay, so Mako damari, we've actually learned this I think in chapter 1. It's the pool of Mako. Chikaku means near that. And then we have tsuro here is a new word meaning a passage or a pathway. So maybe it's like a hallway that opens up into, the Mako reactor where the pool is, where all the Mako is bubbling. And so in that tsuro, in that passageway, that's where he fell, because we can see that with the de particle, that's showing where he fell. And then hannichi ijo, hannichi means half a day, han is half, nichi is day. So for half a day, ijo, even more than half a day, hochi sareteita. He was left alone and abandoned there. Now, maybe not on purpose, but just he was left there, right? He fell over and he was left in that state in this hallway, surrounded by Mako fumes for more than half a day. Mako damari chikaku no tsuro de hannichi ijo hochi sareteita.
そのせいで発見されてからこっちあの状態だ。
Because of that, he's been in that state ever since he was found. そのせいで発見されてからこっちあの状態だ. So, そのせいで se means someone's fault. Here's where the blame is. And it's usually used with the bad outcomes. So we've actually previously learned okage de. This is to say due to someone, thanks to someone. That's in a positive way. But no sei de, this means because of someone, like a blame, right? The bad thing. So sono sei de, thanks to that, because of that, hakken sarete kara, since being discovered. So hakken suru means to discover, hakken sareru means that he was discovered. So hakken sarete kara, since he was discovered like that, ano joutai da. He's been in that kind of state. So jotai is the state or condition that someone is in. And so as we saw, he's stuck to a bed, he seems to be in some sort of coma, and so that's the jotai that he's talking about. That's his state.
そんな時に生命学や本家のアバランチと出会って。
At that time, she discovered planetology and also met up with their head group of Avalanche. So, そんな時に at that time, and then we have this new and quite difficult word, 生命学. So this word actually does not appear in any dictionary that I could find. This is the word for planetology. Now, this is kind of, a science study within the Final Fantasy universe, the study of planets, that type of thing, kind of the study of Mako energy and things like that. And so that's here, 生命学. So 生命学や so things like planetology, and then 本家のアバランチと出会って. So the main head branch of Avalanche to with deatte means she met up with, she, got to know. So saying that, around that time she started to study planetology and she met with the heads of Avalanche.
今に至るってわけだ。
And here we are. 今に至るってわけだ. So that means that, this is where we are now. This is where we have reached. This is where we've come to. And that's here, itaru. So itaru here is to arrive at a certain decision, to reach a certain stage. So ima ni, this, we've arrived to here, right now. Ima. And so this line here is signaling that he's kind of talking about the history of her, and now we're at now, right? We've now made it up to the present day. Ima ni itaru te wake da.
ジェシーは信じているっす。
Jessie believes in it. Jessie wa shinjiteru. So, shinjiru means to believe something, right? Whether you believe a faith, whether you believe someone's thing that they said. When you put trust in something on just faith, on believing something, that here is shinjiru. And so Wedge is saying that, Jessie believes all of that stuff about, Mako energy and all things about the planet.
お父さんの命はこっちと星の中を行ったり来たりしてるんじゃないかって。
She thinks that her father's life may be moving back and forward between here and the planet. Okay, so this is our first little touch into the life stream that we can see in the very openings when you had Aerith looking at the flowers and you saw the life stream Mako kind of floating in the air. This is the first bit that we're getting looking at the existence of the live stream in Final Fantasy VII Remake. And so he says that Jessie believes that her father's life is kind of, flickering between the two planes of existence, right? Flickering between the real life and this, mysterious other place, the middle of the planet, and literally the live stream. So, お母さんの命は, as for her father's life, こっちと星の中を. So, こっち here と星の中 and the middle of the planet を行ったり来たり. This means coming and going. So, coming and going between here and the planet. してるんじゃないかって. So, している means to be doing, じゃないか isn't it that? So, isn't it that he's, coming and going? か is like, I guess, and then te is now quoting what she thinks or says. So, she's thinking that, isn't it that, his life is coming and going between here and the planet. お父さんの命はこっちと星の中を行ったり来たりしてるんじゃないかって。
だから早く魔航路を止めないと。
That's why she has to stop the reactor so quickly. だから早く魔航路を止めないと。
親父さんの命が消えてしまう。
Her old man's life will disappear. 親父さんの命が消えてしまう。So kieru, to disappear, to vanish, and shimao means completely. So if we don't stop the Mako reactor soon, her life is going to vanish. Because she believes that he is somewhere in this interstice between, the real world and the kind of Mako world.
今笑ったか?
Did you laugh just now? 今笑ったか? And so warao here means to laugh. So another really useful and common word, warao. You can actually use this warao, just the kanji by itself, to kind of mean like lol in Japanese. So if you just put that kanji by itself after your sentence, sometimes in brackets you have the kanji, that means lol, right? So just an interesting bit, laugh here is warao.
星の命がどうこうより
I can sympathize with that much more than I can with this and that about the life of the planet. 星の命がどうこうよりずっと共感できる. So, here he's saying that he sympathizes more with the fact that her father's life is going to vanish than he can with all of this crap about, the life of the planet and all that kind of stuff. Saying that he still doesn't believe in that, but he can get behind, trying to save her father's life. So, 星の命, the life of the planet, がどこより. So, どこ means this and that, and より means more than. So, more than this and that about, the life of the planet, ずっと共感できる means completely, ずっと, like the whole way. 共感 means to have sympathy or empathy towards something. できる means that he can. So, I can sympathize with that more than this and that about the life of the planet. And he says this in the English version as well. He says, it's just that I can understand how you feel, unlike most of the time. So he doesn't specifically say, that, more than the life of the planet conversation about all of that he can sympathize with, but, it's still the same kind of thing.
そういう意味か.
That's what you mean, huh? そういう意味か. So, そういう means that kind of thing, and then 意味 means meaning. So, that kind of meaning, huh? そういう意味か.
魔法の中にはいろんな願いや思いが流れてる。
Inside Mako, there are all kinds of wishes and thoughts flowing inside it. So, Mako no naka ni wa, as for inside the Mako, いろんな願いや思いが流れている. So, いろんな means various kind of things. いろいろ, いろんな, right? Various kinds of. Negai means your kind of hopes, your desires, your wishes, your prayers, right? Negai, right? Your anything you negao, onegai, right? Negai, something that you hope for. Ya, and things like omoi. So omoi here means your thoughts, but it can also mean your desires and wishes. So both of these words can mean both desire and wishes, but negai is like something that you're kind of, praying for, you're hoping for, and omoi is something that perhaps you're hoping for internally. You're not actually, making any effort to make that, desire be, come true. So いろんな願い, various different prayers, や思い and thoughts and feelings が流れている. So 流れる means to flow, right? 流れる is to flow. 流れている means it is flowing. Where? Mako no naka ni wa. Okay, so all of these thoughts and feelings and everything, they're all flowing inside the Mako. In the English version, however, he says something very different. He says Mako is the essence of life itself, of memory and hope. Whoa, okay. Look, that might be true, but that's definitely not what he's saying here in the original version in the Japanese. He just says that inside Mako is hopes and dreams flowing through. What he's saying in English is much different. He's saying that all life pretty much comes from Mako. Mako is the essence of life. It's the essence of memory and hope. So, that might be true, but it's just not what he's saying in the Japanese.
てめえの都合で好き勝手に利用していいもんじゃねえんだ。
It's not something you can just use for your own convenience, I'm sure of it. So, てめえの都合で好き勝手に利用していいもんじゃねえんだ、きっと。So, てめえの都合で, てめえ means you guys, and then 都合 is your convenience. So if you were to say like 都合がいい means that when something is convenient, 都合が悪い when it's not convenient. So here, てめえの都合で, when it fits you, when it's, fits you best, 好き勝手にmeans doing whatever you please. 好き means to like, 勝手に means arbitrarily, just doing it whatever, right? Without anyone's permission, you just do it however you like. So 好き勝手に doing whatever you please. 利用していいもんじゃねえ。利用する means to utilize something, to make use of something. So 使用 means to use something, but 利用 means to make use of it, to utilize it. So making use of the planet, right? Just like using the energy of the planet however you see fit. That's that 利用する. So 利用していいもんじゃねえ means that it is not a thing that you can just use however you please. 好き勝手に. Finishes off with きっと. I'm sure of it.
あ、話したってこと、ジェシーには内緒だぞ。
Don't tell Jessie I told you. 話したってこと、ジェシーには内緒だぞ. So 話したってこと means 話した is to have talked. てこと means the thing about. So the thing that I've talked to you about, ジェシーには in regards to Jessie, 内緒だぞ. Don't tell her.
あいつ怒ると手がつけらんねえんだから。
Cause she gets out of control when she gets angry. あいつ怒ると手がつけられねえんだから. So, あいつ, that guy, that girl, 怒る here is to get angry. So, 怒ると, when she gets angry, so again we can see this, the verb followed by the to particle and then another kind of phrase means that when this thing happens, the next thing occurs. So, 怒ると, when she gets angry, 手がつけられねえ means that she cannot control herself. She's out of control. So, 手がつけられない is an expression to say something is unmanageable. It's out of hand, right? It's just, whoa, she's out of control. So, when she gets angry, she gets really angry.
それはどうだろう
I'm not so sure about that. それはどうだろう So here Cloud is giving the same response that he gave to those kind of punks in chapter 3. He's saying, well, I don't know about that. それはどうだろう Saying that he's not sure he'll be able to keep it a secret.
俺たち殴られるかも。
We might get beaten up. 俺たち殴られるかも. So 俺たち we, and then 殴られる means to be beaten up, to be punched. かも maybe. Now in the English version, Wedge is not being so polite. He's just saying that we might be punched. But in the English version, he says, he's serious, Cloud. She'll beat the shit out of us. So whoa, where did that swearing come from? So this is an interesting part where we can see that, look, yeah, in English it might be normal to swear in this situation, but in Japanese, swear words aren't really a thing, and he literally just says that, you know, we might get beaten up.
興味ないね
I'm not interested, hey. 興味ないね.
こいつ
This guy, こいつ. And so saying こいつ is like this guy, right? And that's exactly what they did in the game translation as well. Literally just this guy. Look at this guy.
おジェシーの言ってた空き地
Hey, it's the vacant land that Jessie mentioned. Jessie no 言ってた空き地.
作戦が終わったらここに集合っす
When the mission is over, we'll meet here. 作戦が終わったらここに集合す.
合図があるまでは慎重にな
Be careful until there is a signal. So 合図があるまでは慎重にな. So 合図がある, that means that there is a signal まで until. So until there is a signal 慎重にな. Shincho means to do something kind of carefully to really, you know, not make any big mistakes. So be careful until there's the signal.
静かっすね
It's quiet, isn't it? Shizuka desu ne. So shizuka here means that it's very still, it's very peaceful, it's very quiet. And so, you know, there should be noise, right? It shouldn't be so quiet, and this is why Wedge is pointing this out.
この奥が広場のはずだな
The square must be at the back, or, you know, the open space must be at the back. So, この奥が広場のはずだな. So, この奥 here means the behind something, the inner parts of something. So, it's kind of the back of something. If you have like, not the very back, like the ura, that's like behind, like actual, the house, the ura would be like outside, like behind, back. But the oku is more inside, right? And so here we can see the inner parts of the house would be ie no oku. The inner parts of this facility is kono oku. So kono oku ga hiroba no hazu. The square or the opening should be inside here.
待て
Wait, mate.
警備が一人もいない
There's not a single guard. 警備が一人もいない.
どうやら先客がいるらしい
Apparently, there's someone here before us. どうやら先客がいるらしい. So, どうやら, it seems to be the case. 先客 means a preceding visitor, someone that's here before us. So, sen literally means before, and then kyaku we've seen means like a customer or a visitor. So, there's been a customer before us. 先客がいるらしい.
ジェシーじゃないっすよねこれ
It's not Jessie, is it? Jessie じゃないっすよね、これ。
厄介なことになってなきゃいいが
I hope we haven't gotten ourselves into any trouble. 厄介なことになってなきゃいいが。So, 厄介なこと means a troublesome thing, a kind of nuisance. So, some sort of trouble I hope we haven't gotten into. なってなきゃいいが. So, なって here is to become. なきゃいい means it would be good if it hasn't. So, it would be good if it hasn't become 厄介なことに. A troublesome or burden thing.
確かめよ
Let's find out. 確かめよう. So 確かめる means to ascertain, to check, to make sure. And so let's make sure 確かめよう.
誰もいねえどうなってやがる
There's no one here. What the hell is going on? So, 誰もいねえ, no one exists, there's no one here. どうなって means what's happening, what's going on, and then it's followed by the yagaru. If you remember, yagaru means that you're kind of showing disdain towards something, and that's why I've translated as what the hell's going on, because he's showing that disdain towards the situation. Like, what the hell's going on? どうなってやがる?
あっちが広場奥が倉庫っす
Over there is the square, and at the back is the warehouse. So, あっちが広場. Over there is the opening. 奥が倉庫っす. So, at the very back is the warehouse.
ジェシーは裏から回ってるはずだけど
Jessie's supposed to be going around from the back though. So Jessie は裏から回ってはずだけど. So 裏から means from the back, and now we have 裏 by itself as the word, and this is the word meaning from the rear, from the back, right? So from the back, 裏から回っている means to be coming around, right? To go around. So she's coming around from the back, 裏から回っているはずだけど. It is expected, however, that that's what she's doing.
ひとまずは様子見だ。今のうちに作戦を。
For the time being, we'll just have to wait and see. Let's strategize while we can. So, ひとまずは, that means for the time being. ひとまず is just for right now, for the time being, and then は as for. So, as for just right now, 様子見だ. So, 様子見 means to wait and see. 様子, as we've already learned, kind of means the state or the condition of something, and 見る means to look. So, 様子見 means, to wait and look at the condition of something. 様子見だ. So, we're just going to wait and see for the time being. 今のうちに while we still can 作戦 or doing something with the strategy.
やるのは俺一人でいい。
The one who's going to be doing it is me alone. やるのは俺一人でいい. So やるのは means the one who is going to do it. 俺一人 means me, myself, and then でい means just with that, it's going to be okay. So it'll be okay with just me doing it by myself. So it's going to be fine just me being the one who does it. やるのは俺一人でいい.
俺ら足手まといだってか？んなこと言うなよ。
You're saying we're a burden, huh? Don't say such a thing. 俺ら足手まといだってか？んなこと言うなよ. So again, we're seeing Biggs's kind of slangish Kansai Ben style way of talking. So he says, 俺ら means us. 足手まとい here means to be a burden on someone, to be a drag, to be an impediment. And then 足手まといだって means that, what, are you saying that we are a hindrance? Nakoto. So this is actually a contraction of sonna koto, but it's just been turned into nakoto, sonna koto, nakoto, right? You can see that contraction. Nakoto yuna. Don't say such a thing.
仲間っすからね。
Because we're friends. Nakama すからね。
面倒は見ないぞ。
I'm not gonna look out for you. Mendo wa minai zo. So mendo means to take care of someone, right? And then minai means to not look. So I'm not going to be looking after you, right? That type of thing.
準備があるなら今のうちにな。終わったら声をかけてくれ。
If you have preparations to do, now is the time. When you're finished, give me a shout. So, 準備があるなら, if it's the case that you have preparations to do, 今のうちにな. Do it now while you still can. 終わったら when you're finished, 声をかけてくれ. So this is a new word here, 声をかける, and this means to call out to someone. So 声 is your voice, かける is to, to put out that voice. So これをかけて is to call out to me. かけてくれ, do it for me. So give me a call when you're finished. 終わったら声をかけてくれ.
足りないものはそこの自販機で。
If you need anything, you can get it from the vending machines. 足りないものはそこの自販機で. Okay, so 足りる means to be enough. 足りない means to not be enough. So 足りないもの, things that you don't have enough of, そこの自販機で. By or with that vending machine over there, which is actually an abbreviation of a longer word, jido hanbaiki. So jido here, just seen with the G, this means automatic. Hanbai means the selling of something, and ki means the machine. So a machine that does automatic selling, jido hanbaiki, or for short, jihanki.
あっちに訓練所があるみてえだな。バトルしたけりゃ行ってみな。
There's a training camp over there, I think. If you want to fight, go there. So, あっちに訓練場があるみてえだな。あっちに over there. 訓練場 here is a training place. Now, we can see here in the dictionary it says a training school. There's not actually a training school in the middle of this facility. And if you actually have a look at the on-screen text here, we can see that they've translated it as training center, right? So you can see there Kunrenjo in the background and it says training center. In the dictionary, it comes up as training school. However, it just means the place where you can get some training, right? right? So to freshen up on your combat skills. So 訓練場があるみてえだな. It seems that there is a training center over there. バトルしたけりゃ行ってみな. So battle here means battle. Battle shitakeria is short for shitakereba. So if it's that you want to do some battle, battle shitakeria itemi. Try going there.
緊張してお腹が鳴りそうっす。
I'm so nervous, my stomach's gonna growl. 緊張してお腹が鳴りそうっす. So 緊張する means to be nervous, and we actually see this word a few times in this chapter. So it means to just, oh, I'm so nervous, I'm so tense, right? 緊張する and 緊張して, so I'm so nervous that お腹が鳴りそう. Onaka is your belly. Naru means to growl. It actually, when an animal makes a noise or a cry or a growl, that is naru. And so he's saying that literally his stomach is going to growl, like, right? It's going to roar. So, onaka ga nari so. So it seems like it's going to make a sound.
お腹が空いても忘れ物しても自販機があれば安心っす。
Even if I'm hungry or if I get something, if there's a vending machine, I don't have to worry. お腹が空いても忘れ物しても自販機があれば安心っす。So, お腹空いても means even if you're hungry. So, お腹すく means here to become hungry. お腹空いても even if you're hungry. 忘れ物しても even if I forget something. 忘れ物 here means something that you've forgotten. しても means even if you do. So, even if you forget something, 自販機があれば as long as there is a vending machine, 安心. I am relieved.
安心っす。
あんた確か召喚マテリア持ってたよな。敵地のど真ん中で暴れるんだ。準備しといて損はないと思うぜ。よし、じゃあ持ち場の確認しとくぞ。クラウドは広場の真ん中で派手に暴れてくれ。
俺たちは
クラウドのフォローだ。まずは全体を見渡せる場所に登って、そこから援護をしていく。
お待たせ。何？話があるって。
俺、春になったら村を出てミッドガルに行くよ。
男の子たちってみんな村を出てっちゃうね。
俺はみんなとは違う。ただ仕事を探すだけじゃない。ソルジャーになりたいんだ。セフィロスみたいな最高のソルジャーに。
英雄セフィロスか。ソルジャーになるのって難しいんでしょ？
しばらくの間村には戻れないな。
大活躍して新聞にも載るかな。
頑張るよ。
ねえ、約束しない？あのね、クラウドが有名になってその時私が困ってたらクラウド助けに来てね。
はあ？
ピンチの時にヒーローが助けてくれるの一度くらいは経験したいじゃない？
はあ？
約束しなさい。
わかった。約束する。
作戦に乗り気じゃないらしいな。
今までと同じやり方じゃ何も変わらない。それは分かってるんだ。でもな、かなりピンチ。
ジェシーの合図だ。
うまく潜り込めたか。
行くぞ。
おうすっあんた確か召喚マテリア持ってたよな。
Okay, so everyone's getting ready to head in, and here Biggs asks Cloud, you have a summoning materia, don't you? Anta tashka shoukan materia motteta yo na. So, tashka means I'm sure it's the case. Tashka ni tashka. So I'm certain that, if I remember correctly, tashka shoukan materia. So shoukan here is the summon materia. Shoukan materia. Shoukan means a summon. It could be like a summons in court if you've been summoned. But here, this is the word. Whenever you know a summon in Final Fantasy, it's always been this shoukan. Unless it's been specified any other case, all of the fancy names you've seen in English, this is what it is right here. It's shoukan, a summon. And so shoukan materia motteta, you were holding it, right?
敵地のど真ん中で暴れるんだ。準備しといて損はないと思うぜ。
We're gonna be right in the middle of hostile territory. It doesn't hurt to be prepared. So, 敵地のど真ん中で暴れるんだ. Okay, so, 敵地 here means hostile territory, enemy territory. Teki means enemy, chi means the grounds, so it's the territory of the enemy. 敵地のど真ん中. Domanaka means right in the center. So manaka means center just by itself. But we have this do in front of it. This do is actually showing that it's like right in the center. Just right, exactly, boom, boom, smack bang in the center. Domanaka. And you'll see this do in front of things to say like that you just completely did something, or that it's completely in a certain way, like do wasureta, I just completely forgot. So this do is very important, and it's not a spelling mistake, it's a very important part of the sentence. So domanaka de, right in the middle, abarerunda. This is where you're going to be making a ruckus. So you're going to be making a ruckus right in the middle of enemy territory. Junbi shitoite. So that means prepare in advance. Junbi shitoku, to prepare in advance. Junbi shitoite, hey, prepare in advance. Son wa nai tomou ze. Son here means a loss. It means that there's some sort of drawback, some sort of downside to it. He's saying son wa nai, that means that there is no drawback to it. There is no downside to preparing now. So the fact that he talked about the Shoukan materia before the summon materia, perhaps that's what he's talking about. You know, that's what you should prepare because you're going to be right in the middle of enemy territory. Have you finished preparations? Junbi wa dekita ka? So junbi, the preparations, dekita means have you finished. So finish preparations.
よし。じゃあ持ち場の確認しとくぞ。
Alright, let's check each other's role, everyone's posts, everyone's position. Yosh, ja, o mochiba no kakunin shitoku. So he's going to check what everyone's position is in this infiltration.
クラウドは広場の真ん中で派手に暴れてくれ。
Cloud, make a loud commotion in the center of the square for us. Cloud wa hiroba no mannaka de hade ni abarete kure. Okay, so as for Cloud, Cloud wa hiroba no mannaka de, so the center of the hiroba, the plaza or the square, hade ni abarete kure. So hade ni means to just do something very flashy, right? Very gaudy, very wah, very flashy. Hade ni abareru means, you know, make a big ruckus, make a real big scene. And so that's what we can see here. Now in the English translation, he says, you start things off by cutting loose where everyone can see you.
俺たちは
What about us? 俺たちは?
クラウドのフォローだ。
We are Cloud's follow-up. Cloud no follow da. So follow here is to follow someone. So if you follow someone on Twitter, that's also follow. But it can also be here, as we see both in the fourth and the fifth and even the third definition here, for backing someone up, right? So it means to kind of support someone, to cover for someone. So we are Cloud's support. Cloud no follow da.
まずは全体を見渡せる場所に登って。
The first thing to do is to climb up to a place where you can see the whole, and then Cloud gets distracted. So, まずは, as for the first thing, 全体を見渡せる場所を登って. Okay, So mazuwa, first things first, zentai means the entirety, everything, right? The whole scene, the whole place. Zentai o miwataseru, miwatasu means to look out over. So if you're looking out over your balcony, for example, that would be miwataseru. So he's saying somewhere where you can see the entire scene, where you can look out over it. So zentai o miwataseru basho, a place where you can see everything. Nobotte, that means climb up to. So climb up to a place where you can see everything.
お待たせ。
And now Cloud has gone into another one of these fantastic flashbacks, and we're seeing more of that just beautiful sky of Nibelheim here. So yes, I'm very glad that there's this scene here. Some people have said it's a little bit strange to be putting it here, but I'm so glad that they included it. So here we're seeing Cloud meeting up with Tifa when they were kids, and Tifa says, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Omatase."
何？話があるって。
What's up? You said you had something to tell me. Nani? Hanashi ga aru tte.
俺春になったら村を出てミッドガルに行くよ。
I'll leave the village when it turns spring and go to Midgar. Ore, haru ni nattara mura o dete Midgar ni iku yo. Okay, so ore, me, and then we have haru ni naru. So when it becomes spring. Haru. So Haru is one of the 4 seasons in Japan. Yes, Japan has 4 seasons, did you know? So you have spring, Haru, summer, Natsu, winter, Fuyu, and autumn, Aki. Haru ni nattara, when it becomes spring, mura o dete. I'm going to leave the village, Midogaru ni iku. I'm going to go to Midgar. So I'm going to leave the village when it becomes spring and go to Midgar.
男の子たちってみんな村を出てっちゃうね。
Boys, you all leave the village, don't you? Otoko no ko tachi te minna mura o dette chao ne. So otoko no ko here means a young boy, right? All the boys in the village, otoko no ko tachi. And then we have te. So this is defining the thing about those boys. So she's talking about those boys and she says that they all leave town. Minna mura o dette chao ne.
俺はみんなとは違う。ただ仕事を探すだけじゃない。
I'm not like everyone else. I'm not just looking for a job. 俺はみんなとは違う。ただ仕事を探すだけじゃない。So, 俺は, as for me, みんなとは違う means I am different from everyone. ただ only 仕事を探すだけ only looking for work じゃない。I am not. So I'm not only looking for a job. I'm different to everyone else.
ソルジャーになりたいんだ。
I want to become a soldier. ソルジャーになりたいんだ。
セフィロスみたいな最高のソルジャーに。
To be the best soldier, like Sephiroth. Okay, so Sephiroth みたいな最高のソルジャーに。So Sephiroth みたい means like Sephiroth. 最高 means the very best. Soldier is the soldier. So the very best soldier, 最高のソルジャーに. So here he's talking about what he wants to become, right? になる. So he wants to become 最高のソルジャーになる.
英雄セフィロスか。
The hero Sephiroth, huh? 英雄セフィロスか。
ソルジャーになるのって難しいんでしょ？
It's difficult to become a soldier, isn't it? ソルジャーになるのって難しいんでしょ? So ソルジャーになるのって means the thing of becoming a soldier 難しいんでしょ? It is that it's difficult, right? So 難しい here means to be difficult. If something's kind of hard to do, it's difficult. This is the stock standard base word to say that something is difficult. 難しい.
しばらくの間村には戻れないな。
I don't think I'll be coming back to the village for a while. しばらくの間村には戻れないな. So しばらく means for a short time. 間 we've already learnt means a kind of interval. So しばらくの間 means for a short time. For the interval of a short time. しばらくの間村には as for to the village 戻れないな. I won't return.
大活躍して新聞にも載るかな？
If you do well, I wonder if you'll be in the papers. So 大活躍して新聞にも載るかな? So 大活躍 means to kind of make splendid efforts and work. 大 here is big, grand, and 活躍 means to make those efforts, to make those works, to make, you know, the active parts. So pretty much if you're really successful, 大活躍して新聞にも noru. So shimbun means newspaper, and 5 vocab right there. Shimbun ni mo, so also in the newspaper, noru kana. So noru, we've now seen used in so many different ways, right? Noseru, to place on something, noru, to ride a bike. And here it actually means noru, to appear in printed media. So very diverse piece of language here, this noru. So to be printed in the newspaper is shinbun ni noru. So she's saying that I wonder if, if you're really successful, that you'll, show up in the newspaper.
頑張るよ。
I'll do my best. Gambaru yo. So gambaru, this is one of my favorite words in Japanese. It means to do your best. It's just a really useful word in Japanese society. If someone says it's going to be difficult, you can just say gambarimasu. I'm going to do my best, right? It's a word I use pretty much every day. It's, I'm just going to do my best. I'll try my best. Gambarimasu.
ねえ、約束しない？
Hey, promise me something. ねえ、約束しない？
あのね、クラウドが有名になって、その時私が困ってたら。
if Cloud becomes famous and I'm in trouble, then クラウドが有名になって、その時私が困ってたら。So is like, hey, hey, see, クラウドが有名になって is, for Cloud to become famous. 有名 here means famous. So, celebrities are 有名. That's to be very famous. So she's saying that when Cloud becomes famous, クラウドが有名になって、その時 at that time, 私が困ってたら when or if I'm in trouble,
クラウド、助けに来てね。
Cloud, come and save me, okay? クラウド、助けに来てね。So, 助けに来る means to come to do saving, right? So we see this with the ni kuru, it means to come to do something. What are we doing? 助け. The save. So come save me when you become, really famous if I'm ever in trouble.
はあ?
ピンチの時にヒーローが助けてくれるの。
When you're in a pinch, a hero comes to your rescue. ピンチの時にヒーローが助けてくれるの. So she's saying that, heroes save you when you're in a pinch.
一度くらいは経験したいじゃない？
Wouldn't you like to experience that at least once? 一度くらいは経験したいじゃない? So 一度 means one time and くらい means at least. So at least one time. 一度くらいは as for at least one time. 経験したいじゃない? Don't you want to experience? So 経験 here means experience, and this is very common. This is in every single RPG ever. If you have experience points, that is 経験値. 経験, if you have an experience, if you've gone somewhere, that is your 経験. So very, very useful language here, 経験. But she's saying, don't you want to experience it? 経験したいじゃない?
ああ?
約束しなさい。
Please promise me. 約束しなさい.
わかった。約束する。
Okay, I promise. わかった。約束する。
作戦に乗り気じゃないらしいな。
And now he's thinking back, mixing his memories when he was a child with Tifa to now lately what Tifa said at 7th Heaven. And Cloud asked, I hear you're not keen on the mission, so 作戦に乗り気じゃないらしいな。
今までと同じやり方じゃ何も変わらない。
And then Tifa replies with, if we keep doing things the same way that we've always done, nothing will change. 今までと up until now, 同じやり方じゃ if we do it the same way, 何も変わらない. Nothing will change.
それは分かってるんだ。
I understand that. それは分かってるんだ。
でもな。
But でもな。
かなりピンチ。
I'm in quite a pinch. かなりピンチ。 Okay, so the combination between when Tifa asked when she was a child, can you be the hero to save me when I'm in a pinch? And she just said recently that she's in a pinch, and he's kind of remembering it. And so this is a really nice scene, and it did actually exist in the original, but it was a little bit awkward. It was like Tifa asked you, like, do you remember? And he's like, nope. And that's it. So here, instead in the remake, they've actually made Cloud remember through this flashback scene. And I think this is much more interesting and nice of a scene. And so Cloud remembers, in the middle of this mission that, right, Tifa needs a hero and I want to be that hero to save her.
Jessie の合図だ!
Okay, so now we've got the signal. That's Jessie's signal. Jessie no 合図だ.
うまく潜り込めたか。
She managed to sneak in, huh? Umaku moguri kometa ka. So umaku here is an adjective to say to do something skillfully or to do something well. Umaku moguri kometa means that you were able to slip in. Moguri komu means to slip in. So another word for kind of infiltrating. So Jessie has infiltrated, she's snuck into the facility quite well. Umaku moguri kometa ka.
行くぞ。
Let's go! Ikuzo!
侵入者なんていないぞ。隠れてるのか？おい、あれ。侵入者発見。撃て！
終わりか。
排除する。上にもいるぞ。
集中していく。終わりだ。
増援はまだか。
じゃあ
ダメだ。
引き裂く。
げ、あんなもんまであんのかよ。しばらく持ちこたえろよ。
観念しろ。
気をつけ。蹴る。一気に叩き込む。
ほらやった。
お疲れ様
素人にしちゃ頑張った方だろ。
次は俺の番さ。うわー、こっちっす。
集中していく。仕切り直す。一気に叩き込む。
美味しいおやつもあるっすよ。
貫く。仕留める。
俺は食べないでほしい。
ここで仕掛ける。ちいな。
ドガルスペシャルパワー。
やってやる。追い打ちだ。まあいい。
まだまだ
一気に叩き込む。うせろ。
クラウドさん、あとどのくらいっすか？絶対痩せた。
よっ、男前、モテまくりだったな。
罪作りな男っす。うわ
兵器の格納庫かよ。
いけるか。
任せろ。
任せるっす。さっき見つけたっす。ドカーンといくっすよ。
不運を恨む。油断したな。切る。 覚悟か。暴れろ。
沈め。やってやる。この隙に。
団結力の勝利っす。
包囲しろ。あれま。
貴様ら何が目的だ。
侵入者なんていないぞ。
Okay, so now we've begun the infiltration into the facility, and so these guards are kind of on the alert already, which is a little bit strange, and so they say there are no intruders around. Shinyusha nante inai zo. So such a thing like an intruder, they aren't around, so it seems like maybe they've already been forewarned that there are intruders here.
隠れてるのか。
Are they hiding? 隠れているのか?
おい、あれ。
Hey, there! Oi, are!
侵入者発見。
Intruders discovered! Shinyusha hakken!
撃て。
Shoot! Ute! Are you finished? Owarika?
排除する。
Eliminate them! So this is the first new word that we have, and here we have haijo suru. So haijo means to just remove someone from a certain situation, to eliminate someone, to lift a sanction, or, you know, just to get rid of someone. So haijo suru, eliminate these guys. Now in the English version, they've added a little bit of swearing. They've said, kill the bastard. Yeah, I guess so. You know, if you're going to eliminate someone, then I guess you're probably also on the same level of dislike of someone that you're going to call them a bastard. So yeah, it's not too out of place. They're also upstairs. Uemo iruzo. So they've noticed that Biggs and Wedge have also been working their way upstairs. So they're very aware of the situation. It seems like their infiltration mission has been very bad so far. We've discovered a new intruder requesting reinforcements. And so you can see that they're shooting up at Biggs and Wedge. And so we have Arata ni shinyusha o hakken. Zoe no tanomu. So Arata ni here means new. However, we've already learned atarashi meaning new as well. What's the difference between arata and atarashi? So atarashi and aratana are both ways of saying new. However, arata is a little bit more literary, where you'll see being used in writing, or it will say that it's the kind of updated of something, right? It's a new something in that kind of way, rather than completely brand new, which would be atarashi, right? So atarashi kuruma would be like just a completely brand new car, right? It's a new car, brand new car. But arata here actually means that like we found the shinyusha before and now we have another one, right? A new one that we found. And so arata ni shinyusha o hakken. Now, usually arata and atarashi are quite similar. However, arata is less used. It's a little bit more used in writing. Atarashi is really your standard. And also there is a difference in the fact that one of them is a na adjective and one of them is an e adjective. And so arata na is a na adjective, so it needs to be used the same way na adjectives are used, and atarashi would be an e adjective, so it's used a little bit differently. Still no reinforcements? Zoe wa madaka. Whoa, they even have that. Annamon made anno kayo. So annamon means that kind of thing. Annamono made, up until that point. So even up until that kind of thing, anno kayo. Anno kayo is again that contraction of aru no ka. So he's saying like, is it that? Even that thing exists. And so what is he looking at? He's looking at that kind of sweeper robot that is approaching from the distance. And so they're saying, whoa, they've even got those things here. Or in the English version, you gotta be shitting me. Just hold on for a while. Shibaraku mochikotaero yo. So shibaraku for a time being, and then mochikotaeru means to endure, to withstand against, to hold out. So just hold out just for this little bit. Mochikotaeru. Give it up. Kannen shiro. So he actually learnt this word in the very first chapter, and when Cloud gets those doors shut on him and they say to Cloud, Kannen shiro, and Cloud says, Kochira no serifu da, right? So that's my lines telling the guys to give up. So again, they're saying it again. They're saying, give it up. Tough bastards, shibutoi yatsume. So shibutoi here is an adjective to say that something is tenacious, it's unyielding, it's quite, stubborn and headstrong. And so yatsume, those damn guys, so those tough bastards, I feel, is quite an accurate translation. Here we go! Oreyato! So this doesn't actually appear in the dictionary, but oreyato is kind of an expression used to use just when you're about to start something. So alright, here we go! Oreyato! Orders up! Icho agari. So icho agari is an expression that is used by like waiters and stuff when they say, your order is ready. Orders up. And it can also be used here in the second definitions to say that a problem has been solved, or like that's one down, one more to go, like that kind of thing, like one down. So icho agari here is saying, that he's defeated one of the things. Good work. Otsukaresama. For amateurs, we did our best. Shiroto ni shicha gambatta hou daro. So shiroto here is an amateur, and then ni shicha is again the slang. It's slang of ni shitemo. So even considering we are amateurs, shiroto ni shitemo, even though we're amateurs, shiroto ni shicha gambatta hou daro. We did our best, right? Next is my turn. Tsugi wa ore no bansu. Over here, kochisu. I've got some yummy snacks too. Oishii oyatsu mo aru yo. So oishii here is delicious. I think I've already covered this already just with my own examples, but this means delicious, oishii, and then oyatsu here is a snack, right? So kind of a treat, right? Biscuits that he's got for the doggies, and so oishii oyatsu mo aru. I also have some delicious treats. I don't want you to eat me. Ore wa tabenai de hoshii desu. Midgar special power. Midogaru special power. I can still move. Mada ugokeru yo. So mada means like not yet. I can still keep on doing it, right? Mada, not yet. But mada is like not yet. So it's like, there's still more to go. It's not over yet. Mada ugokeru. Cloud, after how much longer? Cloud-san, ato donogurai desu ka? So donogurai means like how long, right? So if you were to ask someone like how long have they been studying Japanese, you could use this expression like donogurai nihongo o benkyou shite imasu ka? Right? How long have you been studying Japanese? Donogurai, for what kind of period? I definitely lost weight. Zettai yaseta. So zettai means definitely, and yaseru is to lose weight. And so he's saying that with all that running, he definitely lost some weight. Now, in the English version, he says, I think I ran off the pizza. And, that's the same thing, right? He thinks he's lost weight. All of that pizza he ate, it looks like that he's lost it off with all of that hard work.
Yo, otokomae. Motemakuri datta na.
Hey handsome, you must be very popular, huh? So, yo, otokomae, motemakuri datta na. So this is an interesting sentence. I've seen people refer to this sentence kind of awkward in both the English and the Japanese. And so he says, hey handsome man, yo, otokomae. So otokomae means a guy with good looks, okay? If you know a handsome guy, you could say they are otokomae. Now, he's calling Wedge handsome. Now, I don't think he actually thinks he's handsome. I think he's kind of making fun of him. And so he says otokomae, and then he says motemakuri datta na. So, moteru means to be very popular. It's usually used to talk about when you're really popular with like the opposite sex, right? Like you're really popular with the ladies, you're really popular with the guys, that would be moteru. Makuri, again, means to be really something, to do something over and over again. So mote makuri actually means to be just so popular over and over and over again. It almost has this feeling of like, you know, dating someone and then ending the relationship, then dating, ending, dating, ending, dating, ending, right? That kind of feeling of just being so popular with the opposite sex that, you know, you just keep on dating and ending, dating and ending. However, here, it's not the opposite sex we're talking about. We're talking about these dogs that were chasing Wedge. And so he says that, you know, like, he's making fun of him saying, oh, hey, oh, handsome, you're pretty popular. But he's actually referring to the fact that the dogs really wanted to eat him. And so in the English version, he says, hell of a show, man. If only the ladies loved you that much. So, yeah, we can see here where both scenes are kind of making fun of Wedge. Biggs is, he's kind of being a little bit, you know, friendly and playful. And so he's saying, you know, if only you were that popular, which is, you know, kind of similar, right? He is kind of hinting at that, saying that, you know, you're very handsome and you're very popular. Obviously, Wedge would be like, yeah, but not in the way that you're supposed to say it about the opposite sex. It's about dogs, right? And so we can see here that the translator is kind of on the same vein here of meaning. You're a cruel man. Tsumitsukuri no otoko. So tsumi here means sin and tsukuri means to make. So you might think that this means like sin making. No, that's not quite the meaning. It means more that you're cruel. So if you look at the Japanese definition of tsumitsukuri, it means that you're kind of, you make fun of people who are in a lower position to you, right? That kind of cruel behavior, that kind of, you know, making fun of someone. So Biggs is making fun of Wedge. He's calling him handsome and popular when he's actually about to be eaten by a lot of dogs. And so he's saying that, you know, you're very cruel for making fun of me. Tsumitsukuri na otoko. A weapons hanger, huh? Heiki no kaku no ko kayo. So, heiki is weapons, and then this new word, kakunoko, this means a hangar, right? So it's like a warehouse facility that you store machines, usually like aircraft, for example, but here it's storing, you know, these robots, right? And so that's here where we can see it's a weapons hangar, so heiki no kakunoko. Can you go? Ikeru ka? Leave it to us. Makasero. Yeah, leave it to us. Makaseros. I just found these earlier. Let's go out with a bang. So, saki mitsuketas. Dokan to ikusu. So, saki, earlier, mitsuketa means to have discovered something, to have found something. So, he's talking about these bombs that he's found. He just found them earlier. Dokan to iku means to go with a bang. Dokan is the sound effect for an explosion, right? So if you were to read a manga and you would see an explosion, you might see this dokan, right? The boom explosion, right? And so that's what he's saying, like, let's go out with a bang. Installation complete. This way. So sechi kanryo. Kochisyo. So it means that he's set up the bombs, come over here and he'll set off the bombs. So sechi here is to install that bomb. It could be to establish something, but here it's to install that bomb onto the guys. A triumph of solidarity. Danketsuryoku no shōri. So danketsu here means to be united, right? To have solidarity. And then chikara here, or ryoku here, this means the power of solidarity. And then shōri is a victory. So it's the victory of the power of solidarity, right? So it's a victory of us working together, the power of working together. Surround them, hoishiro. So hoisuru here means to encircle someone, to surround someone. So all of the guards are going to surround Wedge and Clouds, and that's hoisuru. Oh God, arema. So arema is a way of being like, you know, good heavens, or oh God, or oh, gee whiz, right? It's that kind of exclamation of a kind of surprise, or like, ah, crap, this isn't a good situation. And that's what he says in the English version. He says, Well, shit. So, you know, it's the same thing, really. It's showing this kind of, this isn't good. Arema. You bastards, what do you want? Kisamara, nani ga mokuteki da?
my friend! 約束しただろう。次は2人だけで勝負をしようと。君が点火したんだ。私のエンジンは今駆け出す興奮に激しく震えている。
下がってくれ。
分かった。行くぞ。バイクを降りるのは何年ぶりかな。だが私のスピードはどこであろうと変わらない。さあ正々堂々と勝負だ、マイフレンド。
覚悟はいいか。崩す。
レッドゾーンまで振り切ってみようか。ランデブーと行こうか。
消え失せろ。よつ消えろ。
さすがだ。
満足か。
楽しい時間はあっという間だね。まだまだ目指せる高みがありそうだ。
全機出せ。ソルジャーを倒すほどの相手だ。全力でかかれ。
私たちは必ずまた会う。その時まで生きていてくれよ、My friend。
まずいな。引くぞ。
あ
クラウドさん、今のうちに。
殺せ。敵じゃない。ウンパが何をしている。
そっちこそ。来い。
ウェッジは心配ない。今はあんたが見つかる方が厄介だ。
なんだあれは。
先客。あれも一応アバランチだ。主級派というか本流というか、まあ今の俺たちにとっては目の上の単コブ、ケツの出来物。失礼。
ここで何をしているんだ。
さあね、俺たちを危険分子扱いして追放したくせに、自分たちだって結構な装備だったよな。噂じゃあろうことかウータイと手を組んでミッドガル中のマテリアを持ち去るつもりなんだとか。何の意味があるんだそれ。
さあ、
戦争が終わったと思ってるのはこっち側だけなのかもな。よし、作戦終了だ。ひとまず空き地まで戻るぞ。
あ
派手にやってるじゃないか、マイフレンド。
Okay, and so now we have the return of Roach. And here Roach says, "You're making quite the scene, aren't you, my friend?" So, 派手にやってるんじゃないか, my friend.
約束しただろう。
You promised me, right? 約束しただろう。
次は二人だけで勝負をしようと。
That next time we would have a match, just the two of us. 次は二人だけで勝負をしようと。So we can see here that the sentence is ending in the top particle, and this is showing what he promised, what he said previously.
君が点火したんだ。
You've ignited me. So, 君が点火したんだ. So, 点火する here means to light something, to ignite something, to light it up, to ignite it. And so here, he says that you've ignited me. So, 君が点火したんだ. And so when you put the keys in the ignition, right, that's igniting the car. And that's what the English translator here has decided to go with. He said, you turned the key, right? The key to the car, his car or his bike.
私のエンジンは今駆け出す興奮に激しく震えている。
My engine is right now fiercely shuddering with excitement to start running. So it almost sounds like a kind of cheesy aerofic written by someone, but yeah, that's what he's saying here. So my engine, 俺のエンジンは今. So right now my engine is, so he's talking about, the engine of his bike, if he was a bike. And then we have 駆け出す興奮に激しく震えている. So 駆け出す means to run off, to break into running, right? To start running. And then 興奮 means the excitement. It also means the arousal, the agitation of something. So it's like, I have been aroused to start, running. Now, it doesn't have to be sexual. This is just him saying that I've been stimulated to start running, right? My engines have. And then he says, 激しく震えている. So, 激しい here means very violently, like, right? Very, very violent, 激しい. And then 震えている means to be like shaking, to tremble. So he says that my engine is like, right? It's really trembling quite violently, right? He's really turned on my engine.
下がってくれ。
Get back. 下がってくれ. So 下がる here means to come down, to go down, to move back, to withdraw. So it means to fall back. 下がってくれ. Withdraw for me.
わかった。
Understood. わかった。 Let's go. 行くぞ。
バイクを降りるのは何年ぶりかな。
How many years has it been since I was off a bike, I wonder? バイクを降りるのは何年ぶりかな? So baiku o oriru means to get off a bike. So we've already seen this oriru before. Noru is to ride, oriru is to get off. So baiku o oriru no wa, the thing of getting off a bike. Nannen buri kana. Nannen buri is an expression to say how many years has it been. Nannen is how many years, and buri means for the first time in a long time. So for the first time in a long time, for how many years, I wonder. However, my speed, だが、私のスピードは。
どこであろうと変わらない。
No matter where I am doesn't change. どこであろうと変わらない。So, どこ means where, and then we have this expression であろうと. This means the same thing as でも or であっても. So, どこでも means anywhere. どこであっても means no matter where you are. So, どこであろうと means no matter where I am, but it's just a little bit different way of saying it. 変わらない. It does not change. So, referring to his speed. So, no matter where I am, my speed doesn't change. 私のスピードはどこであろうと変わらない。
さあ、正々堂々と勝負だ、my friend。
覚悟はいい。
Come on, let's have a fair and square match, my friend. さあ、正々堂々と勝負だ, my friend. So we have this expression here, 正々堂々. This means fair and square, right? Just all above the board. There's no kind of shenanigans going on. It's all fair, right? 正々堂々と勝負 means that you're going to have this match fair and square.
レッドゾーンまで振り切ってみようか。
Let's swing through to the red zone. Red zone まで振り切ってみようか. So red zone here is the red zone. We've actually seen him refer to this previously in the English version. I think when he was riding the bike, he was talking about the red zone, but he didn't do it in Japanese. Now he does do it in Japanese, and he talks about, riding through to the red zone, swinging through to the red zone. And so he says, red zone まで振り切ってみようか. And so 振り切る here means is to kind of break away from something. So if someone was like chasing after you and you were to break away from them, that would be 振り切る. It can also mean to shake off something. Here he's saying, let's break away from the red zone. So, red zone まで振り切ってみようか. Let's try to break away from the red zone. Now, in the game translation, he said, I told you we were going to push it past the red line. So, we can kind of see that similarity here.
満足か。
Are you satisfied? 満足か? So after quickly making work of Roach, Cloud asks him, is that enough? Are you satisfied? Come on, I'm gonna beat you. 満足か? So 満足 here means satisfaction. It means to have something sufficient, right? If you were to eat enough food and you were in that state of being like, yeah, I'm full, I'm happy. That is 満足, right? To do something sufficiently is 満足. So he's asking him, are you satisfied? 満足か?
楽しい時間はあっという間だね。
The good times fly by in a blink of an eye, don't they? 楽しい時間はあっという間だね. So, 楽しい時間 is the fun times, and あっという間 means in the blink of an eye. Or if you were to look at it literally, it is quite literally the time that it takes to say It just happens like like that, right? Like it's very quick. So あっという間 means that in the time it takes to say or in the blink of an eye.
まだまだ目指せる高みがありそうだ。
There still seems to be so many more heights to reach. まだまだ目指せる高みがありそうだ. So まだまだ, as we've seen, means there still is more to come. 目指せる means to be able to aim for. And then 高み is the heights. So he's saying that there's still so many heights that we can reach for, right? 目指す高みがありそうだ. There seems to still be so many, heights to reach.
前期出せ
Okay, now back to the guards, and they say, bring out all of the machines. So they say, zenki dase. So zen means everything, and ki here means machine. And we've actually seen this kanji with the jidou hanbaiki, with the vending machine. That ki is the same kanji, and here he's now referring to the sweeper bots, those things that we can see in the background, not vending machines, bringing out, you know, these machines that they have, you know, these machines to defeat everyone. So zenki dase, dase is to take out, but he's ordering everyone to take out. So bring out all the machines, zenki dase.
ソルジャーを倒すほどの相手だ全力でかかれ
He's enough to beat a soldier. Give him everything you've got. So, ソルジャーを倒すほどの相手だ。全力でかかれ. Okay, so ソルジャーを倒す to defeat a soldier. We saw Taosu before with Jessie's dad, that means falling over, but it can also mean to actually defeat something. So Soroja or Taosu Hodo means to the extent of being able to defeat a soldier no aite da. So this is the kind of partner we have that is strong enough to take down a soldier, so zenryoku de kakare. Give him everything you've got.
私たちは必ずまた会う
We will meet again without fail. 私たちは必ずまた会おう. So, 私たちは as for us, 必ず means without fail, there is no doubt, and then また again, 会おう to meet.
その時まで生きていてくれよ
Until that time, stay alive for me, okay? その時まで生きていてくれよ. So, until that time, その時まで生きていてくれ means continue to live for me. So, stay alive for me until that time.
My friend
My friend, my friendo.
まずいな
Crap, this isn't good. Mazui na. So mazui means no good, and this situation isn't a good situation, so crap, this isn't good. Mazui na.
引くぞ
Let's retreat. Hikuzo. So, this kanji here means to move back, to fall back, to recede. It has a lot of different readings, just this kanji by itself, and so it's a little bit of a difficult word to remember the correct reading. But in this case, we're only looking at hiku, meaning to retreat. And so that's what it means here, hiku, to retreat. So, let's retreat. Hikuzo. Wedge!
クラウドさん今のうちに
Cloud, now, while you still can. Kurado-san, ima no uchi ni.
武器を下ろせ敵じゃない
Drop your weapons, we aren't the enemy. Buki o orose, teki janai. So buki is the weapons, orose is now ordering someone to orosu, which means to drop something, right? So you're holding the weapons and they're telling you, drop it, right? So orosu, orose. So lower your weapons, drop your weapons, we aren't the enemy, teki janai.
運波が何をしている
What is your branch doing? Bunpa ga nani o shiteiru?
そっちこそ
Could say the same thing about you. Sochikoso. So this is a little bit different in the English translation where he says he's glad yours is being here. He doesn't say that in the Japanese. He actually is a little bit more, you know, smirky and smarmy at them and saying like, I can say the same thing about you guys. What are you guys doing here?
来い
Come on, koi.
ウェッジは心配ない
Wedge is no worry. Wedge wa shinpai nai.
今はあんたが見つかる方が厄介だ
For now, it would be more trouble if you were caught. 今はあんたが見つかる方が厄介だ. Okay, so 今は as for now, あんたが you are the one that 見つかる方が厄介だ. 見つかる means to be found, so 見つかる方が厄介 means that this would be more 厄介. This would be more troubling if you were found. お前が見つかる.
なんだあれは
What's that? なんだあれや?
先客あれも一応アバランチだ
The guys that were here before us, they are also pretty much avalanche. 先客、あれも一応アバランチだ. So Senkyaku here is, as we saw, the previous guests, the ones that showed up before them, and so perhaps this is why the guards were on kind of notification that there were already intruders here, because these Avalanche members had already infiltrated inside the facility. So Senkyaku here is those people. Aremo, that also, Ichio here is kind of like more or less, right? So it's saying that they are also more or less Avalanche. Aremo Ichio Avalanche da.
主級派というか本流というか
Whether they are the conservative faction or the mainstream faction. So here we have shukyuha toyuka, honryu toyuka. So this word shukyuha, this actually means the old guard. So shukyu means conservative and ha means a faction or a party. So it's like the conservative faction, the conservative party, but put together it means the old guard, right? The old guys, right? Barrett and the rest are kind of the new faction, and these guys are the old faction, the original Avalanche. So he says, Shukyuha toyuka, Honryu toyuka. So Honryu here is the mainstream, the main faction. So he says, I don't know whether to call them the old guard or the main faction. And that's because they split up sometime in the past, and this is still the original Avalanche, this is still the main Avalanche, but they're also kind of the conservative branch, the old guard of Avalanche, whereas Barrett is a little bit more new style. In the English version, however, he chooses to say our holier-than-thou friends from the old guard. So the old guard part is totally on point, but our holier-than-thou is a little bit odd. So he seems to be saying that these guys think they're above Avalanche. Now, that might be the case, but it's not what's being said here in Japanese. It's probably just being used here in the translation to just remind the player that they split up, and it's because these guys think that they're kind of better than Barrett's way of doing things, and so that's why they had to have that split.
まあ今の俺たちにとっては目の上の単行部ケツの出来物
Well, as far as we're concerned, they get in the way and they're a real pain in the ass. So, まあ今の俺たちにとっては So, 俺たちにとっては is an expression used to say from the standpoint of, or as far as is concerned. So, as far as we're concerned, 俺たちにとっては目の上の単行部. So, this is an expression to say a thorn in one's side, a pain in the ass, a person standing in one's way. So, 目の上の単行部 Ketsu no dekimono. So ketsu now is literally your bum, and then dekimono is actually literally like something poking out like a tumor. So he actually kind of says it twice in two different ways to be a pain in the ass. And so I've said here a real pain in the ass and gets in the way, because the first meaning could be gets in the way, but the second one, ketsu no dekimono, is definitely like a tumor in the ass, right? A real pain in the ass.
失礼
And Biggs is a little bit graphic in the way he's talking, and so he says, excuse me, shitsure. So this is a very common expression to just kind of say like, oh, excuse me, I've kind of been rude. You also say it like when you hang up on a phone. It's very common. You might use it when you open a door. You might, excuse me, I'm sorry, shitsure, right? So it's very, very common expression to say, kind of excuse me, pardon me type thing.
ここで何をしているんだ
What are they doing here? ここで何をしてるんだ?
さあね俺たちを危険分子扱いして追放したくせに
I don't know. They expelled us because they thought we were high risk. さあね、俺たちを危機物子扱いして追放したくせに. So, さあね means, well, I don't know. 俺たちを, so doing something to us, 危機物子扱いして. So 危機 means crisis, danger. 物子 means that they're an element. So as a dangerous element, 危機物子扱いして. So atsukai means to treat someone a certain way. That's literally how you treat someone, is your atsukai. And then here we can see that they've been treating them as a dangerous element because it has oretachi o kikibushi atsukai shite. So they treated us like we were a dangerous element, and then tsuihou shita kuseni. So tsuihou suru means to banish someone from a group, to kind of kick someone out, to purge someone from a group. And kuseni is kind of a way to say like in spite of. So in spite of them kicking us out, right? Tsuihou shita kuseni.
自分たちだって結構な装備だったよな。
So in spite of them kicking us out for a bit, dangerous, they themselves are pretty well equipped though, aren't they? So 自分たちだって結構な装備だったよな。So 自分たち themselves だって even 結構な so quite considerably 装備だった they are quite equipped. And so Sorby here is a very common word in JRPGs, and so in practically every single RPG, if you have equipment, that here is that Sorby.
噂じゃあろうことかウータイと手を組んで
Rumor has it that they've joined forces with Wutai of all things. So uwasa ja aro koto ga Wutai to te o kunde. Okay, so uwasa here means a rumor, right? It's gossip. And so uwasa ja, if you listen to rumor, if you listen to the gossip, aro koto ka is an expression to say of all things. So it's like, they had lots of options, they had lots of selections, and they've chosen this one, right? Of all things, Wutai to te o kunde. So Wutai in the original game was a country kind of quite far away from everyone, and they're a little bit more focused on the planet, and where Shinra is kind of against the planet, so they've been at war for quite a while, and so here they're saying that Avalanche has actually joined hands, Teo Kumu, with Wutai, this other country that's far away, that's not in this Midgar city. And so he says, of all things they've done, it seems, if you listen to rumor, that they've joined forces with Wutai.
ミッドガル中のマテリアを持ち去るつもりなんだとか
That they're intending on bringing back all the materia in Midgar. And so he says, Midogaru no materia o mochisaru tsumori nanda toka. So, Midogaru means throughout Midgar no materia. So all the materia throughout Midgar o mochisaru tsumori. Mochisaru here means to take away. Mochi means to hold, and then saru means to leave, so to grab and to leave. Mochisaru tsumori, they intend to do it. Nanda toka. So I hear things like they intend to take away all of, the materia in Midgar. That's kind of cute. I like that because actually in the original Final Fantasy there's a character from Wutai, and her main thing is that she steals all of your materia. So it's a kind of a cute little nod to the fact that Wutai seems to be stealing people's materia. Maybe they're going to change it in the remake and they're going to make it so all Wutaians steal materia. I don't know, but this is just a cute little nod to that happened in the original.
何の意味があるんだそれ
What's the point of that? 何の意味があるんだそれ So, this is kind of cool. I actually really like this line right here because I played it originally and I was like, it's not a big deal, whatever. But maybe what they're actually going to be doing with the remake is making Wutai a much bigger presence in the story, and maybe there's actually a reason here why they're stealing materia, and they're going to add that into the remake. For example, maybe it's a way of fighting back against Midgar. I don't know, there's all just thoughts, but I think there's something more to this. I think they're kind of really expanding on Wutai because it's a very interesting thing considering it's the one country that kind of stood up against Shinra. So I think this is a very interesting plot device here, and I think they're going to use it.
Sa.
Who knows? Sa.
戦争が終わったと思ってるのはこっち側だけなのかもな
Maybe we're the only side that thinks that the war's over. So 戦争が終わったと思っているのはこっち側だけなのかもな. And so here he's saying that, maybe we're the only ones who actually think that the war is over. Maybe everyone else still believes that the war is still happening, right? Maybe Midgar still believes it's happening. Maybe Wutai still thinks it's happening. Maybe the main Avalanche group also still thinks that the war hasn't finished yet.
よし作戦終了だ
Alright, mission accomplished. Yosh, 作戦終了だ.
ひとまず空き地まで戻るぞ
For the time being, let's return to the vacant lot. ひとまず空き地まで戻るぞ.
Ah.
Yeah. I wonder how many so far.
随分と賑やかなことで
神羅の増援もいるな
ああ胃が痛え
反死んだ勢力が76分室を襲撃中
ウェッジを待たなくていいのか
待ったり探したりしたらあいつ怒るぞ
わからないな
ソルジャーにはわかんないかでもあんたが気にしてたことは伝えておく それに関しては喜ぶと思う
で
ね。
近隣住民も騒ぎ始めている。 A 班はこの場で施設からの逃亡者を監視、 B 班は速やかに通行規制の上事態の収拾に当たれ。はあ、襲撃のことが公になれば混乱どころか神羅の恥だ。先の警報については誤報で通せ。はは。
お疲れ。こっちこっち。
よし、各班配置につけ。
ちょっと派手にやりすぎじゃない？まあおかげでこっちも無事。あれウェッジは？ウェッジ？出ない。
俺たちが行く。
おいウェッジ、大丈夫か？
面目ないっす。
撃たれたのか？
多分流れ弾っす。お知りたい。
あ、どれ？
ちょっと何してるの？うわ、ブヨブヨ。
屈辱っす。
当たってないよこれ。弾が至近距離を通ってパンツが焼けたんだね。だからこれやけど、しかも軽い。
腹ペコっす。
あ、いい顔。ふん。
行くぞ。帰るんだろ。
もちろん。
どうやってスラムに戻るっすか？
前から一度やってみたかったんだ。
にしても本家の作戦に鉢合わせるなんてな。
偶然なのか？
ああ、参ったな。本家が動き出したとすりゃ面倒だ。ただでさえ考えなきゃなんないことが山積みだっての。
おばあちゃん、落ち着いて。待機命令が出てるから外に出てきちゃダメだよ。
ウ隊が攻めてきたんだろ。私が追い払ってやるさ。この前の戦争だってこの腕一つで生き抜いてきたんだ。
危ないですって。僕が家まで送りますからね。
ほらこっちこっち。ここまで来れば安心。
どこに向かってるっすか？
ついてからのお楽しみ。無事に火薬も手に入ったし、これで次の作戦もバッチリ。
そう願うね。
あんたの父親も早く良くなると。
おい、その話は。
あ？
クラウドさんもピザ食べたかったってね。
何？なんか怪しくない？
ないない。それはピザは食べたいよな。
ふーん。じゃあ今度は私が腕を振るっちゃおっかな。
楽しみっす。
楽しみ楽しみ。
多分ここにあった。パパから聞いた時は半信半疑だったけど、本当にあってよかった。
パラシュートか。
うん。
半信半疑にかけたんすか
？5割ならかけるでしょ普通。楽しみ。
Okay, so in this scene, now we're making our way back to the slums. We're trying to get out of this facility and make our way back. So here, Biggs notices that there's a lot of commotion going out the front of this facility, and he says it's all very lively. So nigiyaka here means to be bustling, lively, very busy. So this is the word that you want to use if you're going to talk about, for example, that maybe being in the city is very busy. You would say nigiyaka. You would not use isogashi, right? And this is one of the common mistakes that learners of Japanese use. They learn isogashi first, meaning busy, but it means actually more like you have a lot of things to do. Not busy in the sense that it's lively and bustling. This is the word for that, nigiyaka. There's also reinforcements from Shinra, huh? Shinra no zoe mo iru na. My stomach hurts. Igaite. So I here means your stomach, like the actual stomach. This is the kanji for stomach. So igaite, igaitai, my stomach hurts. It's okay not to wait for Wedge? Wedge o motanakute ii no ka? If we do anything like wait or look out for him, he'll get angry. Mattari sagashitari shitara aitsu okoru zo. So here we have two verbs in the tari form followed by shitara. That means if we do things like that first one and the second one. So if we do things like wait and search, mattari sagashitari shitara aitsu okoru zo. He will get angry. I don't get it. Wakaranai na. The soldier doesn't get it, huh? Soldier ni wa wakanne ka. But I'll let him know you were concerned. Demo anta ga kini shiteta koto wa tsutaete oku. So, kinisuru means to be concerned about something, to mind about something, to kind of worry about something. So the fact that he was worried, anta ga kini shiteta koto wa tsutaete oku. I will tell him in advance. And so this means to tell someone ahead of time. And so, I'm going to tell him about the fact that you were worried about it. Anta ga kini shiteta koto wa tsutaete oku. Regarding that, I think he'll be pretty pleased. それに関しては喜ぶと思うね. So それに関して means in regards to that. But here, again, Biggs is talking in that kind of slang speech. And so he says, 関しちゃ. This is the same as 関して. 関しては関しちゃ. So, それに関しては喜ぶと思うよ. I think he'll be pretty happy. With the late night alert, the neighboring residents are starting to get in a commotion. So here we have a lot of new words. So we have shinya no keiho de. Okay, so shinya here means late at night. Shin here is for being late. Ya is for night. Late at night. Shinya no keiho de. Keiho is a warning or an alarm. And so when the facility was attacked, they put the alarms on, the rah, rah, rah. So that is what he's referring to here, the shinya no keiho. So with the late night alert, and then we have kinrin jumin mo sawagi hajimeteiru. So kinrin here means the kind of neighboring something, the ones in the vicinity. What are they? Kinrin jumin. So the residents in the neighboring vicinity, mo sawagi hajimeteiru. So sawagi here is the word to say some sort of uproar or some sort of disturbance, and sawagi hajimeteiru means that they are beginning to be a little bit disturbed, to have a little bit of an uproar, right? So the residents are kind of making a commotion, like, what's all that noise? What's going on, right? A crowd is starting to gather, that kind of thing. Team A will be here to monitor the fugitives from the compound. Eihan wa kono ba de shisetsu kara no toubosha o kanshi. So Eihan is kind of like squad A. Eihan wa, as for squad A, kono ba de, this means at this time or at this situation. Shisetsu kara no toubosha. So shisetsu is the facility, toubosha is the runaway or the fugitive. So the fugitives from the facility, shisetsu kara no toubosha o kanshi. This means to monitor, to watch, to look out for. So Squad A's responsibility is to look out for the fugitives from the facility. Eihan wa kono ba de shisetsu kara no toubosha o kanshi. Team B, you are to close the road immediately, and on top of that, bring the situation under control. Okay, so B 班は, so now it's this B squad, 速やかに通行規制の上. Okay, so the first part here is 速やかに. This means to do something rapidly, quickly, just right away. 速やかに通行 is the passage, right? People kind of going through a road, right? That kind of 通行 means, passing through a road. So 規制 is the control or regulation of that traffic. So 通行規制 means the control, the regulations of the traffic, so stop the traffic coming through. の上 means on top of controlling that traffic. And then we have 事態の収集に当たれ. So 事態 here means the situation, and then 収集 means to control, to bring under control, and then に当たる is to say to get involved with, to do fully, to fulfill. So make sure that you get the situation under control would be 事態の収集に当たれ. Yes, sir. Huh. Okay, so next, if the word of the attack got out to the public, it would not only cause chaos, it would be an embarrassment to Shinra. So we have 襲撃のことが公になれば. So 襲撃 here means the attack, right? The assault that's happened on the place, the 襲撃のこと, so about the attack が公になれば. So here this 公 means the public. So if it becomes public knowledge, if it becomes known to the public, 公になれば混乱どころか. So 混乱 here is kind of chaos and disorder. どころか, however, means that not to mention that, even more important is the next thing, right? So let alone the chaos, Shinra no haji da. It would be an embarrassment to Shinra. So the following thing after dokoroka is the more important thing. So, not only would it cause chaos, but it would even more importantly be an embarrassment to Shinra. And we can see that here with haji. This means an embarrassment, a disgrace, shame. So haji, Shinra no haji. Regarding the previous alarm, let it pass as a false alarm. Okay, so here the guard is actually saying to pass off information as false information. And so he says, Saki no keiho ni tsuite wa gohou de tose. Okay, so Saki no keiho, that means the previous alarm. Ni tsuite means regarding. Now this is a very, very useful piece of grammar. You put after something to say regarding that. So for example, if you wanted to talk about pizza, you could say pizza ni tsuite hanashitai, right? If you wanted to read a book about, for example, games, you could say game ni tsuite hon yomitai, right? So ni tsuite is showing regarding something or concerning something. So saki no keiho ni tsuite wa, as for regarding the previous alarm, gohou de tose. So gohou here means a false report or a false alarm. Go here is used often when you're talking about kind of like false information or making things up, and then the ho is for information, so false information. De means as, and then tose means let it slide as, let it pass as, right? And so tosu here can mean a wide variety of different meanings. We can see here that it can mean to force through, to spread through, to convey your ideas, or to let pass or to allow. And that's what it means here. It says, let it pass as a false alarm. Gohou de tose. And the guards respond again with, ha! But this time with a little bit of hesitation. So it's kind of like, okay, yes sir. Thanks for your hard work. This way, this way. Otsukare, kochi, kochi. So otsukare is just a short way of saying otsukare-sama, and that means kind of, thanks for your hard work, you've done a good job, that type of thing.
ちょっと派手にやりすぎじゃない？まあ、おかげでこっちも無事。
I think you've gone a little bit overboard, but hey, thanks to you, we're safe. And so that was maybe a little bit too like hadesugi, just maybe perhaps a little bit too much. So, ちょっと派手にやりすぎじゃない? Okay, so exactly as I just said, 派手にやりすぎ means to do something a little bit too flashy, a little bit too gaudy, a little bit too showing off, just a little bit too much. Ma, well, おかげで, thanks to that, こっちも me also, buji. So I'm also safe. And we can see here in the game translation, they decided to talk about this as, could you have been any louder, right? So instead of like, you did it a little bit too flashy, it's instead talking about being louder, right? Which is true, you know, it's making a commotion, that means making noise, that means being loud. Huh? What about Wedge? あれ? Wedgeは?
Wedge?
That's dangerous! Abunai! So this abunai is actually just one word, abunai, but she's kind of pausing in the middle to show kind of, you know, oh no, right, that type of feeling. And so that's why the word's being cut in half. But it just means abunai, and that means dangerous, risky, kind of in danger, at risk, grave, close call, that type of thing. See, this is usually used when you're talking about a situation that is very close to actually being in danger, right? Like some sort of bad outcome, and you're like, whoa, right? That's abunai, right? That's dangerous. We will go. 俺たちが行く.
おい、ウェッジ、大丈夫か?
Hey Wedge, are you okay? おい、Wedge, 大丈夫か?
面目ないっす。
I'm ashamed. Menbokunai. So menbokunai means to be ashamed. Now, we may have learnt a similar expression where you would say something is like hazukashi, that means a little bit like embarrassing, but here it actually means ashamed, and it's really talking about like your face, your honor, your prestige, and it's saying that you don't have any, right? So menboku by itself means kind of your honor, your prestige, and then nai means you don't have any, so it means that you're so embarrassed that you don't want to show your face to other people. That's what this menbokunai means.
撃たれたのか?
Were you shot? 撃たれたのか? So, 撃たれる means to have been shot. 撃つ means to shoot, and then 撃たれる is the passive form. So, you were shot. のか is a question, so he's asking, were you shot?
多分流れ弾っす。
Probably by a stray bullet. 多分流れ弾っす. So tabun means probably. This is a very, very common expression that you use to say, you know, probably, perhaps, tabun. I think it may be N5 level. And then we have nagare dama. So this means a stray bullet. Nagare means to kind of be flowing away, right? And dama here for tama means a bullet. So nagare dama means a stray bullet, right? A bullet that just kind of flew and, you know, happened to hit you. It wasn't necessarily aiming at you, but it just happened to hit you, right? It hurts! Itai! Now, if you actually pay attention really closely to how he's actually saying, he doesn't just say itai. Let's have another listen. Oh, did you hear that? So he actually said oshiri itai. But it doesn't appear here in the text, and it doesn't appear here in the English or Japanese translation. But he actually said oshiri itai. That means his bum hurts. So he's talking about the fact that he was shot in his bum, and he's like, oshiri itai! But he says it so quickly that they just focus on itai. Let's see. Dore. And so dore can be used to say like which, right? Which one? Dore. However, it's actually a different definition. And if we have a look at the second definition, that's what he's being used here. It's let me see, right? So he's actually being like, ah, dore, let's have a look, right? So that's how it's being used here. So let's see. Dore.
ちょっと何してるの?
Hey, what are you doing? ちょっと何してるの? So ちょっと hang on a second. 何してる? What are you doing? And then no is a soft question.
うわ、ブヨブヨ。
And here is the next line making fun of poor Wedge. I think he's already been made fun of twice so far in this chapter. And this time, Jessie is talking about his fat ass. And so she says, "Uah, buyo buyo." And so buyo buyo here is an adjective to say soft and flabby. So his bum is very flum 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 flum, right? And that is this buyo buyo. Now, interestingly enough, again, any mention of Wedge's weight is removed in the English version. There is no fat shaming in the English version. They just say, that's wow. But in the Japanese, she's literally like, oh my god, your bum is all soft and flabby. it's humiliating. Kutsujokusu. And so here, poor Wedge, he's being humiliated. Everyone's checking out his ass. He's been shot, and he just wants to cover his face. So kutsujoku here means to be disgraced or humiliated. So this is a very useful word. In the English version, he just says, you guys are the worst. So actually talking about their behavior. But in the Japanese, he's literally saying that he is humiliated. So it's interesting how they went kind of a different road with these whole teasing Wedge scenes in English. There isn't so much bullying of Wedge in the English version. And I think I kind of understand why that type of thing is a little bit not so modern in Western society, you know, to make fun of people for their weight, and so that's why it's been removed. It didn't hit here. 当たってないよこれ. So 当たる here means to hit, to strike, to make contact. And so here she's saying that, look, it didn't hit. 当たってない. So that's what we have here. Now in the English she says your ass is fine. Okay, lots of new words in this sentence. The bullet must have passed through at close range and burnt your underwear. Okay, so now we have 5 new words in this sentence, the biggest so far in the chapter. So, tama or, okay, so tama here now we can see for bullet. So this is bullet by itself just as a word, tama. Tama or shikin kyori. So shikin means very, 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 very close, and kyori means a distance. So, point blank range. Shikin kyori o totte. So this means passing through at a very close range. So tama o shikin kyori o totte. So passing through at a very close range. Pantsu ga yaketan da ne. So pantsu here means underpants, so his underwear. Now be very careful with this word pantsu. When you're, you know, just seeing things and you're like, oh, I can make this into Japanese, you know, like koppu and baiku and stikku and gameu, right? You kind of learn that you can just make it sound Japanese just by, you know, adding that katakana feel. But in this word, it actually changes the meaning a little bit. Pantsu here for pants is actually usually used to talk about your underwear, not your actual pants. And there would be different words to talk about your pants. Just be careful with this word, you know, if you say to someone, I can see your pants in Japanese, maybe don't use this word because they might think that you can see their underwear. So pantsu ga yaketan da ne. So yakeru here means to be burnt. What is burnt? Pantsu ga, your underwear. So the bullet got so close to the underwear that it actually kind of singed it, right? It burnt it. That's what she's saying happened to Wedge's underwear. And we can see that again here in the English translation where she says, maybe singed, but the only casualty is your underwear. So unfortunately, Wedge's underwear didn't make it through this affair. That's why, hey, it's a burn, moreover, and a light one. So, だからこれ, yakedo, shikamo karui. Okay, so だからこれ, that means that's why here, yakedo, this is a burn. Yakedo is the burn. So yakeru means to actually burn something, that's the verb, but yakedo is now using it as a noun to say this is a burn or a scald. So she's saying that's why this is just a yakedo, this is just a burn. Shikamo means moreover karui. Karui means light, right? A feather is very karui, but it can also mean not important, not serious, not a big deal. So it's a light burn, right? It's not a very serious burn. I'm hungry. Harapekosu. So harapeko means to be hungry, and Wedge is saying, you know, after all of this, after all of that stress, he's now hungry again. And so this is nice, you know, very Wedge style, you know, dialogue right here. But for some reason, they don't mention this in the English version. They just say, now that was a gunshot. Ugh, that's lame. Ooh, that's kind of cringe. Ooh, that's the first line. That's just, that's a bit cringe, isn't it? Now that was a gunshot. Okay. I'm surprised. I do not like that line. It's a little bit cringy. The Japanese is totally on character. You know, I'm hungry. Of course you are. You're Wedge. You want pizza just like me. So. That's a good look. Ikao. So we've already learnt here, ikao means a good face, a good look. And she says the same thing in English. Is that a smile I spy? So both of them are kind of showing surprise at Cloud actually, you know, enjoying this moment and smiling a bit. And this is a really important scene for the development of both Cloud's character, but also his connection to Avalanche, Jessie, Biggs, and Wedge. Let's go. We're heading back, right? 行くぞ。帰るんだろ? Of course. もちろん。
どうやってスラムに戻るっすか?
How do we get back to the slums? どうやってスラムに戻るっすか? So we can see here that is how you say in Japanese. Some of the Japanese kind of onomatopoeia, like the sounds for things, I don't quite get, right? Like, I don't know whether it's just me because of Western background, but some of them don't quite make sense. For example, like a dog, you know, bark, bark, you know, woof, woof, like that kind of makes sense. But 1-1, I've never imagined a dog sounding like that. 1-1, what? And it's the same thing here, is kind of a way of laughing. But I guess it's kind of like you're hiding your laugh. It's like, right, that kind of laugh. And so that's what she has. She has a kind of cheeky laugh here. Something I've wanted to try from a while back. Okay, that sounds dangerous. So, 前から一度やってみたかったんだ. Okay, so 前から means from, before, 一度 one time, and then やってみる, this means to try something, to have a go at something. やる means to do, and if we put it in the tef form followed by 見る, it means to try and do something. Okay, so something that she wants to take a chance with and try out. I wonder what that is.
にしても本家の作戦に鉢合わせるなんてな。
At any rate, to run into the main group's operation. にしても本家の作戦に鉢合わせるなんてな. So, にしても here means at any rate. You can see that it's not actually connected to any other words like you might normally see it being connected. For example, それにしても, be that as it may. But here it doesn't have それ, it's just にしても. And this actually means the same kind of thing. So here, at any rate, にしても本家の作戦に. So 本家, the heads, 作戦, the mission. So to the head group's mission, 鉢合わせるなんてな. So 鉢合わせる here means the bumping of heads, right? Running into each other. So Barrett's group had one mission, and then the Honke, that had a different mission, and they've bumped into each other. They actually had the same mission in the same place type thing, right? So he's saying at any rate, to do such a thing, nante, to do such a thing as run into, you know, the main family on a mission, that's a bit weird. Now we can see here, as I said previously, Honke can be the main family, the head family, but in this situation, a much better translation would be headquarters. And you can see that in the English translation where he says, man, can't believe HQ is running an op tonight of all nights, right? And so they're showing surprise still at the fact that, you know, HQ was running an operation tonight, the night that Jessie happened to be doing it. It just seems to be a little bit weird just before Barrett's about to do his big mission. Maybe there's a connection, right?
偶然なのか?
Is it a coincidence? 偶然なのか? So 偶然 here means a coincidence. It means something that kind of happened by chance, unexpectedly, accidentally, you know, a coincidence.
本家が動き出したとすりゃ面倒だ。
Ah, now we've done it. Now that the main family's on the move, we're in trouble. So, 参ったな. 参った is an expression to say, like, I give up, I'm beaten. Like, I've really gone and done it now. 参ったな. I'm really, like, kind of troubled. And so he's saying, now we've gone and done it. 本家が動き出したとすりゃ. So here this means that if it's the case that the head family, the headquarters, has begun to move, 面倒だ. It's going to be trouble, or it is trouble. So again, we can see the to surya. This again is that slang way of talking. This is to sureba, but in the kind of slang way of speaking, it's to surya, right? Instead of to sureba, to surya. And we can see this kind of feeling in the English translation. That or a bad omen. If they're ramping up for something, it could get messy. And that's a much more natural way of saying the exact same thing we can see right here, right? It's kind of, this doesn't look good, right? It's kind of a bad omen. That's the maitana. And then honke ga ugoki dashita to suria, as soon as they've begun moving. So now that they're ramping up for something, mendo da, it's going to be trouble, or it could get messy. So, you know, it's all on the same page, but it's just making it more natural sounding. We've already got a mountain's worth of things to think about. So, ただでさえ考えなきゃなんないことが山積みだってのに. Okay, so the first word we have here is ただでさえ. This means even at the best of times or even under normal circumstances. So now he's saying that, yeah, look, that's really tough, you know, honke is coming in, but even under normal circumstances, 考えなきゃなんないことが, so this means 考えなければならないことが, but again, slang, 考えなきゃなんない. So 考えなければならない. 考えなきゃなんないことが山積みだってのに. So 山積み, this is an expression to say in huge piles, right? Huge mound. It means we have a mountain's worth of something. What? 考えなきゃなんないこと. Things we have to think about.
おばあちゃん、落ち着いて。
Now this is a really cute scene that I wanted to include, and so here we have a guard talking to a grandma that's, you know, out front of her house, and she's like, what's going on with all this commotion? And so here the guard says, grandma, calm down. おばあちゃん、落ち着いて. Now, this isn't actually his grandma, but he's just referring to her as an old lady, right? Someone's grandma. So this is おばあさん, and then 落ち着く here means to calm down. If someone's really like agitated and not in a good way, you would ask them to 落ち着いてください, right? Just please calm down. And that's what he's saying here. Like, come on, just settle down. 落ち着いて.
待機命令が出てるから。
We've got a standby order. You can't come out here. So, 待機命令が出てるから外に出てきちゃダメだよ. Okay, so 待機命令, this means a standby order. Taiki just by itself means standby, being on alert, right? And then meire is the actual order. So taiki meire, the standby order, ga deteru kara, so the standby order has come out, so soto ni dete kicha dame. So soto ni deru means to go outside, and then dete kicha dame means that it's no good to come out here. You must not come out here. Wutai has come to attack, right? Wutai ga semete kitan daro? Okay, so again we see a little bit more kind of backstory here of Wutai, and this really just nails my thoughts that Wutai is going to have a bigger presence in the overall remake series. I don't think it's going to stay just as part 1. I haven't finished part 1 yet, but I think Wutai might play a bigger part in the story because it totally makes sense to include that part of the story more and flesh that out. And so here we're seeing that kind of, you know, that background growth, just slowly planting those seeds. So Wutai has come to attack, right? Wutai ga semete kitan daro? I'll chase him off for you. Atashi ga oi haratte yaru sa. So atashi is a kind of feminine way of talking about yourself. Oi harau means to chase someone off, and then yaru means I'm going to do it, so I'll chase them off for you, that type of thing. And then sa at the end is just showing a little bit of assertiveness, kind of teaching something. But in the English version, what? Very American. She says, let me get my gun. I'll teach him to mess with Midgar. So, whoa, okay, Grandma, settle down, settle down. So quite violent, you know, she's a proud gun owner, it seems. I even survived the last war just with my skills. この前の戦争だってこの腕一つで生き抜いてきたんだ. Okay, so この前の戦争, the war that was just before now, だって even, so even the war that just happened. この腕 means with these skills of mine, so この腕一つで with just one with my skills, like just me, just my skills there with it. Ikinuite kitanda. So here we have ikinuku, and this means to survive through something. It's through an experience, maybe through a war, through a battle. This is ikinuku. This means to survive through it. So ikinuite kitanda means that I've come to survive through the previous war just with my skills. Kono ude hitotsu de. But again, in the English version, decided to be a lot more creative. They've said, don't you worry about me. I killed myself a platoon's worth of them bastards back in the war. Okay, so that's being very specific. So in the Japanese version, it's not quite clear how she survived through the war, just that she did it with her own skills. Maybe she's very crafty at hiding. Maybe she's very good at selling things to the enemy to make them not kill her. Nope, in the English version, she's killed a whole platoon worth of them bastards. Okay, so she's a murderous old grandma in the English version, or just a crafty, very clever old lady in the Japanese version.
危ないですって。僕が家まで送りますから。ね。
It's not safe, I said, so I'll escort you home, okay? 危ないですって。僕が家まで送りますからね。So, 送る here means to send someone somewhere, to escort someone somewhere. And so he's saying that I will send you where? Ie made, until home. So I will send you home because it's dangerous. Abunai desu. Now in the English version, there's just a cute little additional line here where he says, yes, I thank you for your service. So, referring to the fact that she's a murderous grandma who shot a whole platoon. And so, yeah, it's funny. It's funny. It's not bad. It does make her a lot violent than she actually is in the Japanese version, but interesting. Hey, here. If we get this far, we'll be safe. Hora, kochi kochi. Kokomade kureba anshin. Where are we heading? Doko ni mukatte desu ka? Something to look forward to when you get there. Tsuite kara no otanashimi. Now that we've safely got the gunpowder, the next mission is also a sure thing, right? Buji ni kayaku mo te ni haitta shi. So buji ni means safely without any problems. Buji ni kayaku mo, kayaku is the gunpowder, so also the gunpowder, te ni haitta. So te ni hairu means to obtain something. So I've obtained safely the gunpowder. Buji ni kayaku mo te ni haitta shi. Kore de, with this, tsugi no sakusen mo, also the next mission, bachiri. So bachiri here means to be a sure thing, to be perfect, to, be spot on. So kind of wondering whether or not, now that we've got the gunpowder, is the next mission not going to be a problem. I sure hope so. So onegao ne. So means in that way, and then onegao here means to hope something. So we've already seen this previously about onegai, right? That's the noun version. So your hopes is your onegai, but here onegao, this is actually the verb to hope something. So I hope that is the case. So onegao. I hope your father gets better soon too. So anta no chichioya mo hayaku yoku naru to. And so this would actually finish off, this is a sentence that's been cut halfway. He would finish off with to ina, and this means I hope that something is the case. But he's been cut off, and so he doesn't actually have time to finish off this sentence. So let's just have a look. Anta no chichioya. Anta means anata, means you. Anta no, so your chichioya, your father. So another word that we're learning means your father. We've already learned otosan and oyaji, and here it's chichioya. This is a much more kind of neutral way of talking about someone else's father. So chichioya, here talking about her father. Hayaku yoku naru. Hayaku means quickly, and then yoku naru means to become well. And you can kind of guess this if you know that I means good, yoi means good, yoku naru, if you remember what we've said already twice in this chapter, where if you want to make an adjective into becoming that adjective, you just put a ku where the last I is and then followed by naru. So to become better or to improve. Hey, that subject is oi, sono hanashi wa. Huh? Cloud said he wanted to eat pizza. Good job, Wedge. Good job. So, クラウドさんもピッツァ食べたかったって。
何？なんか怪しくない？
What? Isn't that a little suspicious? 何？なんか怪しくない? So, 何 what? なんか kind of like. And then 怪しくない means isn't that suspicious. 怪しい here means kind of dubious, dodgy, shady, questionable. So she's saying, isn't that a little bit questionable, right? Cloud's just saying right now that he wanted to eat pizza.
ないない。それはピザは食べたいよな。
Nah, he said he wants to eat pizza, right? ないないそれはピザは食べたいよな。Yeah.
じゃあ今度は私が腕を振るっちゃおうかな。
Well, maybe I'll show off my skills next time. So it seems that Jessie bought the whole pizza story and she's saying that, maybe she'll show off her pizza making skills to win over Cloud. So here she says, じゃあ、今度は私が腕を振るっちゃおうかな。So 腕を振る here means to show off your skills. 腕 is your skills and then 振る means to wave or to shake. Now, I have shown you right here every definition for furu. There is a ton of definitions for this word, and it's quite difficult to get an exact translation here. Just this phrase, ude or furu, this means to show off your skills. But be careful, as furu can mean here 12 different definitions. It can be an insane amount of different things. It can be to wave, to shake, to cast, allocate, to turn down, to reject, to add kana to something, to extract something, to carry with great vigor, to bring up a topic, and it goes on and on and on. So just be careful, this word has a lot of meanings.
楽しみっす。
I'm looking forward to it. お楽しみっす. So, 楽しみ here is the way to say that you're looking forward to something.
楽しみ楽しみ。
Can't wait, can't wait. 楽しみ楽しみ。
多分ここに。
Now, it's probably around here. 多分ここに. So, 多分 we've learnt this chapter means probably, and then ここに means here.
あった。
There it is, atta. So here, aru means to exist, atta means that it did exist, but this is a commonly used expression to say, there it is, right, found it, atta.
パパから聞いた時は半信半疑だったけど。
I was in half doubt when my dad told me about it. So, パパから聞いた時は半信半疑だったけど。So this is an interesting new expression here, hanshin hangi. So we can see one kanji being used twice. This is han. This means half. And then the first thing following the first han, hanshin, this means half belief. If you remember in this lesson also, we learned shinjiru, meaning to believe something, and that's that shin from shinjiru. So hanshin, half belief, hangi, half doubt. And so this is a useful expression to say when you're half convinced of something, right? You're kind of on the fence.
本当にあってよかった。
But I'm really glad it's here. 本当にあってよかった. So when you have a verb in the te form followed by よかった, that means that I'm glad that the verb happened. For example, like 食べてよかった, I'm glad that I ate it. Here, あってよかった means that I'm glad that it was here.
パラシュートか。
Parachutes, huh? パラシュートか。
半信半疑にかけたんすか?
You bet on something half in doubt? 半信半疑にかけたんすか? So かける here means to wager, to make a bet. So, right, she's betting on their safe return. They're betting on, the escape plan, even though it was half in doubt, right? So 半信半疑にかけた. You betted on half doubt.
5割ならかけるでしょ普通。
Hey, if it's 50-50, you'd bet on it, right? Normally. So, 5割ならかけるでしょ普通. So, 5割, this means 50%. So actually, if you put any number in between 1 and 10, if you put that before wari, this actually means the 10 of the percent. For example, 1 wari means 10%. 2 wari for 2 means 20%. 3 wari, 30%, and so on. And so here 50% is 5割. 5割なら if it's 50% かけるでしょ? You would bet on it, right? 普通 normally. So in normal situations, you'd bet on it 50-50 odds, right?
楽しみ
I can't wait! 楽しみ!
みんなご苦労様。付き合ってくれてありがとう。それから明日の作戦終了までバレットとティファには内緒でお願い。余計な心配かけたくないから。
よし飛ぶぞ。
ワクワク。
クラウド、ウェッジを送ってやってくれ。
あ
あ、忘れるところだった。ねえ。
危ねえだろ。何考えてんだ。
ちょっと何すんのよ。
こっちのセリフだ。
残りの報酬、下に戻ったらうちまで来て。
今ちょっと待って。
ダメだ。
厳しいっすね、兄貴。
誰が兄貴だ。
もっと役に立ちたいっす。今ばっかで。
十分だ。傷は仲間のためだろう。胸を張ってろ。
なんか俺たち乗ってるよな。
この頃特にね。
あいつのおかげだな。
うん、一緒なら何でもやれそう。みんなご苦労様。付き合ってくれてありがとう。
Okay, and next we have a cute little scene where we're just kind of parachuting down into the slums. And so here Jessie starts off by saying, everyone, great work. Thanks for going along with me. So, minna gokuro sama. Tsukiatte kurete arigato. So this is the second time that Jessie has used this phrase, gokuro sama. So this is just like otsukare sama, but it's used with people that are kind of below you. So like a boss talking to their workers. And again, in this case, Jessie is kind of the boss in this situation, right? She asked these guys for help, or, they helped her out. So she's kind of the boss. And so she says, you did a good job to her workers, just like she said to Cloud in episode 1 with Gokuro-sama. But if you were to say this to equals, you would normally just say, Otsukare-sama. Tsukiatte kurete arigato means thanks for accompanying me. So we also learnt this word in this episode, and so tsukiao can mean to accompany someone. It can also mean to date someone, but that's not what she's saying in this situation. She's just saying thanks for accompanying me.
それから明日の作戦終了まで。
And also until after the mission tomorrow, それから明日の作戦終了まで、
バレットとティファには内緒でお願い。
Please keep it a secret from Barrett and Tifa. バレットとティファには内緒でお願い。
余計な心配かけたくないから。
I don't want to needlessly cause any worry after all. 余計な心配かけたくないから。So this is another use of kakeru that we've seen, but this time we're actually going to be treating it as its own separate word. Kakeru means to cause someone something. It can also mean to, burden someone with something. And so here, the 8th definition of kakeru, this is shinpai kakeru, to cause concern. Kaketakunai means I don't want to cause that concern. Alright, let's fly. Yosha, tobuzo. So we've already learned tobase means to make something fly, right? When you're riding the bike. This time it's actually meaning to fly. Or to jump. So we're gonna jump off of this kind of height, but we're gonna soar down into the sky. So tobuzo, let's fly, let's jump.
Waku waku.
I'm so excited. Waku waku. So waku waku again is another one of those Japanese onomatopoeia type words where it's describing the feeling of being something. And so here waku waku is the sound of being really kind of excited and nervous and trembling. Waku waku waku, right? So waku waku suru means to be excited.
Cloud, wedge を送ってやってくれ。
Cloud, escort wedge for us. Cloud, wedge を送ってやってくれ。
ああ
Sure.
あ、忘れるところだった。ねえ。
I almost forgot. 忘れるところだった. So this is a useful piece of grammar from the N2 level, this ところだった. So if you're following a verb in the dictionary form, here 忘れる meaning to forget something, 忘れるところだった means that you were just in the place of doing that verb. Sounds a bit odd, but it actually means that you were just about to do that verb. So here, she was just about to forget. 忘れるところだった.
危ねえだろ。何考えてんだ。
Whoa, that's dangerous, right? What are you thinking? 危ないだろ? 何考えてんだ?
ちょっと何すんのよ。
Hey, what are you doing? ちょっと何すんのよ。
あっちのセリフだ。
That's my line. こっちのセリフだ。
残りの報酬、下に戻ったらうちまで来て。
The rest of the payment, when you get back down there, come to my place. So, 残りの報酬, the remainder of the payment, 下に戻ったら, when you return down there, うちまで to my house, 来て。Come. Now, this isn't too sus yet in the Japanese version. In the English version, they're already hinting at things. She says, swing by my place after so I can pay you in full. So, a little bit creepy already. What now? Ima? Hang on a second. ちょっと待って。
ダメだ
No good. ダメだ。
厳しいっすね、兄貴。
You're strict, huh, big bro? So, 厳しいっすね、兄貴。So, 厳しい to be strict, すねですね、兄貴。Big bro.
誰が兄貴だ
Who is your big bro? 誰が兄貴だ So this is like, look, I ain't your bro, which is what they say in the game translation, right? Like, just dude, I ain't your bro. Stop calling me bro. Who's your bro? I'm not your bro.
もっと役に立ちたいっす。
I want to be of more help. もっと役に立ちたいっす. So 役に立つ here is to be helpful for others, to be useful. And so Wedge here, he's feeling a little bit self-pitying, right? He didn't really feel like he helped out that much in this mission. He ate pizza, he got his ass bit by some dogs, and that's kind of the end of the story, right?
今ばっかで。
I've been nothing but a screw-up. Hema bakka de. So hema means to make a mistake, to make a blunder, and then bakkari means to do nothing but, to be nothing more than. So saying that he's been nothing but a screw-up, he's been nothing but a blunder. Hema bakka de.
十分だ
It's enough. 十分だ.
傷は仲間のためだろ
Your wounds, they're for your friends, right? So, 傷は仲間のためだろ. Kizu meaning his wounds. Nakama no tame means for the sake of your friends. Daro, right? Now, I actually like the Japanese a little bit more than the English because he says that your wounds are for the sake of your friends, right? I like that a little bit more than just you took one for the team, right? That just kind of means that, you took something and people aren't very appreciative. But to say that your wounds are for the sake of your friends, for the sake of your group members, that says that he has some sort of sacrifice.
胸を張ってろ
Be proud of them. 胸を張っていろ. So, again, a little bit better than the English version, a little bit more powerful. So instead of just be proud of taking one for the team, now it's actually be proud of the fact that you have scars for your friends, right? So I think this is a little bit more powerful in the Japanese, and it's just a little bit more expressive.
なんか俺たち 乗ってるよな。
We're getting quite into the swing of things, aren't we? So, なんか俺たち乗ってるよね. And so again, here we have noru. Okay, we've already seen this being used in lots of different ways. This time it means definition 6, and this means to get into the swing of things, right? So, 結構乗ってる means we're getting quite into the swing of things. 俺たち乗ってるよな means, you know, we're getting quite into the swing of things.
この頃特にね。
Especially these days. この頃特にね. So この頃 means these days, nowadays, and then 特に means especially. So he's saying that, yeah, you know, we have been getting into the swing of things, in particular lately.
あいつのおかげだな。
It's thanks to him, huh? あいつのおかげだな。
一緒なら何でもやれそう。
Yeah, if we're together, it seems like we can do anything. So, 一緒なら何でもやれそう。That was a cute little scene, you know, just parachuting down into the slums. It's one of my favorite little extra bits that I've experienced so far in the story. I'm only up to chapter 8 so far, but it's just a nice little bonus thing that didn't happen in the original, but it totally should have happened in the original.
俺一人で帰れるっす。どうせ軽いやけどだし。
いいから案内しろ。
兄貴。
それはやめろ。
こっちっす。ジェシーたちもう帰ってるかな。
さあ。
二人の家に寄ってもいいっすか。通り道だし。
ああ。
ここがビックスんち。まだ戻ってないっすね。
そうか。
また反省大会かも。ああ、作戦の後のお約束っす。考えすぎて熱まで出したり。
意外だな。
ちょっと心配っす。さあ、次はジェシーんちっす。ここがジェシーんち。男子は立ち入り禁止っす。役者志望の女子たちと暮らしてるから。変な気起こしちゃダメですよ、兄貴。
ああ。
念のため警告っす。みんな噂好きなんで。
アバランチのことはバレないのか。
そこは役者だから。あ、もう一回警告。兄貴も本気にしちゃダメっすよ。
何のことだ。
女はみんな大女優っす。男は立ち入り禁止ですってば。ほらほらにゃるバニパス。みんな挨拶。今日の門番はこの3兄弟。
じゃあな。
見送りどうもっす。
手当て忘れるなよ。
了解っす、兄貴。
その呼び方やめてく。
怖くない怖くない。兄貴は優しいっすよ。よしよしよし。
好きにしろ。
よくできました。兄貴、猫ちゃんゴロゴロします？
見分けがつくのか？
もちろん、家族だから。フロニャルド、ギバニッツァ、パスティ。
なるほど。
うわ、やっぱりクラウド。そろそろ来る気がしたんだ。じゃあ、はい、これ。ご苦労様、なんでも屋さん。それから特別なご褒美。
分かったから離れてくれ。
じゃあ明日の夜来て。同居人たちみんな留守らしいから。
じゃあってどういう意味だ。とにかく離れてくれ。
離れたら来る？明日の夜。
こいぞ。
了解。こういうのはダメか。作戦変更しなきゃね。おやすみ。
なんつって。
はあ、この先は危険だ。
また爆破があるんじゃないかって不安なんだ。
明日列車が動けば。
おお、クラウド、無事だったか。ウェッジは？
家だ。
そうか、そりゃよかった。明日は大事な作戦決行の日だ。ウェッジがケツを撃たれたとか言い出した時はどうなることかと思ったぜ。バレットに黙って上まで行って、もし何かあったら合わせる顔がないからな。かといってジェシーの様子も変だったから放っちゃおけなかったし。
ビッグス。
ジェシーは今頃爆弾の準備してるんだよな。それって今からやって間に合うもんなのか。やっぱ手伝いに行った方が。
落ち着け。
悪い。パラシュートでかなり流されてな。なんか悪い前触れなんじゃないかってつい。
スラムの心得その1。
了解。
じゃあな。
ああ、世話になったな、クラウド。
俺一人で帰れるっす。どうせ軽いやけどだし。
Okay, so the next scene we're looking at here is just a little scene where we have kind of returning back to the slums. We're having a little bit of interaction between the characters and just trying to, you know, cool down from the big events and kind of relax back into kind of, you know, the end of the night. So first off, we have Wedge saying that I can go home by myself. It's only a minor burn anyway. 俺一人で帰れるっす。どうせ軽いやけどだし。
いいから案内しろ。
Never mind that. Lead the way. いいから案内しろ。So いいから means like never mind. Don't worry about that. So いい means good and から means because. So because it's okay, 案内しろ. Lead the way. So because it's okay is just, you know, it's a little bit more natural to say, never mind that.
兄貴
Big bro! 兄貴
それはやめろ。
Stop that. それはやめろ。
こっちっす。
This way. こっちっす。
ジェシーたちもう帰ってるかな。
I wonder if Jessie and Biggs have returned home already. ジェシーたちもう帰ってるかな。
さあ。
Who knows? さあ。
二人の家に寄ってもいいっすか。通り道だし。
Is it okay if we drop by their house? It's on the way after all. 二人の家に寄ってもいいっすか？通り道だし。So none of these words in particular are new, but we have te mo ii, and this is just a little expression I thought we should have a look at. This means you're asking for permission to do something, and it can be both te mo ii or te ii, and this says, is it okay to do something? So, is it okay to ie ni yoru? Is it okay to stop by the house? And so you put it in the te form, ie ni yotte mo ii desu ka? Is it okay to stop by their house?
Ah.
Sure. Ah.
ここがビッグスんち。まだ戻ってないっすね。
This is Big's place. He's not back yet, huh? ここが Big's んち。まだ戻ってないっすね。So the one little bit of interesting language that we have in this sentence that isn't technically a new word, but it is an interesting little bit of grammar. We have nchi, okay? When it's following a noun, it means that person's house. Uchi, house, like ie, but nchi means that person's house. So ore, me, I, orenchi means my house. Big's nchi means Biggs's house. Not Biggs's unchi, Big's nchi.
そうか。
I see. そうか。
また反省大会かも。
He might be doing an evaluation meeting again. まだ反省大会かも. So we've seen this word before. 反省 means to kind of be reflecting, to kind of think back on the moments that happened. Maybe you're kind of repenting for your thoughts, or maybe you're kind of playing it back in your head. And then 反省 taikai here is actually kind of a rally or a meeting for kind of thinking back on the events that happened. So I've translated it as an evaluation meeting, but I'm not too sure that he's actually having a meeting. I don't see any evidence of that, but it's just here. The taikai actually means a meeting, and that's why I've translated it that way. Now, in the English version, he says, hope he isn't worst casing it again. Now, this is more what I think is going on. He's by himself and he is kind of just doing it all in his head, right? He's just like, oh, what about this? What about this? What about this? And that's more what I believe is the Hansei Taikai.
ああ、作戦の後のお約束っす。考えすぎて熱まで出したり。
It's pretty typical after a mission. He thinks too much and he even gets a fever. So sakusen no ato means after the mission, and then no o yakusoku. So we've learnt yakusoku and this means a promise, but o yakusoku can also mean something that's kind of expected, something that's predictable and expected. So it's expected that he does this after a mission. Sakusen no ato no o yakusoku kangai sugite. So to think too much, kangaeru to think, kangae sugi to think too much, netsu made dashitari. So netsu here means the fever. When you're like, oh, I have a fever, you're all hot and shaky and you got a hot head, that is netsu. Netsu made, until the point of the fever, dashitari. So to do things like even getting a fever because he thinks too much.
意外だな。
That's unexpected. 意外だな. And so here Cloud is actually kind of a little bit taken back. He didn't think that Biggs cared that much. He didn't think that much about things. And so he's actually kind of surprised that Biggs is like that.
ちょっと心配っす。
I'm a bit worried about him. ちょっと心配っす。
さあ、次はジェシーんちっす。
Well then, next is Jessie's house. さあ、次はジェシーんちっす。And so again we can see that nchi, that comes from no Uchi means someone's house. So Jeshinchi means Jessie's house. Jeshi no unchi. Jeshi no uchi. Not unchi.
ここがジェシーんち。男子は立ち入り禁止っす。
This is Jessie's house. No boys allowed. ここがジェシンチ。Danshi wa tachiri kinshi. So, danshi means young men, right? Males, youth. And then tachiri kinshi, this is a really common sign if you go to like any kind of private area in Japan that they don't want you going in, you will see this written on a sign, okay? Tachiri kinshi means that it is forbidden to enter. Tachiri means to come inside. Kinshi means to be forbidden. So, trespassing forbidden, no entry, keep off, stay away. And so he's kind of saying that, look, Jessie's house, boys aren't allowed in.
役者志望の女子たちと暮らしてるから。
She lives with a bunch of girls who aspire to be actresses, so 役者志望の女子たちと暮らしているから. Joshi is just like the previous word that we learned, danshi. And so danshi is used for young men and joshi is used for young women. And so one word that really helps remember both of these different ones, danshi koukou means a boys' high school and joshi koukou means a girls' high school. So you can see here how it's boy and girl, danshi and joshi. So because there's all these, pretty aspiring actresses living in Jessie's house,
変な気を起こしちゃダメですよ、兄貴。
Don't go getting any strange ideas, big bro. Henna ki okoshicha dame desu yo, aneki. So henna ki means a kind of strange feeling, strange thoughts, strange intentions, and then okosu here is to awaken, to rise, to bring about, to produce. So he's saying don't get any kind of strange ideas. Koshicha dame desu yo. Sure.
念のため警告っす。みんな噂好きなんで。
A warning just in case. People like to gossip. 念のための警告っす。みんな噂好きなんで。
アバランチのことはバレないのか?
Stuff about Avalanche doesn't get found out. アバランチのことバレないのか? So, バレる means to be exposed, to be found out. So the thing about Avalanche, アバランチのことはバレないのか?
そこは役者だから。あ、もう一回警告。
She's an actress after all. I'll warn you one more time. そこは役者だから。もう一回警告。
兄貴も本気にしちゃダメっすよ。
Big bro also, don't take anything too seriously. 兄貴も本気にしちゃダメですよ。So 本気 means to do something truthfully, to do something seriously. しちゃダメ means that you can't do something, don't do something. So don't do anything too serious, right? Don't take anything too seriously. And so here he's kind of talking about the fact that, you know, they're all actresses and, you know, Cloud, you know, you also got to be careful. Now in the English version, he kind of makes this a little bit clearer. He says, oh, and one more thing, bro, it's all a game to her. Don't fall for it. So this is interesting. In the Japanese, he's just saying, you know, like, oh, don't do anything too serious. Don't be too serious. Don't take anything too far. But in the English, he's literally saying that Jessie loves, you know, playing around. It's all just a game to her, so don't fall for her tricks. What are you talking about? 何のことだ?
女はみんな大女優っす。
Women are all great actresses. 女はみんな大女優っす. So this is an interesting little line here. Wedge is saying that all women are good actresses, right? They're all great actresses. And that's interesting because here, you know, he's talking about the fact that Jessie's, you know, an actress and everything, and, you know, she likes to play around, don't take it too seriously. And now he's saying that all women are actresses, right? So all women kind of love to play this game. I'm not really too sure what he's getting at. In the English version, he says, though, that life's a stage and love's the play. Okay, so the English might be a little bit more specific about what exactly he's talking about, is that, you know, life is the butai, it is the stage, and love is the play. That is what everyone, you know, is playing for. Now, if you try to enter back in, even though he's gone, he kind of yells at you and he says, I told you, men are not allowed in. So he says, otoko wa tachiiri kinshi desu teba. And so this last bit of language that we have on this sentence, teba, this is an interesting little bit. It shows that he's a little bit annoyed with me, like he already told me something and he's like, come on, like I told you that guys aren't allowed in. And it's got that little bit of annoyance to it, and it's used at the end of a sentence. So, otoko wa tachiiri kinshi desu, males are not allowed in. Teba, I told you that.
ほらほらにゃるバニパス。
Come on, nyaru, bunny, pasu. So, hora hora, nyaru, bunny, pasu. Now, in the English version, I think the translator got a little bit more creative again. He says, hey there, Bigums, Reggie, and Smalls. I'm not 100% on who these people are kind of referring to. I'm guessing Biggie and Smalls, the rappers. Maybe Reggie from basketball. I'm not sure.
みんな挨拶。
Everyone say hi. みんな挨拶。
今日の門番はこの3兄弟。
Today's gatekeepers are these three brothers. 今日の門番はこの3兄弟. So 今日の門番, monban here is the kind of door guard, the gatekeeper. So the guys who are, you know, protecting the gates of Wedge's house. 今日の門番は, as for today's gatekeepers, この3兄弟. So この3, these three, and 兄弟 here is brothers and sisters. And so 兄弟 here can mean someone's brother or even just someone's siblings. And actually, it can also be used to say someone's mate. So this is really interesting. This is kind of another way of saying bro, but it's not usually translated like bro. Actually, if you've seen Lost, I watched the Japanese version of Lost, and the Australian guy who was originally in the kind of downstairs place in Lost, he calls everyone kyodai. He's always like, hey kyodai, right? Hey mate, hey bro, like that type of thing.
Jana.
See you then. Jana.
見送りどうもっす。
Thank you for seeing me off. Miokuri domosu. So miokuri means to see someone off, to kind of say farewell. So he escorted him to his house. So okuru means to send, mi means to see. So he saw someone off. Miokuri. And then domo. So domo is actually kind of a short version of domo arigato. And this just means thanks. But if you just say domo by itself, it can just mean, you know, oh, thanks for that.
手当て忘れるなよ。
Don't forget to take care of your injury. 手当て忘れるなよ. So, Cloud is showing a little bit of concern for someone else that's not just himself. So he's reminding him, make sure to take care of your treatment of your wounds. Teate. But what? Why? For some reason, they didn't say that in the English version. He just says, really sorry about your ass. What? No, this is an important moment where Cloud is actually showing concern towards Wedge, and he's saying, look, don't forget about taking care of yourself. No, don't make a joke here. This is Cloud building his connection with Wedge. This is important. Roger that, big bro. Ryokai, Aniki. Could you stop talking like that? その呼び方やめてく. So here he says, he's about to tell him again, stop calling me that. その呼び方 means the way of calling someone. 呼び方, the way of calling. So that way of calling, やめてくれ, right? Stop doing it for me.
怖くない怖くない
Whoa, lots of cats. 怖くない怖くない He's not scary. He's not scary.
兄貴は優しいっすよ。よしよしよし。
Big bro is a nice person. Aniki wa yasashi desu yo. So yasashi here means to be gentle, kind, and nice. So if you kind of have that friend, hey, oh, he's a real nice guy, you would use yasashi to describe that friend. So this here is, saying that Cloud is a nice guy. He's yasashi. Do as you like, skinny shiro. So this is also important because you can see here that Cloud, he was about to tell Wedge off. He stopped halfway and he just said, look, do whatever you like. And so this is a small step towards him getting closer with kind of Wedge. If this was Persona, this would be a moment where they kind of leveled up together, right? First was the bit that's only in the Japanese version where he actually shows concern for his wounds. And then the next is him, kind of stop a little bit, telling him to stop calling him bro.
兄貴、猫ちゃんゴロゴロします？
Hey big bro, you wanna play with the cats? So Aniki, neko-chan goro goro shimasu. So Aniki, big bro, neko here means a cat. Now it's written here in katakana, however it does have a kanji that is, quite often used, and you can see that here in the list. So neko-chan, the kind of kitties, the cats, goro goro shimasu. Goro goro actually means two things here that could apply to cats. The first one is purring. So when a cat purrs, it is that goro goro, right? That's the onomatopoeia for the sound of them purring. But it can also be this fourth definition here to mean to idle around. So it actually means he's asking Cloud, do you want to kind of cuddle with the cats? Do you want to kind of pet the cats? Do you want to just kind of chill with the cats? And that's what he's saying here. Neko-chan, goro goro shimasu. Can you tell them apart? Miwake ga tsuku no ka? So miwake means distinction, and then miwake ga tsuku means to be able to make that distinction. So we've seen this tsuku being used in different ways already, and kind of to affix something, to attach something, to kind of stick something to something. And here it's actually being able to stick that distinction, right? To make that distinction. And so here to be able to tell apart the cats is miwake ga tsuku.
もちろん家族だから。フロニャルド、ギバニッツァ、バスティ。
Of course, we're family. Fronyaru, Gibanitsa, and Basti. もちろん家族だから. So 家族 is family. And so here he's saying that because we're family, that's of course. And so now if we have a look at the cat's full names in the English only version, instead of Fronyaru, he calls him Bigamous Rex. Okay. Doesn't really help with the Biggie Smalls thing. Bigamous Rex. And instead of Gibunatsa, he says Reginaldo. Reginald? I'm not sure anymore. And then instead of Basti, he says Mr. Smalls. Now, I tried to find out what these words are, and maybe I just don't have that kind of cultural understanding, but these words just seem random to me. I'm probably missing it. It probably has some sort of connection in Japanese culture as well to something, but for me, I just don't see what Fronyaru, Gibanitsa, and Basti is. They all kind of sound Italian. Maybe they're like talking about some famous Italian brothers like Leonardo and Da Vinci, but I don't know. I couldn't find anything on the internet. And so probably the translator was feeling the same way, so he made up his own kind of three famous people that he's kind of made in these names.
なるほど。
I see. なるほど。
やっぱりクラウド
I knew it, Cloud! やっぱりクラウド。
そろそろ来る気がしたんだ。
I had a feeling you'd be here soon. そろそろ来る気がしたんだ。So, 気がする means to have a feeling about something. What does she have a feeling about? 来る, the thing that is going to come.
じゃあ
Well then, じゃあ
はいこれ
Here you go. はい、これ。
ご苦労様なんでも屋さん
Thanks for your hard work, Mr. Handyman. ご苦労様、なんでも屋さん。
それから特別なご褒美
And then a special reward. それから特別なご褒美。
わかったから離れてくれ。
Okay, and Cloud's like, oh, look at that face, like that Ikemen face. He's like, I understand, so get off me. So clearly Cloud's not into the Jessie. He does not ship Jessie. He just says, look, just get off me. わかったから話してくれ. Right, I understand, so just get off me.
じゃあ明日の夜来て
So, will you come tomorrow night? じゃあ、明日の夜来て。
同居人たちみんな留守らしいから
My roommates are all out of town, so... Oh, okay, so she's getting really kind of suggestive here. She's really trying to hit it on hard with Cloud. At first, I thought maybe she was doing it just to ask him a favor, but now the favor's already over and she's still being like it, so maybe it's just the way Jessie is. So she says, 同居人たちみんな留守らしいから. So this 同居人, this means that the people that she shares the house with, the people that she lives with, so 同居 is actually to live somewhere, nin is the people, so the people that she lives with, tachi, so the plural, minna, everyone, rusu. Rusu means to be away from home, to be absent. So, rusurashi, they appear to be away. Who? All of her housemates, 同居人. Kara, so...
じゃあってどういう意味だ?
What do you mean by so? じゃあってどういう意味だ? So previously, 2 lines ago, Jessie said じゃあ, right? And he's talking about that じゃ. So he's like, what do you mean so? Like, you know, he's kind of saying like, what are you implying, right? That kind of thing. じゃあってどういう意味だ? どういう意味 means what kind of meaning? What are you implying? But in the English version, he's not dumb about it. He's not stupid about it. He knows exactly what Jessie's doing in the English version. And he says, are you seriously that desperate? Now, I guess this kind of is fitting culturally. In Japanese, you wouldn't really tell a girl who was coming on that strong, you wouldn't really call her desperate. You would find a way out of the situation that wasn't so confrontational. But, you know, in Western society, perhaps you might be a little bit honest and just be like, whoa, 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 you're desperate, aren't you?
とにかく離れてくれ。
Anyway, get off me. とにかく離れてくれ. So とにかく here means at any rate, anyway, anyhow. Now the kanji for this word is usually not used, but that is technically what the kanji is for とにかく. So if you ever see that kanji, you'll now know that this means とにかく. But usually it's just written in hiragana. So anyhow, 離れてくれ. Get off me.
離れたら来る明日の夜
If I get off, will you come tomorrow night? 離れたら来る明日の夜? So she's really being quite desperate and clingy. She's like, come on, I won't let go of you unless you come here tomorrow night. Hanaretara kuru. If she lets go, will you come?
しつこいぞ。
You're persistent. Shitsukoizo. So shitsukoi here means that someone's very insistent, very kind of persistent about something. She keeps on saying the same thing. That would be shitsukoi. So just like you're just so clingy, you're so persistent. It's like shitsukoizo. And so this is a clear rejection. And you can see that here in the English version where he says, not happening.
了解こういうのはダメか
Copy that. So this is no good, huh? 了解こういうのはダメか So it was just a test for her. She was just testing to see if this would be the way to get in, but it wasn't. She's like, okay, got it. This isn't the way.
作戦変更しなきゃね
Guess I gotta change my strategy first. 作戦変更しなきゃね. So 変更する here means to change or to alter something. What is she altering? 作戦. So kind of her mission, her strategy to get in with Cloud.
おやすみ
Good night. おやすみ.
なんつって。
Just kidding, なんつって. So, okay, so she leaves with her tongue in her mouth being very cheeky, and so you don't really know what's going on, right? Like, what's going on with this girl? Is she being serious? Is she really flirting with Cloud? Is this her way of dealing with rejection? What is it? I don't really know, but she's definitely a strong personality.
この先は危険だ。
And now, if you try to open her door after this scene, Cloud says, "Beyond this point is dangerous." この先は危険だ. So he's like, whoa, 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 no, beyond here is danger. You don't want to open that door.
おお、クラウド、無事だったか。ウェッジは？
Hey Cloud, you alright? Where's Wedge? クラウド、無事だったか？ Wedge は？
家だ。
Home, 家だ。
そうか、そりゃよかった。明日は大事な作戦決行の日だ。
I see, that's good, because tomorrow's the important day carrying out the mission. そうか、そりゃよかった。Again, a contraction of それはよかった。That is good, そりゃよかった。And then he says, 明日は大事な作戦決行の日だ。So 明日は, as for tomorrow, 大事な, this means an important, a valuable, and then na is now describing what it is that is important and valuable, and then it is 作戦決行の日. So, 日 means day, 作戦決行 means the implementation, carrying out the mission, so the day that we're going to carry out the mission, 作戦決行の日だ.
ウェッジがケツを打たれたとか言い出したときはどうなることかと思ったぜ。
When Wedge said that he'd been shot in the ass, I wondered about what would happen. ウェッジがケツを打たれたとか言い出したときはどうなることかと思ったぜ。 So, the only new word that we have in this long sentence is 言い出した. 言う means to say, 言い出した means to either begin saying or to let out, to bring up. And so, you know, when he brought up the fact that he had been shot in the ass, he kind of worried, he thought what would happen. So, ウェッジがケツを打たれたとか言い出したとき, so when he said things like that he had been shot in the ass, どうなることかと思ったぜ. I thought, what is gonna happen?
バレットに黙って上まで行って、もし何かあったら合わせる顔がないからな。
If we go up there without telling Barrett, if anything would happen to us, I'd be too ashamed to face him. And so he says, バレットに黙って上まで行って、もし何かあったら合わせる顔がないからな. So, バレットと黙って means to be quiet to Barrett. 上まで行って means to go all the way up top. もし何かあったら if something were to happen, 合わせる顔がない. So 合わせる means to be able to kind of meet, to be able to show. 合わせる顔 means that it's the face that you cannot meet with him, right? You cannot meet your face with Barrett. And so it turns into this expression, 合わせる顔がない. I would be too ashamed to meet with him.
かといってジェシーの様子も変だったから放っちゃおけなかったし。
Having said that, Jessie was acting strange and I couldn't just leave her alone. かといってジェシーの様子も変だったから放っちゃおけなかったし. Okay, so かといって again, we're really only getting a few new words every sentence. In this sentence, the only new word is this expression here. Having said that, or on the other hand. So this can also be used kind of like after a word, if you were to say like something かといって. And now we've seen a similar expression, I think it was かと思えば. Here now it's かといって. So again, the same thing. It can be used after a word like おいしいかといって. So having said that it is おいしい, but here there is no word before it. He's just saying having said that. So he's now quoting the entire thing that he said before. かといってジェシーの様子, so the appearance of Jessie も変だったから it was also strange. 放っちゃおけなかったし I couldn't just, you know, leave her alone like that.
ビッグス。
Biggs.
ジェシーは今頃爆弾の準備してるんだよな。
And Jessie's probably setting up a bomb right now. ジェシーは今頃爆弾の準備してるんだよな. So Biggs is really starting to worry. His head's getting all, you know, crazy, starting to think about all these things. He's really playing the what if game, like Wedge had mentioned.
それって今からやって間に合うもんなのか?
And if she does that from now, will she make it in time? それって今からやって間に合うもんなのか? So, 間に合う here means to make something in time. Ma, we've already seen, kind of means the interval, the space. And then ao means to meet or to fit. So it's kind of like, will I fit in that time? Will I fit in that space? Will I, make it into, right? Will I make it in time, right? That's kind of where you can see the combination of ma niao, to mean, to be in time for something. So if she were to start from now, それって今からやって to do it from now, 間に合うもんなのか? Is it a thing that she'll make it in time for?
やっぱ手伝いに行った方が。
Either way, it would be best to go and help. やっぱ手伝いに行った方が and then probably followed by いい, right? So 行った方がいい, it would be better to go. But again, he's cut off mid-sentence, so you only see 行った方が. But it's clear what he's talking about. He's saying that it would probably be best to go and help. So, 手伝い here means to help someone. 手伝いに行く means to go and help someone. So, he's saying it'd be better if I went and helped her. 手伝いに行った方が relax, 落ち着け. So now we've got some nice review again. So 落ち着く means to relax, settle down, and Biggs clearly needs it. So Cloud is saying, look, just relax, 落ち着け.
悪い。パラシュートでかなり流されてな。
I'm sorry, I got drifted quite a bit by the parachute. 悪い。パラシュートでかなり流されてな. And so here he's saying that, the parachute kind of drifted him away to quite a far away. And maybe that's kind of, like worried him a little bit because things aren't going as planned. And that's where he says, パラシュートで by the parachute, かなり流されて. He was kind of drifted away.
なんか悪い前触れなんじゃないかって。つい。
I just thought it might be like a bad omen or something. なんか悪い前触れなんじゃないかってつい。So, なんか悪い前触れ? 前触れ here means a kind of advance warning for something. Literally an omen, a herald for some sort of, bad event, a harbinger. And so here, the Japanese and the English is very, very similar in both translations. Now, one thing to note is at the very end of the Japanese, he says, tsui. Now, this actually means that he kind of inadvertently did something. He didn't mean to do something, it just happened, right? What just happened? That he would think that it was some kind of bad omen.
Slum no kokoro e sono 1.
Slum rule number 1. Slum no kokoro e sono 1. Okay, so now we're bringing back those slum rules that everyone drilled into Cloud in chapter 3, and now Cloud is using that to actually help console Biggs. The interesting thing, though, is in the English version, he just says, get some rest, you need it. So, again, I think props to the Japanese version, because here is actually bringing back something that they had previously in the story and making it kind of, fit with the continuation of this story and fit with the continual growth of these two characters' relationship together. And so he says, slum rule number 1. And if you remember what that means, it means take care of yourself by yourself.
了解.
Yes, sir. 了解.
じゃあな.
See you then. じゃあな.
おう。世話になったな、クラウド。
Thanks for your help, Cloud. 世話になったな、クラウド. So, really nice scene. I like this. This chapter all over has just been a fantastic chapter. We've seen so much character growth. We've seen so much kind of building relationship and connection between Cloud and everyone. And for the fact that this chapter is technically a filler chapter, it's freaking amazing. Best filler ever. Like, this is exactly what filler should be. You really are making that world more expansive, more detailed, and it's just really, really, really good chapter.
Oh.
ずっといなかったね。
散歩だ。
そうだ、ジョニーと会ったよ。ミッドガルを出るって。
ああ、あいつか。
クラウドはしばらくミッドガルだよね。
古い友達がピンチらしくてな。そんな時は助けるって約束したんだ。
あの頃に想像していたピンチってこんなんじゃなかったな。
話したいなら聞くぞ。
あれ？なんか雰囲気変わった？
俺か？
柔らかくなったような。
変か？
ううん、いい感じ。これならマリンも怖がらないと思う。うん。帰ってきたって分かったらほっとしちゃった。はあ、すごい睡魔。いろいろ話したいけど今夜はもう眠った方がいいみたい。
ああ。
おやすみなさい。
おやすみ、ティファ。どうした？
来て早く。作戦に出ようとしたらあれがたくさん押し寄せてきて。
状況は？
バレットとジェシーが戦ってる。でもいつまで持つか。
合流しよう。うん。いけるな。
もちろん。
店まで急ぐぞ。聞いているのか？キリがない。
行くよ。まだまだ。はあ、当てる。攻めてこう。どんどん出てくる。
じゃあ
さあここで決めよう。私の本気。これ何？
接触すると見えるようになる。それ以上のことはわからない。
ソルジャーでも知らないんだ。
倒せる。
また？急いでるのに。
他の道は？
うん、こっち。
ここもか。
もしかして私たちの邪魔してる？クラウド、こっち。嘘でしょ。まるで洪水だね。
流されるなよ。
うん、ついてく。ジェシー、バレット。
遅いぞ。
ひっきりなしに来る。もう限界。今行く。
ティファ。
クラウド。
すぐ行く。どけ。
これで攻めてこう。やっ。
ジェシー大丈夫か？
なんとか。やば。ジェシー。
畜生！
なんだ？
ジェシー、
怪我は閉じっちゃった。無理しないで。
見せ物じゃねえぞ。何だったんだあのうじゃうじゃはよ。まあこの吐きだめじゃどんな突然変異がいても不思議じゃねえ。たくマコーロってのは
大丈夫か？
平気って言いたいところだけどほんと嫌になる。クラウドに迷惑かけっぱなし。
気にするな。
Okay, so here in this next chapter, we kind of have the continuation of these strange kind of ghost spectre things that we saw in chapter 3. And so here I've called it Rude Awakenings Part 2, because that's the continuation of the last Rude Awakening that Cloud had. So we begin here with Tifa knocking on Cloud's door and she says, "Are you here, Iru?"
Oh.
Yeah, gotta be over 10 by now.
ずっといなかったね。
You weren't here for a while. Hey, ずっといなかったね。
散歩だ。
I was taking a walk. 散歩だ。Okay, so Lion Tifa, he did hold his promise.
そうだ、ジョニーと会ったよ。ミッドガルを出るって。
Oh, right. I met with Johnny. He said he's leaving Midgar. そうだ、ジョニーと会ったよ。ミッドガルを出るって。
ああ、あいつか。
Ah, that guy. あいつか。
クラウドはしばらくミッドガルだよね。
Cloud, you're gonna be in Midgar for a while, right? クラウドはしばらくミッドガルだよね。
古い友達がピンチらしくてな。
An old friend of mine seems to be in a bit of a pinch. 古い友達がピンチらしくてな。And so again, 古い友達, when used with kind of people, 古い, it doesn't mean old as in like an old person. It means something that's been that way for a long time, right? You know, kind of like a long time friend. So 古い友達がピンチらしくて means that she seems to be in a pinch. So
そんな時は助けるって約束したんだ。
I promised I'd save her if she ever needed it. そんな時は助けるって約束したんだ。And so here he is relaying to Tifa the fact that he remembered on his mission that, you know, he had this promise with Tifa that he would help her whenever she's in a pinch.
あの頃に想像していたピンチってこんなんじゃなかったな。
This is not the kind of pinch I imagined back then. あの頃に想像してたピンチってこんなんじゃなかったな。
話したいなら聞くぞ。
If you want to talk about it, I'll listen. 話したいなら聞くぞ。Whoa, okay, so very different. You know, Cloud's actually kind of being a sentimental guy who wants to hear, you know, Tifa and how she feels.
あれ？なんか雰囲気変わった？
Huh? Your atmosphere has kind of changed. あれ？なんか雰囲気変わった？ So 雰囲気 here means your atmosphere, your aura, the kind of feel, the presence about someone. And so she's saying that, you know, Cloud before he was a little bit more closed off, but now he feels different. And so here it's 雰囲気変わった？
俺か？
Me? 俺が？
柔らかくなったような。
Yeah, it seems to like have softened. 柔らかくなったような. So here, 柔らかい means to become soft, to be kind of limp, right? Like 柔らかい it would be kind of a soft finger. That's kind of soft. But this is actually talking about his personality. Before, he was a little bit like closed off, a little bit stiff, a little bit whatever. But now he's just a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more 柔らかい. And so she says 柔らかくなった. Again, we see this use of an E adjective turning into becoming that E adjective by replacing the last E with ku and then followed by naru.
変化？
Is it strange? 変化？
いい感じ。これならマリンも怖がらないと思う。
No, it's a good feeling. I think Marlene will also not be scared from here on. いい感じ. いい感じ means a good feeling. Good is いい and then kanji is your feeling. So いい感じ. You know, good vibes. It's nice. これなら if this is the case, Marlene also 怖がらないと思う. So, 怖い means to be scary. 怖がる means to show that you are afraid of something, right? Before, Marlene showed that she was afraid of Cloud, right? She hid behind, she's like, I can't talk to strangers. But here, 怖がる, she thinks that Marlene is not going to be, showing that she's afraid anymore because of Cloud's new soft personality. And so she says, 怖がらないと思う. She thinks that she will not be afraid of him.
帰ってきたって分かったらほっとしちゃった。
I was so relieved when I found out you were back. 帰ってきたって分かったらほっとしちゃった. Okay, that's interesting. So it seems that Tifa was pretty worried about Cloud, because, why else did she come here?
すごい睡魔。
I'm so sleepy. すごい睡魔. Okay, so 睡魔 here is to be sleepy, to be drowsy, and すごい means just really. So I'm really sleepy. すごい睡魔.
いろいろ話したいけど、今夜はもう眠った方がいいみたい。
I want to talk to you about all kinds of stuff, but it seems tonight it would be better to already go to sleep. いろいろ話したいけど, I want to talk to you about lots of things, but 今夜はもう tonight is already 眠った方がいいみたい. It seems like it would be better to go to sleep. Sure.
おやすみなさい。
Good night. おやすみなさい。
おやすみ、Tifa.
Night, Tifa. おやすみ, Tifa. So, interesting. Why did Tifa come into this room? Something that I was thinking while I was making this is, why did she come in the room? There was no real reason. She caught up with Cloud just to say that Johnny is leaving town. That seems a bit weird. So actually something that completely went over my head the first time, Tifa is worried about Cloud. And so if you haven't played the original, or if you haven't played the game beyond this point, there is a reason for Tifa to be worried about Cloud. Cloud has some problems. And so this is actually her. She's been worried about Cloud, and she freaked out. She clearly freaked out when she found out that Cloud wasn't in the slums. And that's why she said that she was so worried, and why she feels so relieved that, he's home back safe. So that's really interesting, that they added that here to this story about, Tifa being super worried about Cloud when he left town, but they're not being too on the nose about it, right? They're not really shoving it in your face. It's something you kind of need to realize when you think about it. It's like, hang on a second. Yeah, Cloud's not actually okay right now. And that's why Tifa's so worried. And here comes the controversial line for this chapter. Sleep, there's nothing to worry about. Nemure, nani mo kini suru koto wa nai. That is all they say, okay? That's all these ghost things say. Nemure, to sleep, nani mo, nothing, kini suru koto wa nai, there is no thing to worry about. It is as simple as that. That is what these ghosts are saying to Cloud. Sleep, there is nothing to worry about. However, in the English version, they have said something a little bit confusing, and it can be a little bit of provocative to your thoughts if you think about, conspiracy theories and stuff. Sleep and dream the sweetest dreams. Why did they add this line? This is really confusing, because they didn't say anything about dreaming the sweetest dreams, but the English version really kind of makes you feel like, hang on a second, is there a chance this is all a dream? Like, hey, what's going on? Now, come on, okay, the Japanese version is the official version. That's what the game was originally written in, so that is clearly what the actual game script is about. Why has this been added? I'm not too sure, because it definitely makes you feel like something's happening that is not happening in the original script. Cloud! Kuraudo!
どうした?
What's wrong? どうした?
来て! 早く!
Come quickly! 来て早く!
作戦に出ようとしたらあれがたくさん押し寄せてきて
We were just about to go on the mission and then they came flooding in. 作戦に出ようとしたら、あれがたくさん押し寄せてきて。So, 作戦に出ようとしたら So, as we were just about to leave on the mission, あれがたくさん that in great numbers 押し寄せてきて So, 押し寄せる here means to advance on, to march on, to descend down on. So, these things just came rushing in, right? That's 押し寄せてくる。
状況は
What's the situation? 状況は
バレットとジェシーが戦ってる。でもいつまで持つか。
Barrett and Jessie are fighting, but for how long will they hold out? バレットとジェシーが戦っている。でもいつまで持つか。This is a really nice shot here of Barrett as well. I think it's really, this is almost like a good thumbnail, this shot, or even a poster on your wall. Just that kind of.
合流しよ
う。Let's join up with them. 合流しよ
う。いけるな。
You can make it, right? いけるな。
もちろん。
Of course. もちろん。
店まで急ぐぞ。
Let's hurry to the bar. 店まで急ぐぞ。Yeah.
聞いているのか？
Is this working? 聞いてるのか? So kiku here means to be effective. So he's slashing and slashing and slashing and slashing, and he's wondering, like, is this actually causing any effect on these monsters? And so he says, 聞いているのか?
キリがない。
There's no end to this. キリがない. So キリがない is an expression to say that something is endless. Something is never ending. Now this is a little bit of an old man joke, but technically kiri means fog or mist. Technically, this is actually how Cloud described these guys in chapter 2 when he arrived on the train. And so kiri ga nai, you could actually read it as there is no fog, there is no mist. It's just a silly joke, but kiri ga nai, it's endless. It's just a little bit funny that he happens to use this expression when he talks about these kiri and kiri ga nai, there is no... Anyway. They keep coming. Dondon detekuru. So dondon is being in successive, continuously, and then detekuru means to come out. Deru means to appear, and kuru means to come, so they come to appear. Dondon detekuru. What is this? Kore nani?
接触すると見えるようになる。それ以上のことはわからない。
By making contact with them, you are able to see them. I don't know any more than that. So, 接触すると見えるようになる。それ以上のことはわからない。Okay, yeah, good point, Cloud. I was just thinking about this. By making contact with them, you can see them. So, when did Tifa make contact with them? What about Barrett and Jessie? When did they make contact with them? What's going on? Even a soldier doesn't know, huh? それじゃでも知らないんだな。また? Still? また?
急いでるのに。
Despite us hurrying, 急いでるのに。
他の道は?
Is there any other way? 他の道は? So 他 here means other. So 他の道 means an other path or an other way to go somewhere.
こっち。
Yeah, this way. こっち。
ここもか。
Here as well, huh? ここもか。
もしかして私たちの邪魔してる?
Are they by chance getting in our way? もしかして私たちの邪魔してる? Okay, interesting. That's an interesting thought. They do seem to be getting in the way of things happening, right? They're stopping things from happening. Okay, interesting.
Cloud, こっち.
Cloud, this way. Cloud, こっち.
嘘でしょ?
No way. 嘘でしょ?
まるで洪水だね.
It's just like a flood. まるで洪水だね. So まるで means that it is just like something. It is just like 洪水, a flood. So yeah, as you can see, they're kind of they're rushing in. It's kind of like water bursting in from the Titanic, right? That kind of scene. These things are kind of coming in like a flood. And so まるで it is just like 洪水, a flood.
流されるなよ.
Don't get washed away. 流されるなよ. So playing along with the fact that they're a flood, don't get washed away by them. Yeah, I'm following you. ついてく. So, ついてく is short for ついていく, and this means that you are following someone, you're keeping up with someone, you're accompanying someone. So she's saying, yeah, I'm gonna follow you. ついていく. Now, if we look at the kanji here, as we've said previously, this tsuku here means to attach to something. So I will attach myself to you, ついて, and then I will go, 行く. Right? So you can see here how this means I'm accompanying you, I'm following you. It's that ついていく. Barret, Barretto. There's no end. Kiri ga ne. So kiri, as I said previously, kiri does mean kind of mist and fog. It also just means the end of something. So there is no end to this, is kiri ga ne. Kiri means the cut, so it's the end of something.
Jessie, Barretto!
Jessie, Barret, Jessie, Barretto. You're late. Osoi zo. They keep on coming. I'm already at my limits. Hikiri nashi ni kuru. Mo genkai. So hikiri nashi here is an expression to say to do something continuously, incessantly, without any interruption. There's no end to them coming. So another word of saying kiri ga nai here is hikiri nashi. I'm on my way. Imaiku. Tifa! Tifa! Cloud! They're calling out to each other. I'll be right there. Sugu iku. Get out of the way. Doke. So doke is, get out of the way. Move it.
Jessie, 大丈夫か?
Jessie, are you alright? Jessie, 大丈夫か? Somehow, nantoka. So nantoka here means to manage some way or another, right? So somehow in one way, so. Somehow I'm okay. Nantoka. Crap. Yaba. So yaba here is yabai. This means crap. It means no good. It's kind of the closest thing we have to like the F word in Japanese, where you can use it in so many different situations. I think we just covered this in a previous video. So yaba is crap. And again, actually, just like the previous example, we can see here that the full word yabai isn't actually being said. It's just yaba. Jessie! Damn it! Chickshaw! This is actually the closest thing really to a swear word. This is damn it. This is a very common damn it. When you say chickshaw, right? It's damn it! You hear this a lot in anime, you read it in manga, here in video games. Oh. Nanda? What the hell? Nanda?
Jessie!
Jessie! Are you injured? Kegawa? I screwed up. Dojicchatta. So dojiru here means to screw the pooch, to mess up, to make a mistake. And so here Jessie has made a mistake, and so she says dojicchatta. So it's in the chal form here because she did it regretfully. But in the English version, she actually uses a little bit of kind of drama speech, and she says, me and my two left feet. So referring to the fact that she's not a good dancer. And that kind of keeps it in the same realm as, entertainment and actresses. So, good job on the English to try and, keep it within that realm of, her personality. Don't overdo it. Muri shinaide. So muri shinaide is an expression just to ask someone, don't overwork yourself, don't do too much. Muri suru is to do too much, and so it's in the request form, muri shinaide, don't do too much.
Misemono janezo!
This isn't a show, misemono janezo. So misemono here means a show, an exhibition, a spectacle. So saying like, look, this isn't for all you guys to watch. Now this is actually quite interesting. I didn't quite catch it. Did these viewers here, all of these people in the background, did they see the ghosts? Or did they just see Barret and Jessie and everyone just freaking losing it to nothing, just shooting into the air? I wonder what they saw, because if what Cloud said is true, that they have to touch them, then somehow they touched Barret, Jessie, Tifa, and Cloud. I don't understand when. But if not, like what's going on? Geez, what the hell were they, those swarming things? Taku, nandattanda, uja uja wa yo. So, taku here is actually short for mattaku, and this is to say good grief. So, good grief, taku. Nandattanda, nandatta, what was it? And then unda is showing that he's, kind of interrogating, asking a question. So what is it that was? If you look at it literally. Nandattanda, uja uja wa. So uja uja means swarming, right? That kind of, right? They're kind of swarming in clusters, the kind of like a cluster of bees, that type of thing. That's that uja uja.
まあ、この吐きだめじゃどんな突然変異がいても不思議じゃねえ。
It's not surprising if there were any kind of mutations in this garbage dump. Kono hakidame ja. So hakidame here means a garbage heap, a rubbish heap. So he's calling this place where they all live a garbage heap. Kono hakidame ja, if we're talking about this garbage dump, donna totsuden heni wa itte mo. So no matter what kind of mutations are here, donna totsuzen heni ga itte mo. It is not mysterious. Let's go back to the previous sentence. Donna totsuzen heni. So totsuzen means sudden, and heni actually means a variation. When put together, it means a mutation. But this heni you will actually see right now going on with the coronavirus. People are worried about the kind of next strand, the next mutation of the coronavirus. And in Japanese, this heni word is being used. The heni wirisu, right? So, the kind of next strand of virus. He also says, Donna totsuzen hei ga itte mo. And so here, he's actually using iru for living things to talk about this mutation, which is technically correct, right? In biologically speaking, all of these viruses and mutations are, living beings, and that's why he used ittemo instead of attemo, which is for something that's not living. Which makes sense because he is talking about these, big living ghost-like things, and so here he uses iru instead of aru. God damn these Mako reactors. Taku, Makoro teno wa.
大丈夫か?
Are you alright? 大丈夫か?
平気って言いたいところだけど。
I'd like to say I'm fine, but 平気って言いたいところだけど. So heiki here means like just no problem. Everything's all cool. I'm one cool cat. I'm all fine. That's heiki. So hei kind of means flat, right? Stable. And ki is your kind of disposition. So, your disposition is flat. You are heiki. But she says she wants to say that, but she can't. 言いたいところだけど. I'm really sick of it. 本当嫌になる. So 本当 means really, and 嫌になる means that you've grown to be fed up with something. So she's really fed up with...
クラウドに迷惑かけっぱなし。
I just keep being a nuisance to Cloud. クラウドに迷惑かけっぱなし. So kakeru we have seen to kind of cause something, right? Like shinpai kakeru, to cause worry. Here, meiwaku kakeru means to cause a kind of inconvenience, an annoyance to someone, a nuisance to someone. And then it's followed by panashi. And this means to keep doing something over and over. So here we have kake panashi. That means to keep on causing. And so we can see that it's used to say that you keep on doing something, or you leave something in a certain state, or with a kind of negative nuance that, you're doing something unpleasant or improper.
気にするな.
Don't worry about it. 気にするな. So, interesting little scene here. Quite a few questions actually that I didn't see when I actually played the game myself, but now going through it, I've kind of got all these questions in my head. Like, did they touch the ghosts? Why could everyone see them? What's going on with the ghosts getting in the way? All these kind of, interesting questions.
What? どうしたんすかその足。大丈夫っすか？
騒ぎすぎ。全然平気。でもしばらくは安静にした方が。ダメ。
無理すんな。ジェシーは留守番だ。
作戦はどうするの？ビックスはもう潜入しちゃってる。今さら中止にはできないでしょ？
ああ、俺が頑張りゃいい。
余計心配。
俺がジェシーの分まで頑張るっす。
お前、今から出られるよな。
報酬は割増だ。
おお、任しとけ。よーし、クラウドを入れて作戦再開だ。
私の分までかき回して。
ウェッジ、お前はジェシーとマリンを頼む。
俺は元気っすよ。
二人を任せられるのはお前だけだ。よーし、仕切り直しだ。ターゲットは5番マコーロ。各自準備を整えて駅に集合。準備の足しにしろ。金額の文句は受け付けねえぞ。頼むぜ、ソルジャーさんよ。
モンスターが出たらしいな。でも、
さあ、
もういないの？
ティファ、力を抜こう。緊張してるだろ。
ありがとう。よし、行こ
う。僕、もう耐えられない。
おう。列車が来たらそっからが作戦だ。準備はできてんだろうな。
ピックス、もう始めてるのかな。
早いとこ巻き返さねえとな。
どうしても今日なのか。
動き出したら止められねえんだよ。大勢の同志が動いてくれたんだ。爆破の予告もしちまってる。マコーロ止めないと今日もやるってな。悪いのはシンラだ。しれっとしてろ。
どうしたんすかその足。
Okay, so on to the final scene of chapter 4. So good job everyone getting this far. And so here we start off with Wedge asking Jessie what happened to her leg. What's wrong with your leg? どうしたんすかその足。
大丈夫っすか？
Are you okay? 大丈夫っすか？
騒ぎすぎ。全然平気。
You're making too much of a fuss. I'm totally fine. 騒ぎすぎ. So sawagu here means, to make a commotion, to make a noise. We saw previously. Sugi means to do too much. So you're making too much of a fuss about it. Zenzen heiki. So heiki we know already means to be cool, calm, no problem. Zen. You will learn this first in a textbook to mean not at all, right? It's used with negatives. However, it's actually really commonly used with positives as well. So it doesn't have to be like I'm not at all something. It can also mean I'm totally something. And so if we look at the first and the second definition, they are used for negatives, right? So like, I'm not at all tired, right? You'd say like, zenzen nemukunai, right? I'm not at all tired. But you can use it with positives, and you can see that in the third definition. That means very much something. So I'm totally fine. Zenzen heiki. Now, I actually remember getting told by my Japanese teacher, a Japanese person in Australia, but she told me you do not use zenzen with positive things. However, that is not true. It's just not. It is used by people. Perhaps originally it was only used with negatives and not with positives, but young people and just people today have just more and more used it. Language evolves, and now it is something that you can use with both positives or negatives.
でもしばらくは安静にした方。
But you should rest a little while. でもしばらくは安静にした方が. So again, we can't see the continuation of this sentence. 方が E, right? It would be better if you did it, but she just stops at hoga. So we can already tell, what she's saying just by seeing it here. Okay, so anse here means to be rest, to have rest and quiet, to kind of take it easy. So she's saying that, look, you should rest for a little while. Shibaraku wa anse ni shita hoga. No way, dame.
Muri sunna.
Don't overdo it. Muri sunna.
Jessie wa rusubanda.
Jessie, you're house sitting. Jessie wa rusubanda. So we've already seen rusu, and this means to be away from the house, but it can also actually mean to be taking care of the house. So rusuban means that you are in charge of taking care of the house while everyone else is away, right? So rusu means to be away, rusuban is to be you're actually taking care of the house while everyone else is away. What will you do about the operation? 作戦はどうするの?
Biggs はもう潜入しちゃってる。
Biggs is already infiltrated in.
今さら中止にはできないでしょ?
You can't cancel it at this stage now, right? 今さら中止にはできないでしょ? So 今さら means now after all this time. 中止 here is to cancel something, to pause something, to interrupt something. So 中止には as for, pausing it or cancelling it, できないでしょ? You can't do it, right?
俺が頑張りゃいい.
It'll be okay if I do my best. 俺が頑張りゃいい. So 俺が頑張ればいい. If I do my best, it'll all be okay.
余計心配.
余計心配. I will worry too much. Yoke means to do something too much. Shimpai is to worry. So she's saying, look, no, I'll worry too much. You can't do this all on your own. In the English version, she says, the hell you do. So she comes off a little bit stronger in the English version, right? Barrett says, nah, I got this. And Jessie's like, the hell you do. That actually almost implies that she doesn't have trust in Barrett's ability. That's not the case in the Japanese version. She just says that she's going to worry too much, and that's why she disagrees. Which is actually a reflection of her care for Barrett, rather than her judgment of his ability. Hey, I'll do my best for Jessie's part. 俺がジェシーの分まで頑張るっす.
お前、今から出られるよな.
You can leave from now, right? お前、今から出られるよな.
報酬は割増だ.
The payment is extra. 報酬は割増だ. So warimashi here means that it is proportionately more. Wari, we already learnt, means the proportion of something, like for example, like 10% or whatever. Mashi here is actually an increase. So warimashi, you put it together and it's a proportional increase. It means, it's gonna cost extra. It's gonna be more.
Oh, makasetoke.
Sure, leave it to me. Oh, makasetoke. So makaseru, to leave to someone, means leave it to me.
よーし、クラウドを入れて作戦再開だ.
Alright, with Cloud in, the mission is reopened. よし、クラウドを入れて作戦再開だ. So 再開 means the reopening of something. 再 means to do something again, and kai is the opening. So 再開, the reopening. So plans were on hold for a little bit while he was figuring out what to do, and now they're back open. 再開だ.
私の分までかき回して。
Cause some chaos for me. 私の分までかき回して. So we've seen this like 私の分まで. Bun is a part, a proportion. Made is until the point. So until the point of my proportion. It means do my part, right? Do my part for me. And then we have kaki mawashite. So kaki mawasu here means to stir something up, to cause a ruckus, to put into chaos and confusion, right? So here she's saying, like, really kick ass for me, right? Like, really do a good job for my part.
Wedge, お前はジェシーとマリンを頼む.
Wedge, you take care of Jessie and Marlene. Wedge, お前はジェシーとマリンを頼む.
俺は元気っすよ.
I'm okay though. 俺は元気っすよ. Genki here means to be lively and full of spirit. So, normally where you like meet up with someone after a while and you kind of say like, hey, how are you? This is a really common expression in that situation where you say, how have you been? You would say, oh, genki, or, saikin genki desu ka, right? How have you been lately? And you would just reply with, genki. Yeah, I've been great. And so here he's saying that, like, I'm in a good mood. I'm healthy. I'm fine. Genki desu yo.
二人を任せられるのはお前だけだ。
You are the only one that I can entrust these two to. So, 二人を任せられるのはお前だけだ. Now, this is really quite a powerful statement. He's saying that, look, you're the guy I can trust on to take care of Jessie and Marlene, and they're both very important people for him. So this really shows his respect and faith in Wedge to actually, take care of them. But in the English, he doesn't really come across that, trusting. He just says, which makes you the perfect choice to look after Jessie and Marlene, because he said he's okay. Not because he's the only one he can depend on, just because he said he's okay. See how that kind of weakens the amount that he, shows that he has trust in? So here I think the Japanese version is much better because it shows that strength of that relationship between Barrett and Wedge, and that he can really depend on him to take care of not only a very important member of his group, Jessie, but his daughter, Marlene.
よーし、仕切り直しだ。
Alright, let's start again. Yosh, shikiri naoshi da. So, shikiri naoshi here is actually a sumo term to mean to get poised for charging, right? You're kind of getting ready for that charge. That is that shikiri naoshi. But it also means, to go back to the starting point, start from fresh to, start again. So he's like, alright, let's get back to the mission, right? We had a little bit of an interruption with these crazy ghosts for some particular reason. I'm not sure why. Let's start again.
The
target is the number 5 Mako reactor. Target wa 5番 Makoro. So, target here means target.
各自準備を整えて駅に集合.
All persons are to get your preparations in order and meet at the station. 各自準備を整えて駅に集合. So, 各自 here means all of the individuals, right? Every single person. So to all persons, junbi is your preparations. Junbi o totonoeru, this actually means to get something in order. So to get your preparations in order, right? To prepare, to arrange, get your preparations in order. Junbi o totonoete eki ni shugo. Let's meet up at the station.
準備の足しにしろ。金額の文句は受け付けねえぞ。
Add it to your preparations. I won't accept any complaints about the amount of money. So, junbi no tashi ni shiro. So, tashi ni suru here means to make up for something, to supplement something. So, put this towards your junbi. Junbi no tashi ni shiro. Then he says, kingaku no monku wa, kingaku means the amount of money, monku is complaints. So, as for complaints about the money, kingaku no monku wa, uketsuke nezo. So, uketsukeru means to accept, to take in. So he's like, I'm not going to accept any complaints about money after giving you this.
頼むぜ、ソルジャーさんよ。
I'm counting on you, Mr. Soldier. 頼むぜ、ソルジャーさんよ。
らしいな。でも、もういない
行こう。
Alright, let's go. さあ、行こう。
ティファ、力を抜こう。
Tifa, relax your tension. Tifa, 力を抜こう。 So again, Cloud is showing concern for other people. He's almost shown concern for everyone in this chapter, and here he's showing it for Tifa. He says, look, just relax a little, you're kind of tense, so, take a deep breath. And that's what he says in the English translation. He says, sure, after you take a deep breath.
緊張してるだろ。
Look, you're nervous, right? 緊張してるだろ?
ありがとう。
Thanks. ありがとう。
よし、行こう。
Alright, let's go. よし、行こう。
おう。列車が来たらそっからが作戦だ。
When the train arrives, from then on, it's the operation or the mission. So, 列車が来たらそっからが作戦だ。
準備はできてんだろうな。
You finished getting ready, right? 準備はできてんだろうな。
ビッグス、もう始めてるのかな？
Biggs has already started, I wonder. Biggs, もう始めてるのかな？
早いとこ巻き返さねえとな。
We gotta get back on track right away. 早いとこ巻き返さねえとな。So, 早いとこ means very quickly, like promptly, immediately. It can also be 早いところ, but 早いとこ, toko is often short for ところ. This means just straight away, immediately, quickly. 早いとこ巻き返さねえと. This means that I have to regain our strength, right? We need to regain our strength. We need to get back on our feet. We need to get back on track. So, maki kaesaneto, that means we need to do it.
どうしても今日なのか?
It has to be today no matter what. どうしても今日なのか?
動き出したら止められねえんだよ。
Once things start to move, you cannot stop them. 動き出したら止められねえんだよ. So, 動き出す here means to begin to move. 動く means to move, and 出す means to kind of begin to move. So, 動き出したら, when you start to move, 止められない. You cannot stop it. Now, in the English version, he says something a little bit different. He says, ain't no stopping this train we're on, son. So, yeah, I like this because it does go along with Barrett's personality. It also connects the scene where, you know, they're getting on a train, literally, they're getting on the train to the mission, but they're also getting on this train, you know, to the mission, right? They're getting, everything is all in motion. There is no getting off the tracks once they've started, right? And so I like the English translation here. It does a little bit better of a job to connect the dialogue with the scene.
大勢の同志が動いてくれたんだ。
A lot of comrades are in motion for us. So, 大勢の同志が動いてくれたんだ. So, 大勢 means in great number, and it's usually used for kind of like people and stuff like that, like in large numbers. So a large number of people, a huge crowd, that type of thing. 大勢の同志, 同志 is the comrades. So a large number of our allies, our comrades, are 動いてくれたんだ. And that means they're moving for us. They're in motion for us.
爆破の予告もしちまってる。
We've also completely warned of the next explosion as well. Okay, that's interesting. So, 爆破の予告もしちまっている. Okay, so they've actually sent out an advance notice to Shinra, letting them know that they're going to blow up some Mako reactors. That's interesting. So, 爆破, an explosion. 予告 here means advanced notice. So, yeah, they've told them in advance what they're doing. Why? I'm not too sure. Saying that if you don't stop the Mako reactors, we'll do it again today. Oh, okay, so that's why. It's kind of like a threat to kind of blackmail them, right? They're saying like, come on, do the right thing and stop the Mako reactors or else we'll blow it up again. Like that's going to do anything. So we can see here with Makoro tomene to, if you don't stop the Mako reactors, kyo mo yaru. We will also do it, and all of this is in a bracket followed by te. Te is quoting what he said. So he said previously that he gave an advance notice, and that te right there is showing exactly what the advance notice actually said, saying that, you know, if you don't stop the Mako reactors, we'll blow it up. The ones in fault are Shinra. Warui no wa Shinra da. And the final sentence of this chapter. Act like nothing is going on. Shiretto shiro. So shiretto here means to do something as if nothing happened, right? Act calmly, nonchalantly, just be like, it's all cool, right? Play it cool. And that's what he said in the English version, right? Play it cool. That's the same kind of thing, right? Act like nothing's happening. Yay, congratulations, you have now finished the entire Chapter 4 for Final Fantasy VII Remake. Otsukaresama. Thank you very much everyone for all of your hard work. So through watching this video, I hope that you've become a little bit more familiar with the Japanese language and perhaps picked up some new vocabulary along the way. And so this video has had 550 new words in it, bringing our total up to 1,905 words that we've learned through this series. So congratulations everyone for all of your hard work. Hopefully you have learned some words along the way, or at least had fun looking at, you know, the translation differences and kind of having a look at, you know, character analysis and things like that, and the game analysis. It's been really fun going through Final Fantasy VII Remake and kind of, you know, analyzing everything and really taking my time to enjoy the game, because I'm actually still only on Chapter 8. I haven't finished the game yet. Like, when Chapter 8 began, that's when I was playing, and I remember I was on the rooftops and with the whole Aerith scene, and I was just like, oh my god, this game game is so amazing. And I was having all of these ideas about like how this game is just so good for Japanese language study. Like it's so interesting, it's so cinematic, it's so beautiful. It's something that will always be kind of relevant. You know, Final Fantasy VII is over 20 years old and it's still relevant to this day. So it was something that was just like, I need to, you know, get into this. I need to try and get this, you know, idea, this channel ideas, and all these things just kept on growing and growing. And now I'm looking at tackling the entire Japanese language with the channel. And so I haven't had any chance to actually play the game. So hopefully with this new format, this will allow me to kind of go through at a little bit faster pace. This video did take me a decent amount of work, so not regarding the time that it took to actually make the movie, which was the previous video, just the movie by itself, which I used for the base for this video. After that, just editing this together, recording, it's taken me about 40 to 50 hours of work. And I mean like stopwatch every second I'm working 40 to 50 hours. So it's really intensive work in that 40 to 50 hour period. But we've been able to cover this entire chapter in one freaking video. That's insane. You know, like previously we've been doing it over the course of 3 months and many different videos. And for this chapter, and it wasn't a short one, it was a big chapter. This chapter, we did it in just one video. And actually it's significantly more efficient doing it this way. Before, it was taking me around about 8 hours per episode. So that means if I did 10 episodes, it would take me 80 hours. Okay, let's pretend that this chapter is 10 episodes. It's a little bit more actually, it's probably more like 13. But if we just pretended it was 10, that would mean that it should take me like 80 hours to produce this. But instead, it took me significantly less. And I was able to do it in one big hit instead of having to like stretch it over a 3-month period. However, for a little bit, I'm going to be focusing on some other projects now that I've got a big chunk of the chapter out of the way. Hopefully, you know, you guys can go through this chapter, kind of review some of the stuff. It's quite a lot of language that you can study, and now I'm going to try and focus on just some JLPT stuff and maybe the vocab series, and I think I might actually make a celebration video for hitting 5,000 subscribers and kind of just go through a little bit about, you know, my backstory, who I am, where I came from, you know, who the hell am I type thing, and you know, maybe use some footage of my neighborhood in Kyoto. So it might be nice to kind of have a little bit of a change of pace for the next video, and then either the JLPT next or maybe the vocab series. We'll see. The freaking Nintendo Direct just happened and amazing games are just all popping up, and so I really want to have a look at this, you know, this triangle strategy game. It really should be called something like Tri-Tactics or something like that. Triangle strategy. Ugh, that's horrible. But the game looks freaking amazing. Oh my god, it looks way better than Octopath Traveler ever did. I really want to play that. But anyway, that's a separate thing. So thank you very much for watching. Sorry for listening to my rants, and I hope that you enjoyed this video, and hopefully you enjoyed this new format. It was quite interesting. Hopefully I've been able to get all of the things that were good in the previous style, but apply it to this new style. So as always, if you like this kind of thing, please hit the like button, subscribe, and if you feel like supporting this channel a little bit more and even connecting with the community on our Discord, please consider joining us on Patreon. So a huge thank you to all of the supporters on Patreon for supporting the channel so far and all of the progress that we've been going, and I hope you all look forward to the coming videos that I'm working on. I've got a few projects that I've kind of been touching on here and there, so hopefully that is enjoyable and helps you with your Japanese studies. So as always, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you again next time. See ya.